great economic growth, striving to become a $5 trillion economy by 2030. This upward journey can only be taken with inclusive policies that incorporate strategy with AI-led processes for economic growth, technological upgradation, infrastructure development, social empowerment, and sustainability. Driving towards a Viksit Bharat will need us to make strides on healthcare, manufacturing while educating the youth to grow the human capital. ET Now, the #1 business news channel on TV, unravels the growth story, simplifying business and finances for every Indian, empowering them to rise with this growing economy. This market knowledge and expertise transcends to the digital platforms as well, making ET Now the most watched channel on YouTube. Taking this ethos forward, ETNow.in presents the ETNow.in Business Conclave and Awards 2025, a premier platform uniting policymakers and industry leaders to shape India's economic roadmap. The event will also honor game changers whose vision, resilience, and innovation are driving a brighter tomorrow. Join us in setting the stage for a self-reliant, developed economy with ETNow.in and Rise with India.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning to our esteemed guests and to our valued partners. This morning, we're gathered here at the highly prestigious ETNow.in Business Conclave and Awards 2025, which are co-powered by Spacewood Office Solutions, where vision meets ambition and excellence is celebrated. This is a platform, ladies and gentlemen, where ideas are going to shape the future, and where leaders, policymakers, and industry pioneers such as yourselves have come together to chart the course of India's economic transformation. But I do want to take a moment to acknowledge the fact that this event could never come together without the support of an ecosystem of partners. So ETNow.in Business Conclave and Awards 2025 is powered by Spacewood Office Solutions. Our silver partner is Deliberate. Our home loan partner is LIC HFL. Our communication partner is OneXtel Communication. Our other communication partner is Primex Media Services. Our state partner today is Invest Madhya Pradesh. Another state partner, Uttarakhand Shasan. And our outdoor partners, the first of which is Heights Group and the second, Sapphire Media. And an education partner, Lingaya's Vidyapeeth. Our luxury car partner is Audi, and our retail pharmacy partner is Dava India. Our gold partner, lastly, is Hello Entrepreneurs. So in addition to thanking all of our partners, I especially want to thank all of you, because the combined wealth of knowledge in this very room assures me that we have a very exciting day of conversations ahead of us. With that, to set the tone for the day that lies ahead, if I could please invite on stage a very special guest, the President and the Chief Operating Officer of Times Network, Rohit Chadha. And he'll throw some light on how we're working towards the roadmap for accelerating India's economic trajectory. Huge round of applause for Rohit, please, once again. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, industry and policy leaders, and dear colleagues. Welcome to the ETNow.in Business Conclave and Awards, a celebration of India's economic renaissance. We gather today at an extraordinary inflection point in India's growth trajectory, one that speaks volumes about our nation's tenacity, ingenuity, and transformative spirit. At Times Network, we have embraced our role as a digital pioneer. Through our platforms, TimesNow.in, ETNow.in, Times Now Bharat, Digit, Times Drive, Zoom, and more, we have cultivated a vibrant digital ecosystem reaching 150 million monthly users across 20 brands in 8 languages, with over 2 billion monthly video views. This digital footprint is not just our success story. It is a microcosm of India's digital prowess. The economic canvas before us paints a compelling picture. As we chart our course towards 2026 and beyond, India stands as a lighthouse of stability in choppy global waters. The data speaks volumes. The IMF, World Bank, and Deloitte forecast robust GDP growth between 6.5% and 7.3% over the next 2 fiscal years, positioning India ahead of both developed nations as well as emerging market peers. Our manufacturing sector is experiencing a renaissance, with high-value exports in electronics, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals surging at 12 to 15% annually. The production-linked incentive scheme has attracted investments exceeding $25 billion, establishing India as the world's second-largest smartphone manufacturing hub. Friends, in this digital space, we are not following footsteps. We are blazing trails. Our IT-enabled services exports have shattered records at $254 billion in FY24, eclipsing merchandise exports for the first time. Our digital public infrastructure has democratized financial access for over 800 million citizens, paving the way for a $1 trillion digital economy by 2030. Our startup ecosystem tells an equally inspiring narrative. With 115 unicorns and growing, India attracted $42 billion in 2024 across sectors from fintech to clean tech. India's startup initiatives have nurtured 75,000 new ventures, generating 3 million jobs and catalyzing innovation. India is poised to emerge as a global AI powerhouse, with Accenture's projections suggesting AI could inject up to $957 billion into our economy by 2035, revolutionizing every sector from agriculture to aerospace. We're also witnessing an environmental awakening. The $30 billion Green India Fund is accelerating our renewable energy transition, targeting 500 gigawatts capacity by 2030. Our National Hydrogen Mission aims to establish India as a global green hydrogen hub. Ladies and gentlemen, these achievements are not mere statistics. They embody the aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians. With 65% of our population under 35, we are looking at a demographic dividend worth $1.5 trillion. Skill India 2.0 is ensuring this young workforce is future-ready, equipped with expertise in AI, blockchain, and robotics. Today's conclave transcends a traditional business gathering. It is a testament to India's journey toward becoming a $10 trillion economy by 2035. We are here to celebrate excellence, exchange insights, and architect India's economic future. As we commence today's program, remember that each person in this room is integral to India's growth narrative, whether through digital innovation, sustainable practices, or economic leadership. We are all stewards of India's tomorrow. Thank you for being part of this watershed moment. Let the discussions begin, and may our deliberations today help forge a more resilient, prosperous India. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit, for setting the tone and for that context setting. Obviously, a very exciting agenda lies ahead of us. But to kick started, as Rohit alluded to just a moment ago, India is rapidly emerging as a global hub for sustainable manufacturing and investment that's driven by green innovation, driven by policy reforms, and a strong push towards renewable energy. So with its focus on ESG-driven growth, circular economy models, and digital transformation, India is poised to lead the world with its competitive industrial development. And to discuss this, we have an incredibly interesting panel discussion for you next on India's competitiveness in global sustainability, manufacturing, and investment. And to moderate this session, if I could please invite on stage Prashant Singh, the editor with etnow.in and etnowswadesh.in. If I could please have you on stage, sir. And joining him, a power-packed panel which includes Neeraj Sethi, Managing Director, Indo-Geozone Baker Hughes, Mr. Nitin Sudham, Founder and Managing Director, Spacewood, Siddhant Suri, Co-Founder, Urban Harvest and Deliver It, and Eklavya Chandra, Founder and CEO of Sathi.in. With that, let's have all of our distinguished panelists on stage, please. It promises to be a riveting discussion, ranging from across sectors and perspectives and backgrounds, and they'll all tap deep into their personal and professional journeys alike to offer what promises to be an incredibly unique perspective. So I encourage you all to listen in as we continue to set up here and as we do a bit more of a deep dive into our planned agenda for the day. All right, we're about to set up. If I could ask the crew to speed it up a little bit, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. And here at the etnow.in Business Conclave and Awards, we very much intend for the session to be interactive. We encourage dialogue, we encourage debate and deliberation, even if it means differences of opinion. Because when we gather here in a single room, on a single platform and put our heads together, that's when the best ideas emerge. And we very much subscribe to that philosophy at etnow.in. Everything kickstarts ultimately with a conversation. All right, if I could hand it over to our panelists and ask that they please take the stage. All right, I'll re-invite them perhaps once more. Yeah, gentlemen, if we could please have all of you on stage. And we apologize for the slight delay here. But with that, Prashant, Neeraj, Nitin, Siddhant, and Eklavya. Thank you so much. And Prashant, with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. A warm welcome to all the panelists, audience, and everyone out here. So, since we are discussing India's competitiveness in global sustainable manufacturing and investment, so I think it's very apt time. This is India's decade. We are a growing economy, one of the fastest growing economy, and we have great missions, achievements to cite here. So I would like to begin with, first of all, that when we talk about manufacturing, there is a highly ambitious scheme by PM Narendra Modi, which is Make in India. So I would like to know from you guys, your learnings, your experiences, what are your experiences so far? What are the challenges? Do we need any kind of revision? What are the things we need to address in terms of Make in India campaign? You, please.
Thank you, Prashant, and welcome to all the panelists as well. An honor to be here. So look, I will speak from the perspective of Baker Hughes, and I'll just give you a little bit of background. You know, we are an leading energy technology company. We play in the upstream as well as the industrial space. We are in India as a business. We are working in every major oil and gas basin. Globally, as you may have heard of LNG, you know, a majority of the Western LNG supply works on refrigeration compressors manufactured by Baker Hughes. So we are a global player. From an India perspective, you know, we've got 2,900 people, out of which only about 900 people are engaged with the India business. Okay. The balance are serving our global markets. We've got 17 locations in India, including tier 2 cities such as Coimbatore, Kochi. Of course, we also have major hubs in Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad. And you can go to any corner of the country, like you can go to Barmer or you can go to Silchar, and you'll find Baker Hughes there.
This is Baker Hughes, India arm only.
India serving the global market as well as the India business.
All right, okay.
What we are seeing beyond the India business, which is about $400 million business in India, we have an export business of about 450 million, including in-house manufacturing, but more significantly, an engineering center and a very strong and a growing global hub for supply chain.
All right.
So we are manufacturing our state-of-the-art equipment in India through a variety of suppliers which we have developed over the years, and that's about 400 million today. But the aspiration today with the global geopolitics going on is that this needs to go to about $1 billion by 2030. Okay. So we're very ambitious and very gung-ho about India, and we think that this is going to continue to have a 15 to 20% growth over the next few years. From a regulatory perspective, no complaints. I mean, we are setting up huge bases and investing a lot in India. A slightly different perspective I'd like to give you is that, it's not just about manufacturing in India. I think we also need to focus on design and engineering in India. Today, India as a hub for engineering, of course, digital also, we got our digital centers actually in Kochi. We've got 400 people in Kochi in our digital center. But beyond that, in Bangalore, for example, today, a very qualified 12-year-old engineer in India, who can basically design a turbine for any customer around the world is about $28 an hour. That's about half of what you'd get in China. So we are highly competitive on certain space with the skill sets and the engineering expertise and the communication capabilities that we have across to be able to communicate with the rest of the world is a huge advantage. And so we should not just talk about manufacturing, traditional manufacturing, but also engineering in India.
And design.
Second thing you got to talk about is we have the ability to leapfrog into the next stage of manufacturing. We've already set up 3D printing centers in India, and we are manufacturing high-end, high-temperature, high-pressure parts for our turbines globally.
Has Make in India given a boost to this?
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. Make in India is that you have, well, of course, you have the Make in India, but you also have the fundamental economic incentive to manufacture in India. On its own, it's going to continue to be sustainable and affordable. So I'll let the other panelists get a chance to speak as well. But as I said, we are quite positive and optimistic about India. Thank you.
Conclave, your take?
Hi. Okay, lovely. Great insights. What I'm going to do is I could either give you a very short, crisp answer or probably take the little liberty of doing a slightly longish explanation. I just traveled to Singapore last week, and it pained my heart to pay 92 rupees for $1. Okay? Now, why does that happen? Why is our currency weakening? Right? Now, the usual answers are geopolitical reasons, macroeconomic reasons, but primarily one of the most important reasons of why a currency weakens for a country is because they export less and they import more, right?
Right.
And the reason why today we have that imbalance, right, is because something somewhere is not working smoothly. Now, PLI and Make in India are amazing initiatives, right? And I think we must give credit to the government to push this as much as they are doing, right? But what really comes to making impact is how things are being run on the ground, how MSMEs are operating, and what are the challenges and weaknesses in the system that they are not able to deliver as much as, let's say, a China could over the last 20 years, right? When we talk about MSME in India, that's about 65 million companies employing almost 400 million workers, right? And what we are building at Sathi is an ecosystem where we can actually drive worker transformation so that they can bring in productivity and efficiency and raise the bar of quality of products of Indian companies, that they not only serve Indian market but actually can become a powerhouse and a factory for the world. Because 1.5 billion people, right? The domestic market for us is too small to give employment to everybody, right? And a country having such large human capital, it's imperative for us to scale up our human capital, look at workforce transformation, and be able to build for the world and not just for India. Now, when we talk about workers and where we are possibly lagging behind is about competence for the global markets. When we talk about competence for the global markets, we talk about productivity and the quality of product, right? But what we see really at the grassroots level in small industries, that these two important factors are not being able to met to the standards that we would want. And the main reason for that is that the workers that are working in these companies and factories and go-downs and large businesses, right, are informally skilled, right? They have never gone through vocational, technical skilling. And primarily, they are delivering what best they can deliver because of experiential learning and because of this lovely word that we call jugaad. Now, jugaad is by definition a short-term fix. But when jugaad becomes culture, that is a time when we really have a large problem at our hands, right? And what we are doing with Sathi is that we are making sure that all these workers get formally skilled on their mobile phones and come through an ecosystem where they're not only getting skilled, but they're getting opportunities and they're getting financial inclusion, because really, to take that worker out of survival mode into growth mode, he needs a complete radical transformation, because only when he gets transformed, he gets skilled, and he gets personally secure, will he be able to add that value to the organization that he works for, right? Otherwise, the poor worker today on our factory floors ends up working for either the money lender or the labor contractor, right? Because he is in survival mode and not in growth mode. So the reason for our existence really is this impact-led transformation, where we uplift, upskill, and make the workers much better at their job roles so that they can deliver more productively and more efficiently to the organizations that they work for. And that is a direct impetus to all the industries that are currently being involved in Make in India and government's PLI scheme. So it's a very grassroots initiative that we are doing, which will eventually lead to larger transformative results.
All right. So, Siddhant, your take from the perspective of Deliverate and your companies?
Yeah. So, see, the beauty about great leaders is that they give simple statements without any terms and conditions, and they are always open for interpretations. So that's the beauty about the statement of Make in India, is that it can be interpreted by different businesses in the way that they think it helps them. Let it be a small enterprise, let it be a saturated enterprise, a mature enterprise, or new age startups like ours. We interpret Make in India as a mindset change. It is inevitable that a country becomes great when people start making something of themselves. Let it be economic growth, let it be personal growth, or let it be growth in their way of thinking. So for us as an organization, Make in India has given birth to different thought processes within the organization, where we also promote that whatever you want to make of yourselves, our organization and the platform that we provide enables you to do that. So let it be you want to innovate something, let it be you want to make your life a better life, you can come work with us, and together we can make it a possibility. So even in our businesses that we think that a restaurant or I would say a catering company, they want to grow, but there are some bottlenecks that stop them. So that's where we come in. With the human capital that we have and with the mindset that we culture within the organization is that you need to go to a customer and just let them empower themselves, enable themselves to run the businesses more smoothly. So for us, always, Make in India is just simply a mindset that enables everyone around us to be what they truly want to be, and nothing is going to stop them because the country is standing by them.
All right. Did you take from the perspective of Spacewood? Mic is not on. Can you give me your mic?
Yeah, that's fine. So thanks, Prashant. I think we have heard the tech and energy perspective, we have heard the human perspective and a startup perspective also. But probably we fit perfectly for the theme, which is Make in India, because we are from a manufacturing industry. So Spacewood primarily is into the business of making furniture, home furniture as well as office furniture, commercial furniture. We are one of the largest companies in India and growing very fast for last about 20 years. Now, the way I see is Make in India comes at a very right time, perfectly positioned for companies like us. Because if I see my perspective first as a furniture, probably India was always known to be very good in furniture in the olden days when there was, artisans, the manually made furniture, whether from Jaipur, Rajasthan or Uttar Pradesh. But probably we lost the edge after modernization, after things started becoming more industrialized. And all this furniture was taken over by the panel industry, which is supposed to be furniture made with machines. And that's where probably India lost edge. But then I think last couple of years, there has been huge impact after Make in India and probably government's initiatives earlier, like even GST. Because for furniture industry, logistics matters a lot because you are supplying across the country. And in a simple state border restrictions and different taxations. So even a change like GST, which happened a couple of years back, made a huge impact. And now what's happening is the new initiatives which are coming in form of incentives, PLI incentives. There are PLIs for making furniture hubs. You have a lot of ancillary industry. Typically learning from the experience of China, what government has also said is unless you develop infrastructure of allied industries, then only probably the industry can really flourish. And that's what is being targeted now. So that's happening in India. For especially medium and small scale industries, the limits are being raised. There are really very, very good schemes. I mean, those who want to genuinely work towards it, I think the schemes are excellent. Yes, financially, probably there can be something more done, but those who have done good business, I think there are enough investors who are coming forward to help the industry. So all in all, I think it's a very golden time. And like Eklo rightly said, I mean, why the country is going through currency problem is because if you are going to make less and import more, obviously we're going to have problems. But now I think there is a substantial change in Make in India. We have been able to almost make at par world products. Probably government is also helping in terms of establishing quality standards through BIS schemes, whereby the import of probably low cost and low quality furniture is going to be arrested. So I think all in all, there is a very good times, and for the industry who wants to genuinely make an impact, I think this is absolutely right time. So I am very bullish on Make in India program, and I think we are going absolutely right in terms of the schemes.
So bullish on Make in India program, that's the key takeaway. So with this, when we talk about Make in India as a manufacturing hub, over the recent years, have you noticed any changes when we say that ease in doing business? Since you represent a global perspective at Baker Hughes, so what is your take on this?
So I think a couple of things that were mentioned about GST, about regulation. I think those things have helped a great deal. The other thing from our perspective, right, is that there is a lot of focus on recognizing what we have and recognizing what we don't have. You know, in order to enable the Indian, and I don't want to spend too much time, but maybe, you know, there'll be other aspects of it. One aspect I want to highlight is that there are a couple of things that are really good about India. One is that for heavy industries and for technology-focused companies, you know, and I don't mean just digital technology, there is a very good ecosystem of public sector enterprises in India. Okay. And they're cash-rich, they're very well-run, and they offer a long-term business to companies like us to develop their business for the local companies and develop products for, you know, global markets. Secondly, there is a recognition that, you know, there are certain technologies we don't have, and then we have to, you know, to establish our presence in India and to use those technologies to produce more products. We need certain incentives. For example, you know, we import a lot of our equipment custom duty free, and the government has a scheme for that. And it's a very progressive and a very well laid out scheme, so that we can actually participate in the Indian economy without breaking the bank, and the country benefits from this. It also allows us to partner with large public sector companies to create an ecosystem where we can jointly develop those partnerships. And India has a great, you know, especially public sector companies have a very good framework for contract compliance, integrity, and long-term partnership. So I think this is a really great ecosystem for India to develop, you know, technology-based products, services, and capabilities for the future.
You want to add something from the perspective of Sathi.in?
It's okay. Yeah. No, I think the government is doing its part, but I always believe more is possible, right? You know, in the last 50 years, we've made this transition from moving to being the 50th or the 60th largest economy in the world to now the 5th largest economy in the world, right? It's been a great progressive journey, but why look at the past when you must look at the future? And the journey from being the 5th largest to number 1 or number 2, I think we need to do a lot more. We need to look at models which have worked globally. We need to look internally at our own self. We need to look how digital transformation is sweeping the world.
Any country's model that you want to cite here?
Well, I'm a great fan of the Chinese model, right? I may not subscribe to all that they do, but it's a reality that in the last 50 years, both China, if you look back, about 50 years or 60 years back, we were both at the same level.
For China, this is just manufacturing or overall perspective?
I think manufacturing is an extremely important part for any country which has the population size that we have. So in that context, Chinese growth story is very relevant to India, right? They may have a different governance setup and they may have a different federal setup, of course, we all know that. But what they've been able to do on ground is absolutely fantastic. And I think as India, with 1.5 billion people, with 700 million active workers at any given point in time, we really need to focus on creating employment, right? And we need to focus on creating employment not just in pockets, but all across the country. And this is where I believe China has really surpassed all expectations, where every nook and corner of their country was transformed into an SEZ, right? Into a strategic unit, which then created a cohesive environment along with ancillary units and generated employment. And with that employment, they generated so many opportunities for their own workers and their own people to get skilled at such a level that they could produce the best quality stuff at the cheapest price possible in their country and then become a global powerhouse. Because I think our needs as a country are very different from, let's say, a European country or a Latin American country or the US.
Very valid point, yeah.
We've got to create employment, right? And employment can possibly only be created on such a large extent that we need through manufacturing, right? We've got the digital core competence. We've got the advantage in terms of IT and IT-related industries, and we've done magic over the last 20 years there. But I think what we really need to focus and emphasize on is creating employment for the 500-600 million people that we have, gainful employment, so that they move up, the companies that they work for move up, and together, Bharat or the nation moves forward. So I think a lot more needs to be done. We are definitely heading in the right direction, but we need to do things faster, better, quicker.
Siddhant, has it, this ease of doing business helped in procurement and other things when it comes to deliver it and everything?
See, with Make in India, when collaborated with the mindset of manufacturing, creates a good quality of employment. That's what India needs, a good quality rather than quantity. With quality employment, you can actually enable other quantity, the people who have a mindset of quantity employment to get converted into quality. Until and unless the country has that, China has quality employment, where people have work ethics. They know what, the moment they enter the shop floor or the factory floor, they know what they have to do. You can ask a person who's working 10 years in a company in India, and he still would not know what his KRA is. In China, day one, they would know what they have to do, because that's the mindset that they have. So when manufacturing is in India, with the talent, the quality of talent that we have and the access to information that we have right now, enables people to innovate. For example, in our company, we are investing a lot on automation, on robotics, with the intention of not to replace humans, but to generate quality within themselves so that they know what they have to do. They are not wasting their time doing things which are not important, and they can actually give more productivity with their work hours. And once they give productivity within the work hours, they feel that they have contributed something to the organization or to themselves.
Yeah. Nitin, your take?
Yeah, I think from ease of Make in India or business, I see two perspectives. One, if you really see last few decades, West maintained their dominance on probably technology and maybe IP protection rights, and they left manufacturing to so-called third world, Asian countries and yeah. But now they are realizing partly the mistake. Probably the manufacturing powerhouses are becoming now economically much more sound, and that's why now West wants to again bring back manufacturing. Probably we are at the center stage. We are a right combination of technology, manpower. Probably down the line few years, India is going to enjoy the best demography in the world, because the kind of population that we have. Because for whatever good bad reason, we didn't have population control, but probably today we have the best of the working force in the country available, which in another 20 years is going to be the most important country in the world, having the best suited talent for manufacturing. So now all we need to do is take these advantages to the right, and I think what we have now, India journey has started, is on a perfect time now. If we do our acts right now, if we leverage our IT, the proficiency which Indian engineers have in IT, and the manufacturing which has started emerging now, and the demographic population that we have, so if we make right use of it, and to add to the catalyst, the schemes which are being offered by the country, probably we are going to be one of the best suited country in the world to leverage this environment now. That's what I perfectly feel.
All right, so we discussed Make in India, ease of doing business. Now time is telling me that time is up. We are already running short of time. It's already out. So just one line, India as a global investment destination, top challenge we need to address. One line statement from everyone as a closing.
Accelerate execution on the ground. Our aspirations are phenomenal. All we need to do is accelerate execution on the ground.
Accelerate execution on the ground. Your take, please. Can you please transfer the mic?
Yeah, no, I think we really need to keep pulling our socks up. We really need to specialize, right? We need to move away from the jugaad mindset to precision, perfection, right? And of course, perseverance and passion is always needed when you have to progress. So I think the time is great, the opportunity is great, but we really need to build our human capital and execute.
I think this is the time that we need to have ruthless execution, and we definitely should care about outcomes. And it should be qualitative and quantitative both. And we should see something good coming out of it.
Qualitative and qualitative both. Your take, please.
I think we have been underplaying our strengths so far. Henceforth, we need to be absolutely professionals, present the strengths that we have, and attract the best talent in the world. That's all.
Thank you so much, all the panelists, for your valuable insights. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Prashant, I ask that you please join us in offering a token of appreciation to all of our panelists as our symbol of gratitude for being here, for sharing your insights. Such a rich range of takeaways have emerged from this conversation. All right, if we could have the mementos, please, for each of our panelists to mark the moment and celebrate the occasion. Sparing your time and your insights to be here is very much valued, and I want to reiterate how thankful we are at etnow.in. Thank you once again, gentlemen. Prashant, Neeraj, Nitin, Siddhant, and Eklavya. Thank you so much for making it a fantastic one. All right, and now we'll move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us a very distinguished guest. Without further ado, Dr. Jitendra Singh. He's the Union Minister of State, Science and Technology, Earth Sciences. He's the Minister of State, Prime Minister Office, Atomic Energy and Space. He truly needs no introduction, but we're extremely privileged to have him give us a special fireside chat about why space economy is vital to the $5 trillion goal of ours. It's a riveting topic. It's one that is sometimes misunderstood. But today, we're fortunate enough to be joined by the man who will demystify and separate fact from fiction as to the journey that lies ahead. And joining him, I'd like to please call on stage Munish Devgan, who's the video content head with Times Network, as our two gentlemen engage in a fireside chat to answer all of your burning queries on this very topic. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's sort out our setup very quickly, please, so we can have our two gentlemen on stage that the audience is waiting to hear from. All right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we're ready. We're ready to dive right into the next session. We appreciate your continued patience. So with that, Dr. Jitendra Singh is in the house. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. Kindly have you on stage, sir. And joining him, Munish Devgan. All right, gentlemen, with that, Munish, I'll hand it over to you. And the floor is yours.
मोदी सरकार जब से सत्ता में आई है तब से एक मंत्री जो जम्मू कश्मीर से आते हैं उनकी ईमानदार छवि, उनके काम की खूब तारीफ होती रही है। आज हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह, जो जम्मू कश्मीर से सांसद भी हैं और हमसे बात करेंगे कि कैसे अगले 10 सालों में भारत, जो विकसित भारत का सपना है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का, कैसे भारत विकसित हो सकता है, क्योंकि इनके पास बहुत अहम मंत्रालयों की जिम्मेदारी भी है। इनसे जानते हैं स्पेस इकोनॉमी, जैसे इसरो जो कर रहा है दुनिया में, सारी दुनिया हैरान होती रही है, सरप्राइज होती है इसरो से। तो स्पेस इकोनॉमी कैसे हमें आगे बूस्ट कर सकती है अगले 10 सालों में सर?
सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे ये बताया कि मेरी तारीफ होती है
जी।
क्योंकि राजनीति में ये इतनी सी बात भी सुनने को कई बार बहुत दुर्लभ समझा जाता है। बट हैविंग सेड दैट, थैंक यू वेरी मच टू बी पार्ट ऑफ दिस एंड आई एम ग्लैड दैट आई हैव बीन रेगुलरली पार्ट ऑफ द इकोनॉमी कनक्लेव ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बाय ईटी। अब आपने स्पेस इकोनॉमी की बात की, तो जाहिर है जब हम बात करते हैं कि विकसित भारत की या उसकी कल्पना की कि हम उस शिखर पटल पर पहुंचेंगे या 10 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी होंगे, तो आई थिंक व्हाट a good student of economy or maybe a good student of science needs to ask himself or herself is, where will the value addition come from? यदि मैं आपसे कह दूं कि आज मेरी जेब में 10 रुपए हैं, किसी का आप कल देख लीजिएगा मेरी जेब टटोल के उसमें 10 करोड़ होंगे, तो स्वाभाविक आप पूछेंगे कि आपको कोई डाका लगाएंगे या कोई गबन करेंगे, भले कहाँ से आएगा। So that is something, I mean, it sounds good saying that we will be 10 trillion, but, and of course we will be. Sometimes I feel we may be there even before 2047. But how is that going to happen? That is something that's not deeply dwelt into. वो होगा उन sectors के माध्यम से जो इतने सारे वर्षों में 60-70 वर्ष न पूरी तरह तराशे गए न तलाशे गए। Because India has a huge natural resource. जो सेक्टर्स अंडर एक्सप्लोर्ड रहे या अनएक्सप्लोर्ड रहे, उसमें से एक है हमारा स्पेस सेक्टर, हमारा डीप सी, 7,500 किलोमीटर हमारा समुद्र तट है, वन ऑफ द लॉन्गेस्ट इन द वर्ल्ड एंड ओनली कंट्री विच हैज़ एन ओशन कॉल्ड इंडियन ओशन नेम्ड आफ्टर इट। बंगाल, उड़ीसा से लेकर महाराष्ट्र तक। और तीसरा हमारे हिमालयाज, 3-4 राज्य हमारे हिमालयाज में बसते, अरोमा, पर्पल रेवोल्यूशन, ये सारी बातें वहाँ से ही जन्मी। तो इन सेक्टर्स की तरफ पूरी तरह से तवज्जो नहीं दी गई पिछली सरकारों के द्वारा, कारण चाहे कुछ भी रहे हो, उनकी प्राथमिकता में नहीं रहे। अब जहाँ तक हम स्पेस की बात करें, क्योंकि आज मकसूद साहब ने स्पेस का ही कहा है, तो हमारे पास वी नेवर हैड डर्थ ऑफ टैलेंट और डर्थ ऑफ पोटेंशियल। प्रतिभा भी थी, योग्यता भी थी, काबिलियत भी था, मेहनत करने का मादा भी था, आंखों में सपने भी थे, दिल में अरमान भी थे। आप देखिए पुरानी तस्वीरें आर्काइव्स में, सारा भाई अपना सामान बाईसाइकिल पर लेकर के चलते थे, तो उसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि साधनों का अभाव था। तो जो अनुकूलता नीति निर्धारकों के द्वारा या राजनीतिक नेतृत्व के ओर से अपेक्षित होती है, उसमें अभाव था, उसके भी कोई भी कारण नहीं होंगे। एंड देयरफॉर द टर्निंग पॉइंट वाज 2014, मोदी जी के आने के बाद। और वो कैसे हुआ? I think that's a case study we must understand, because the rest of the world is actually trying to understand how it's happened. There's a quantum jump in the last few years. हमने स्पेस को और जैसे एटॉमिक एनर्जी को भी एक गोपनीयता के पर्दे में बंद रखा था। अगर कोई श्रीहरिकोटा के फाटक को झांक लेता तो उसकी रिपोर्ट हो जाती पुलिस में। और जब मैं पहली बार गया तो वहाँ पे हमारे मित्र ही थे डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन, जिनको फादर ऑफ मंगलयान कहते, तो वो मुझे रात को कहने लगे कि मैं आपको डॉक्टर साहब एक ऐसे स्थान पर ले जाऊंगा जहाँ पे मेरे साइंटिस्ट भी नहीं जा सकते, एब्सोल्युटली फॉरबिडन। क्योंकि सुबह वहाँ एक लॉन्चिंग होने वाली थी 4 बजे, तो वो 12 बजे के करीब ले गए। तो मैंने उनसे कहा, मैंने कहा राधा, आई मेड अ प्रिंसिपल टू ट्राई टू लर्न वन न्यू थिंग एवरी डे। व्हाट आई लर्न टुनाइट इज दैट to reach this spot, either one has to be as eminent a scientist as you are or as जुगाड़ू as I am to accompany you. लेकिन फिर मैंने कहा कि इसकी वजह क्या है, इसका कारण है। बोले नहीं साहब, ये रिवायत है, ये डिपार्टमेंट्स बड़े कॉन्फिडेंशियल होते हैं। बट विल यू बिलीव, जब ये बात पीएम मोदी के आगे रखी गई, he allowed us to open, on the space very famously reported, the media very famously reported, the space is unlocked by Prime Minister Modi. आज आलम ये है कि कोई भी लॉन्चिंग होती है, 5, 6, 10 हज़ार वहाँ दर्शक रहते हैं, स्पेक्टेटर्स जी, और 1500-1600 मीडिया वाले रहते हैं। यानी वो स्थान जो 4-5 बरस तक फॉरबिडन था, लोगों ने देखा तक नहीं था कि यहाँ क्या हो रहा है। और साथ ही साथ हमारे जो सुबह मॉर्निंग वॉकर्स हैं, जब गायबाना गप लगाते हैं तो वो हमारा मुकाबला करते थे नासा के साथ कि साहब वो देखिए वो कहाँ पहुँच गए, ये क्या कर रहे हैं। लेकिन वो ये भूल जाते थे या उनको शायद बताया नहीं जाता था कि नासा नेवर डिपेंडेंट ऑन गवर्नमेंट, उनका मोस्ट ऑफ द रिसोर्स वाज नॉट गवर्नमेंट। पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने हमें जब अनुमति दी, वी ओपनड इट अप टू द प्राइवेट सेक्टर, और देन द जर्नी स्टार्टेड जस्ट अबाउट 4-5 years बैक। और पहले ही साल जब ये नया स्पेस रिफॉर्म आया, प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन को अलाउ कर दिया गया, तो पहले 7-8 महीने में ही 1000 करोड़ से अधिक निवेश हुआ प्राइवेट सेक्टर का। देखते ही देखते एफडीआई की भी अनुमति हो गई, और फिर एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके के साथ इसको प्राइवेट के साथ जोड़ा गया। उदाहरण के तौर पर सबसे पहले NSIL नाम की एक PSU बनाई गई, न्यू नेशनल स्पेस इंडिया लिमिटेड। उसके बाद उसको प्राइवेट कंपनियों के साथ किस तरह से जोड़ना है, उसके लिए एक इन स्पेस का इंटरफेस बनाया गया जो कोलैबोरेशंस फैसिलिटेट करता था। और उसके बाद स्पेस रिफॉर्म्स एंड स्पेस पॉलिसी, और अब ये आलम है कि हज़ारों करोड़ों की संख्या में वहाँ पर निवेश हो रहा है, एफडीआई भी हो रहा है, और भिन्न भिन्न प्राइवेट सेक्टर से। हमारे जो पहले जनरेशन के स्टार्टअप्स थे वो तो अब बड़े एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बन गए। एक ने हैदराबाद एयरपोर्ट के बहुत नज़दीक ही प्राइवेट रॉकेट की फैक्ट्री खोली है, और उसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि हमारी स्पेस इकॉनमी विच वाज ऑलमोस्ट डिसमल इज़ टुडे $8 billion, and the manner in which it is progressing, the future projection reflects that in another 7-8 years it will go 5 times, almost $44 billion, which in other words means that the next 1 decade or a half space economy is going to be an important component of India's future growth story. तो ये तब होने लगा कि पहली बार हमने वही स्ट्रैटेजीज फॉलो की जो दुनिया के बाकी विकसित देश करते। सो नाउ वी आर फॉलोइंग द सेम स्ट्रैटेजीज, द ग्लोबल स्ट्रैटेजी। वी आर ऑल्सो ट्राइंग टू मीट द ग्लोबल बेंचमार्क्स, बिकॉज इफ यू हैव टू compete globally and you have to excel and reach that global pedestal, you have to follow the global parameters. वो पहली बार अब हुआ। अब हम सरकार के दायरे से बाहर निकल करके खुले फिजा में जैसे बाकी लोग कर रहे, और जब वो हमने किया तो हमारी प्रतिभा सामने आई। अब उसके छोटी सी मिसाल आपको ये देता हूँ कि इसरो की स्थापना सन 1969 में हुई थी, और अगर आप तो पत्रकारिता से जुड़े, अगर आप पिछले आर्काइव्स में जाएं तो न्यूज़पेपर्स में जो सबसे प्रमुख समाचार रहेगा उस साल का वो ये रहेगा कि अमेरिका ने पहला मानव चांद की धरती पर उतारा था, नील आर्मस्ट्रांग, जिसका वो बड़ा विख्यात वो हुआ स्टेटमेंट के 1 small step for man, giant step for mankind। और उस साल इसरो का जन्म हो रहा था। लेकिन आज इन स्पेस रिफॉर्म्स के आने के बाद, अनलॉकिंग ऑफ द स्पेस सेक्टर के बाद, प्राइवेट सेक्टर को पूरी तरह से शामिल कर लेने के बाद स्थिति ये है कि चांद के साउथ पोल पर हम बाकी सबसे पहले पहुंच गए। यानी हमने अपनी प्रतिभाओं को शायद एक दायरे में बंद करके रखा था, एंड पहली बार वी हैड एन आउटलेट टू गिव फुल पोटेंशियल टू ऑल आवर कैपेसिटीज। और उससे क्या हुआ कि आम लोग भी हमारे साथ जुड़ने लगे, उनको भी अंतरिक्ष में दिलचस्पी आई, मीडिया को भी दिलचस्पी आई। बल्कि मैं कल ही कह रहा था कि वी मस्ट थैंक दी स्पेस, स्पेस हैज़ गिवन अस स्पेस इन मीडिया ऑल्सो। नहीं तो विज्ञान के साथ संबंधित विषयों की कभी चर्चा नहीं रहती थी मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया में। ज़्यादा यही रहता कि फलां ने आपको गाली दी है तो आपको कैसा लगता है, तो फिर मैं भी टू कट शादी स्टोरी कहता हूँ, मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगा उनकी गाली, क्योंकि अगर मैं गाली का जवाब गाली दूंगा तो रात को 9 बजे तक वो डिबेट चलती रहेगी। तो कहने के तात्पर्य, तो पहली बार स्पेस ने इतनी मास इंटरेस्ट, क्यूरियोसिटी जनरेट की है। और दूसरी विशेषता हिंदुस्तान की ये है कि हमने स्पेस को, विच आई थिंक इज अ रोल मॉडल फॉर द रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, हमने सिर्फ स्पेस को रॉकेट उड़ाने तक नहीं रखा। हमारी 2 विशेषताएं हैं विच मेक अस डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द अदर कंट्री। एक तो हमारी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव मिशंस हैं, जैसे हमारा चंद्रयान मात्र 600 करोड़, जबकि उसी समय जो रशिया का गया था, जो शायद अपना वो मकसद पूरा नहीं कर सका, वो 12,000 करोड़ का। हमारा गगनयान की कुल कीमत 10,000 करोड़। वो इसलिए कि हमने कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव नए तरीके ईजाद किए। उदाहरण के तौर पे हमारा चंद्रयान जाता तो पहुंचने में 1 महीना 1.5 महीना लग जाता, क्योंकि वो जब धरती के ऑर्बिट से बाहर निकलता है तो ऐसे ऐसे घूमने लगता है, और जो धरती की ग्रेविटी है उसी के जोर से, जैसे आप पुराने ज़माने में जब बड़ी मुश्किल से हमने भी पहली बार सेकेंड हैंड गाड़ी खरीदी थी, तो रहता था कि जहाँ पेट्रोल बच जाए तो ढलान आए तो न्यूट्रल लगा देते थे, तो ये न्यूट्रल चलता है ऐसे 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 करता, फिर जब बाहर आ जाता है तो फिर ऐसे झटके के साथ वो चला जाता है मून के ऑर्बिट में, और वो हमारे पैसे भी बचाते हैं। सो वी हैव इवॉल्व्ड कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव मीन्स ऑफ, एक तो वो, सो वी आर नॉट प्रूविंग टू बी अ ग्रेट लाइबिलिटी ऑन द स्टेट एक्सचेकर। दूसरा, हमने उसको केवल रॉकेट लॉन्च तक ही सीमित या महदूद नहीं रखा, हमने उसको दूसरे सेक्टर्स में यूज़ किया, वो भी एक रोल मॉडल है। हमारा ये स्वामित्व कार्यक्रम है जो जिसकी मिसाल अब दुनिया भर में दी जाती है, जो मैपिंग ऑफ फार्म्स, लैंड, ड्रोन के माध्यम से, सैटेलाइट के माध्यम से, आपको रेवेन्यू ऑफिसर के पास जाने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है, जो हम सिटीजन सेंट्रिक गवर्नेंस कहती है, उसकी एक बड़ी उम्दा मिसाल है। खुद ही आप अपनी मैपिंग करें, वो भी स्पेस, आपकी एग्रीकल्चर में सॉयल हेल्थ कार्ड्स, आपकी डिफेंस में तो है ही है, बॉर्डर मॉनिटरिंग, बॉर्डर सर्वेलेंस, इसी प्रकार हेल्थ में बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में, और आपके जितने भी दूसरे सेक्टर्स हैं लगभग, आई थिंक स्पेस हैज़ नाउ एंटर्ड, स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी हैज़ एंटर्ड वर्चुअली एवरी इंडियन हाउस होल्ड। कम्युनिकेशन में हमारा एक सेट ऑफ सैटेलाइट्स इज डेडिकेटेड टू कम्युनिकेशन। ये जो आपका सब चल रहा है ताम झाम, इसमें भी कहीं ना कहीं ज़्यादा नहीं तो कम से कम थोड़ा बहुत रोल स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी का भी है, और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ स्पेस का, इसरो का भी है, बिकॉज इसरो इज ऑल्सो नाउ केटरिंग टू नंबर ऑफ टेलीविजन चैनल्स ऑफरिंग देयर सर्विसेज। नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट्स हैं हमारे, जो डिज़ास्टर को, जो और स्थानों पे जहाँ पे नेविगेशन करते हैं उसकी करते हैं। अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेटरी सैटेलाइट्स हमारे अलग हैं, जो ऊपर बैठ करके धरती के भिन्न भिन्न भौगोलिक परिस्थितियों की जांच। तो वी हैव एक्चुअली डाइवर्सिफाइड फॉर द ईज ऑफ लिविंग ऑफ द पर्सन एज वेल। केवल ऑफ कोर्स sending up a rocket sounds very romantic, but we have also virtually penetrated to make the life easy for a common citizen.
चूंकि मंत्री जी आप जम्मू कश्मीर से आते हैं और बात की जा रही कि भारत अगले कुछ
और एक मैं इसमें बात जोड़ दूं जम्मू कश्मीर जाने से पहले, क्योंकि अभी हम अंतरिक्ष में ही अटके हुए हैं, कि एक बात बहुत कम कही जाती है कि जब हम ये कहते हैं कि ये टर्निंग पॉइंट 2014 है, तो वो इसी से प्रमाणित होता है कि एक कॉन्शियस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री के द्वारा व्यक्तिगत इसमें दिलचस्पी ली गई। हमारा बजट बड़ा सीमित रहा करता था सरकार की ओर से। एक तो ऑफ कोर्स हमने अब प्राइवेट सेक्टर से खोल दिया तो हमारा पूल बहुत बढ़ गया, कई गुना बढ़ गया, और इतना भारी मात्रा में। लेकिन सरकारी बजट हमारा, उदाहरण के तौर पर, क्योंकि आजकल ज़माना है तर्क, तथ्य और तुलना का, 2013-14 में जब पिछली सरकार गई है तो हमारा बजट स्पेस का था मात्र 5,000 करोड़, 5,615 करोड़ टू बी प्रिसाइज। इस साल जो अभी हाल ही में बजट पेश किया गया 3-4 महीने पहले, उसमें था 13,416 करोड़, यानी लगभग 3 गुना वृद्धि 10 साल में सरकारी बजट की हुई है, और उसके अतिरिक्त कई गुना निवेश बाहर से। तो ये देयर हैज़ बीन अ वेरी कॉन्शियस एनेबलिंग एफर्ट इन मेकिंग दिस हैपन। इसी प्रकार हमारी बहुत बड़ा रेवेन्यू जनरेट होता था बाय द लॉन्च ऑफ फॉरेन सैटेलाइट्स, क्योंकि यूरोप और अमेरिका वाले देखते थे कि हमारे स्टेशन छोटे हैं तो उनका बड़े स्टेशन, तो छोटे सैटेलाइट यहाँ से लॉन्च होते थे। उसमें से भी आज तक 433 फॉरेन सैटेलाइट्स, ये पहले भी हुआ करता, 433 में से जो कुल फॉरेन सैटेलाइट्स अभी तक हुए जब से इसरो स्थापित हुआ, उसमें से 398 यानी लगभग 90-95% मोदी सरकार के द्वारा हुए, और लगभग 292 मिलियन यूरोज और 172 मिलियन डॉलर अमेरिकन सैटेलाइट से और यूरोपियन सैटेलाइट से हमने आमदनी कमा करके सरकारी खजाने में जमा कराई। तो ये कहने का तात्पर्य है कि जब हम कहते हैं कि हमारे 10 ट्रिलियन होगा तो पहला सवाल कि कौन से सेक्टर होंगे? हाँ, वो सेक्टर जिनको पूरी तरह से न तराशा न तलाशा, और दूसरा कितनी भारी मात्रा में होंगे और किन स्ट्रैटेजीज के तहत होंगे, तो उसकी मैं थोड़ी सी संक्षेप में रूपरेखा देने का प्रयास कर रहा था।
बहुत अच्छे से आपने बताया। जैसे बात कर रहे थे हम जम्मू कश्मीर की, अब 370 के बाद चूंकि आप वहीं से आते हैं, देश की अर्थव्यवस्था में अगले 10 सालों में आपको क्या लगता है जम्मू कश्मीर का क्या बड़ा रोल होगा? क्या स्टार्टअप कोई वहाँ जाना चाहे, निवेश करना चाहे, उसके लिए कितनी आसानी है, और कैसे आम लोग भी वहाँ जाके अब ज़मीन खरीद सकते हैं, और टूरिज़्म को कैसे बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है? एक चीज़ साथ में और जोड़ देते हैं कि अब तस्वीरें आती वहाँ से, फिल्में लोग देखने जाते हैं, सिनेमा हॉल खोल दिए गए हैं, पहले तस्वीरें आती थी पत्थरबाजी की। तो कैसे ये सारा बदलाव, चूँकि आप शुरू से मोदी सरकार के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, और अब तक क्या क्या हुआ बताइए ज़रा।
नहीं, बहुत बढ़िया सवाल किया, और आपके जो पिछले विषय के साथ जुड़ता है ये कि भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था में और वहाँ विकसित भारत में क्या इसकी भूमिका रहेगी। तो जैसे मैं कह रहा था अपने आरंभिक वाक्य में कि वो क्षेत्र, वो सेक्टर जो पूरी तरह से एक्सप्लोर नहीं हुए, उनके द्वारा वैल्यू एडिशन होगी। बाकी बहुत सारे राज्य ऐसे हैं जो सैचुरेशन पॉइंट तक पहुँच गए, लेकिन ये जो हमारे हिमालयन राज्य हैं, जिसमें जम्मू कश्मीर भी है, अरुणाचल भी है, उत्तराखंड है, हिमाचल प्रदेश है, इनके जो आवार सोर्सेज हैं उनको कभी नहीं तलाशा गया, वो पहली बार होने लगा। अब उसका सबसे बड़ा नुमाया उदाहरण, जो कि आपने स्टार्टअप्स की बात की है, एक तो हमारे दिमाग में ये बात धर कर गई थी कि स्टार्टअप का मतलब केवल आईटी होता है, क्योंकि कॉन्सेप्ट बाहर से आया, बेंगलोर में लैंड हुआ, दैट वाज एन आईटी सिटी, हमने कहा आईटी होना चाहिए, पीएचडी होना चाहिए, कंप्यूटर वाला होना चाहिए। वो भ्रम भी जाता रहा इन्हीं हिमालयन राज्यों से, और जम्मू कश्मीर ने देश को एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट, एक नई कल्पना दी एग्री स्टार्टअप्स की, लेवेंडर स्टार्टअप्स की, और पर्पल रेवोल्यूशन, बैंगनी क्रांति, जिसका जिक्र देश भर में किया जा रहा है। मोदी जी ने मन की बात में बड़ी विस्तृत उसकी चर्चा की। पिछले बरस 2024 में गणतंत्र दिवस के अवसर पर कर्तव्य पथ पर उसकी झांकी भी रही। लगभग 3000 स्टार्टअप देखते ही देखते 2-3 साल में जुड़ चले हैं, और हमारे मंत्रालय ने 2018-19 में अरोमा मिशन प्रारंभ किया था। अब ये अरोमा मिशन से जो इकॉनमी जनरेट हो रही है, जो रोज़गार जनरेट हो रही है, ये वैल्यू एडिशन कर रही है, क्योंकि ये सेक्टर वहाँ नहीं, और ये सेक्टर सारा इन राज्यों में बसता है जो हिमालय की गोद में रहते हैं, तो ये इसकी रहेगी। दूसरा, टूरिज़्म, आपने ठीक कहा कि लंबा एक दौर चला आतंक का, जिससे 25-30 वर्ष, लेकिन उसमें एक बहुत संतोषजनक बात यह है कि मैं तब भी कहा करता था कुछ साल पहले भी कि जो आम व्यक्ति है, आम नागरिक है कश्मीर घाटी का, श्रीनगर के गली कूचों पे चलने वाला आम नागरिक, वो तब भी ये चाहता था कि अमन बहाल हो, लेकिन किन्हीं कारणों से वक्त लगा। उसमें राजनीतिक कारण भी होंगे। जब 370 का हटाना हुआ, जब निर्णायक नीति अपनाई गई मोदी सरकार द्वारा, तो उसमें परिस्थितियों में परिवर्तन आया, और वहाँ पर भी एहसास हुआ कि 3 पीढ़ियाँ परवान चढ़ गईं बच्चों की, और वो मिथ भी एक्सप्लोड हो गया, वो सो तथाकथित आज़ादी और इत्यादि इत्यादि। वहाँ लोगों को भी समझ आ गया कि यार ये तो हमें गुमराह करने के लिए किया जा रहा था। तो ये सारी बातों ने मिल करके एक नई फिज़ा वहाँ पर पैदा की, और ये कोई मामूली बात नहीं कि 2.5 करोड़ पर्यटक एक सीज़न में आए। और मैं एक दिन कहीं और महफिल में भी यही बात कह रहा था कि जब हम कहते हैं कि अब स्थिति सामान्य हुई है, तो मेरे कहने से यकीन ना किया जाए। आजकल को तो ज़माना ऐसा है कि यू हैव टू बी एविडेंस पे, आपके कहने से ना किया जाए, सरकार के कहने से ना किया जाए। हमारा सबसे बड़ा प्रमाण पत्र, टेस्टिमोनी है, वो टूरिस्ट। अगर कोई व्यक्ति ये फैसला करता है कि इस साल की छुट्टियां मनाने उसने अपने परिवार को लेकर के कहीं कश्मीर जाना है, कहीं भी जाना है, तो वो ना आपकी बात पे एतबार करेगा, ना मेरी बात पर, ना मीडिया की। वो फ़ोन लगाएगा अपने किसी कुलीग को, किसी साथी को, किसी विभाग का आप लगाएंगे, वहाँ जो आपके इकोनॉमिक टाइम्स से जुड़े हुए आपके प्रतिनिधि होंगे उनके साथ, कोई टाइम्स ग्रुप के लोगों से, भैया ऐसा है, मेरे बच्चों को लेकर आना है, महफूज है कि नहीं। मीडिया वाले तो कह रहे हैं, सरकार वाले तो कहते हैं, वो मीडिया सरकार वाले तो कहते ही रहते हैं, और मीडिया वाले भी आजकल सरकार की बात करते हैं, लेकिन तुम बताओ असल क्या है। फिर वो जब कहेगा, तो आप जब बच्चे लेकर पहुँचेंगे, तो वो मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ी टेस्टिमोनी है, और वो हो रहा है। क्योंकि पिछले बरस क्या हुआ कि होम टूरिज़्म भी एग्जॉस्ट हो गया। हालांकि कश्मीर में रिवायती तौर पर होम टूरिज़्म का कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं था, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में था, मेघालय में था, क्योंकि यहाँ पर दूसरे विकल्प है, हाउस बोट में रहना, झील के किनारे रहना, तो इस पहाड़ों में ट्रैकिंग करनी। लेकिन इतना अधिक संख्या में टूरिस्ट आया और 8, 10, 15 लगभग 30 वर्ष में कोई नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विकसित नहीं हो पाया था, नए होटल नहीं बन पाए थे। तो इतनी भारी संख्या में लोगों को अकोमोडेट करने के लिए लोगों ने अपने दरवाजे खोल दिए घरों के, और फिर भी एग्जॉस्ट। तो वही सबसे बड़ा प्रमाण पत्र है कि वहाँ पर स्थिति बहाल हुई है, अमन बहाल हुआ है, सिनेमा भी खुले हैं और निवेश भी होने लगा। मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि 25-30 बरस पीछे पिछड़ गया जम्मू कश्मीर, वरना श्रीनगर का शहर भी शायद आज हैदराबाद होता और जम्मू आज अमृतसर या जलंधर होता। तो ये एक दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण स्थिति रही और मुझे लग रहा है कि वहाँ के लोगों को भी इस बात का एहसास हुआ।
पीओके की तरफ से भी आता है कि भैया भारत ज़्यादा अच्छा कर रहा है, भारत का जो कश्मीर है वो अच्छा कश्मीर है। तो क्या अखंड भारत की जो बात होती है कई बार मांग उठती रही, क्या देखें पीओके भी कभी हमारे साथ जुड़ता हुआ?
नहीं, मैं एक्चुअली मेरी 11 साल में ये रही है खूबी कि मैं आउट ऑफ टर्न बोलता नहीं।
हम चाह रहे थे आप एक हेडलाइन दे देते।
लेकिन एक बात मैं कहूँगा विदाउट साउंडिंग आउट ऑफ टर्न कि सन 1994 में जो एक प्रस्ताव पारित किया गया था हमारी सदन में, तब सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की भी नहीं थी, कांग्रेस नरसिम्हा राव जी की थी। उसमें ये बड़ा स्पष्ट तरीके से अंकित किया गया है कि if at all there is an issue between India and Pakistan, it is that of how to retrieve back Pak-occupied Jammu Kashmir, which is an integral part of India। तो ये सदन का पारित किया प्रस्ताव है, उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी तब विपक्ष में थी और सर्वसम्मति से वो प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ था। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये तो स्टैंड एक सरकार का भी है, लोग जनता का भी है, सदन का भी है। और यदि वहाँ कोई सर्वे किया जाए वहाँ के लोगों का, वो तो मन ही मन चाहते ही हैं कि जो उस वहाँ की परिस्थितियाँ कि जो वो तुलना करते हैं कि कहाँ भारत में कहाँ तक हम पहुँच गए। और कभी कभी एक बहुत बड़ी विडंबना ये भी है कि जम्मू कश्मीर बंटवारे की वजह से इस तकसीम का शिकार नहीं हुआ। बंटवारा जब हुआ था तो रेड क्लिफ लाइन खींची थी, तो पंजाब और बंगाल सबसे ज़्यादा, और उत्तर भारत में ज़्यादातर पंजाब को उसका फ़र्क पड़ा। वो फिरोज़पुर से वो लाइन कट गई, जो अटॉर्नी रेड क्लिफ आए थे उन्होंने किया। जम्मू कश्मीर का वो किस्सा नहीं है, जम्मू कश्मीर तो था ही भारत का हिस्सा। ये तो आज़ादी के बाद हमला हुआ वहाँ से, और जब हमारी सेनाएं लगभग उसको रिट्रीव करने की कतार पर खड़ी थी, तो तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री नेहरू जी ने जाकर के आकाशवाणी से घोषणा कर दी कि यूनिलैटरल सीज फायर, मंत्रिमंडल से परामर्श भी नहीं किया, जिसके बारे में अभी तक विवाद बना हुआ है। तो इसलिए वो हमारा हिस्सा चला गया। तो इसलिए राजनीतिक तौर से भी और ऐतिहासिक तौर से भी एक बहुत बड़ा कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है पीओजे की।
चलिए बात करते हैं दोबारा से अर्थव्यवस्था की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का सपना है मेक इन इंडिया। आपके पास बहुत अहम मंत्रालय हैं, तो कैसे हम चीन का मुकाबला कर सकते हैं, जो बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां दुनिया में कहीं और ना जाके भारत में निवेश करें? क्या सोचते हैं डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह?
नहीं, मैं समझता हूँ कि चूँकि हम स्पेस की बात करें तो स्पेस भी अपने में उदाहरण है, आत्मनिर्भरता का भी है, इंडिजिनस भी है, मेक इन इंडिया भी है और विकसित भारत भी है। हमारा जो चंद्रयान है A to Z इंडिजिनस, नट बोल्ट से लेकर के उसके अंदर जो लोग जो काम करने वाले वो भी इंडिजिनस। साथ ही साथ आने वाले भारत की क्या तस्वीर होगी, ना केवल आर्थिक दृष्टि से, व्यापक तौर पर उसकी झलक भी वहीं मिलती है। उदाहरण के तौर पर हम बात करते हैं वुमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट की, विकसित भारत। वो वुमेन लेड पहले ही स्पेस के आप जाएंगे हमारे विभाग में आपको देखने को मिलेगी। हमारे चंद्रयान की जो सेकंड हेड थी वो महिला है, कल्पना एक नाम है उनका। हमारी जो आदित्य मिशन है, जो दुनिया का तीसरा था, जो सूरज के रहस्यों की खोज करने गया हुआ सोलर मिशन, अब एक चौथा भी आया, तो उसकी तो हेड ही महिला है, निजार। और कोई ऐसी प्रोजेक्ट टीम नहीं है जिसमें बड़ी भारी संख्या में महिलाओं का योगदान या महिलाओं की शमूलियत ना रही हो। और अगर आप बात करते हैं, और अभी भी जो हमारे जितने भी गए, अभी जो स्पेडेक्स हमारा लेटेस्ट गया जिसमें डॉकिंग और अनडॉकिंग होने वाली, जिसमें वो जुड़ता है और फिर अलग से हो जाता है, कभी किसी ने कल्पना नहीं की थी कि भारत में इस तरह की क्षमता आ सकती है। आज वो स्थिति है कि दूसरे देश हमसे पूछ रहे हैं, और ना सिर्फ हम आत्मनिर्भर हैं, इंडिजिनस हैं, बल्कि दूसरे हम पर निर्भर करने की इच्छा व्यक्त कर रहे हैं। उसके मैं दो आपको छोटे से उदाहरण देता हूँ। पिछली बार जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी डीसी गए थे, वॉशिंगटन डीसी, तो राष्ट्रपति बाइडन थे वहाँ पे, तब वहाँ से भी ये पेशकश आई थी कि अगली बार जब इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे जाया जाए तो भारत मूल का भी कोई व्यक्ति हो। और अब उसकी तैयारी हो गई है। हमारे ग्रुप कैप्टन शुक्ला उसके लिए प्रशिक्षित भी हैं और उनका लगभग नाम भी तय किया गया। इसी प्रकार अब की बार जब प्रधानमंत्री गए तो राष्ट्रपति ट्रम्प थे, तो वहाँ से ही बात आई कि नासा इसरो के साथ मिल करके एक एग्रीमेंट करेगा, बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण एग्रीमेंट फॉर अ वाइडर कोलैबोरेशन। तो यानी कहने का तात्पर्य ये कि हम ना केवल आत्मनिर्भर इस सेक्टर में बनते जा रहे हैं, बल्कि दूसरों को लग रहा है कि बहुत सारा उनकी निर्भरता भी हमारे माध्यम से हो सकती है। तो एक बहुत लंबी, बहुत बड़ी छलांग लगी है इस सेक्टर में, और आने वाले समय में एक बहुत ही पूरी तरह से एक क्रांतिकारी तस्वीर बदलेगी। एंड इंडिया विल लीड, इट विल नॉट फॉलो। और आपके जैसे कम्युनिकेशन में ही जैसे मैंने कहा कि ये जो हमारा इंफॉर्मेशन के माध्यम है या मीडिया के माध्यम है, उसमें हमारा योगदान इस कदर है कि एक ज़माने में यहाँ पर टेलीविज़न पहुँचने में 15 साल लग जाते थे। यानी अमेरिका में 1950 के दशक में था तो यहाँ तो आपके पास नया नया ट्रांजिस्टर आया था, और पहली बार आपने दिल्ली में चित्रहार देखा जाके 1970 में। अब ऐसा नहीं है। अब आपकी एंड ये दिस इज ऑल बीइंग कंट्रीब्यूटेड बाय स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी। हमारे इतने एफिशिएंट सर्विसेज हैं एंड टोटली डेवलप्ड विद इन द कंट्री। अब कुछ भी बाहर से कहीं कहीं इक्का दुक्का कोई इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स वगैरह आ रहे हैं, वो अलग बात है, जितने वहाँ भी जा रहे हैं, लेकिन ये नहीं है कि हम उन पर निर्भर हैं, हम पूरी तरह आत्मनिर्भर हैं।
तो आज डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह केंद्रीय मंत्री हमसे जुड़े और उन्होंने बताया कि भारत कैसे अगले 10 सालों में बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था दुनिया की बनेगी। जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका हम लोग अभिनंदन करते हैं।
मैं अंत में ये भी कह दूं कि जिस दिन जैसा उस दिन मैंने कहा था, तो वो कुछ कहीं बाहर वालों को पसंद भी आई बात कि अगर हम पूरी तरह से एक्सप्लॉयट करें ये जो 3-4 सेक्टर्स हैं, हमारा स्पेस, हमारा डीप सी, हमारे हिमालयाज, तो हो सकता है हमें 2047 का भी इंतजार ना करना पड़े।
जी, विकसित भारत जो मोदी जी का सपना है। चलिए जोरदार तालियां एक बार फिर से।
डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह, शुक्रिया, हम आपके बहुत आभारी हैं सर, और हम चाहते हैं कि आप हमारे साथ कुछ पल और जुड़े रहें। मुनीश, शुक्रिया, आप वापस ऑडियंस में लौट आ सकते हैं। रोहित चड्डा को मैं स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूंगी। आफ्टर ऑल इट इज द etnow.in Business Conclave and Awards, and we have the first set of awards to present, ladies and gentlemen. और उसके लिए मैं चाहूंगी डॉक्टर सिंह आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहें कुछ अवार्ड्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए हमारे लकी विनर्स को। All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the first set of awards. And the first award is in the category Excellence in Sustainable Mobility Power. And the winner is Greaves Electric Mobility, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause. They're an absolute pioneer, 16 years of experience in EV pioneering. They're a leader across last mile passenger and cargo electric 2 and 3 watt mobility. And the award is being received by Mr. Ghansham Bakra, who leads 3 watt sales for the company. It's a tremendous honor. It's a privilege, and to be recognized in front of your industry peers. Huge round of applause. Moving on, the award is for one of the fastest growing Indian brands in fire alarm and detection systems. And the winner is Gaurav Jain, CEO, No to Fire. If we could please have Gaurav Jain on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And No to Fire is an emerging brand revolutionizing the fire and safety domain with innovation, reliability, and excellence. Yes, let's please have the team kindly join us on stage in receiving the award. All right. Excellent. It's an honor and a moment to cherish. And etnow.in certainly recognizes all your contributions to the industry. With that, we move on. The next award title is Excellence in FinTech high-perform incentive and commission management software. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Act 21 Software Private Limited. If you could kindly please have them on stage. And Pankaj Gupta, who is the founder and the CEO of Act 21 Software Private Limited, is absolutely revolutionizing incentive and commission management with high performance. If we could please have them on stage. Thank you so much. Excellent. So please accept this award as our way of saluting you and all that you do for the industry. Thank you. And with that, we move on to our next award category, which is, ladies and gentlemen, Visionary Entrepreneur in Real Estate. Now, this is a very competitive category, but the winner has emerged as Relco Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sutish Kumar, CEO of Relco Private Limited. If I could kindly please have him on stage. It's because of his innovative approach and strategic vision that he's transformed the real estate landscape. Excellent. A very special moment. A celebration of your achievements and your accomplishments. With that, we move on to our next award category, which is Most Innovative Fusion Dish. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Plated Restaurant. That's right. They're a benchmark in innovation, seamlessly fusing flavors and cultures into extraordinary dishes that are captivating both the heart as well as the palate. So to receive this award, if I can please invite on stage Mr. Faisal B. Salim. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Plated Restaurant, Most Innovative Fusion Dish. What an honor. And we now move on to Most Innovative Solution for Farmers, Dairy. And the winner is CSI Computech India Private Limited. All right. So they're a leader, of course, in innovative IT solutions. They are absolutely transforming the dairy sector in India with a commitment to excellence, a commitment to innovation. CSI Computech is driving the future of dairy, ensuring seamless operations from farm to the table. All right, now we move on to Emerging Social Impact Leader. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Mustafa Mun, Director, Hertz Chemical Private Limited. If I could please have our winner on stage, because Hertz is, of course, a strong MSME which manufactures skincare and beauty products under the brand Pearlville and is growing under the leadership of Mr. Mustafa Mun. Congratulations, Mustafa, once again. All right. Most Trusted Tech-Enabled Construction Company, ladies and gentlemen, is next. And our winner is Brick & Bolt. And Brick & Bolt, let's please have the team on stage. They are, of course, India's #1 tech-enabled construction company, trusted by 7,000 plus happy homeowners, available across 10 cities and India. Ladies and gentlemen, Brick & Bolt, Most Trusted Tech-Enabled Construction Company. Huge round of applause for them, please. And with that, just a few more to go before we move on. All right, fastest growing mobile retail chain, ladies and gentlemen, is the next category. And the winner is Chandresh Bhai, Director of Phone Wale. If you could please have Chandresh Bhai on stage to accept this incredible honor, this special moment. Please soak it in. It is ETNow.in's way of recognizing you, saluting you, and your accomplishments and achievements. All right, we'll move on to excellence in sports retail. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Arun Malhotra, Managing Director of Brandman Retail Limited. They are the exclusive distributor of premium athleisure and lifestyle brands. And with their commitment to quality and innovation, they've redefined the sports landscape entirely, setting new benchmarks for the industry. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Brandman Retail, excellence in sports retail. All right, with that, we move on. Excellence in BDSL CCI Cybersecurity Framework for MSME. And the winner is Dr. Shekhar Pawar. Let's please have Mr. Pawar on stage. And he has a doctorate in cybersecurity from SSBM Geneva, Switzerland. A long list of accomplishments. Among them, he's the inventor of BDSL CCI Cybersecurity Framework specifically for MSMEs, which is helping MSMEs worldwide to adopt tailored business domains while reducing the cost to implementation of cybersecurity controls. Excellent. Let's please have the team on stage to accept the honor on Dr. Shekhar Pawar's behalf. Special moment. It's a competitive category, and cybersecurity is taking front and center stage, irrespective of sector, irrespective of age and stage of company, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very well-deserved award. And we move on to emerging fashion brand. That's a fun one. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Exhale Label. Let's have Exhale Label on stage. Yes, and the award goes to Palak Shah, who's the founder of Exhale Label. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this award recognizes her exceptional vision, her creativity, her dedication to redefining fashion with innovation, excellence, and a commitment to ethical practices. And the last award before we let Dr. Singh move on is Leading FMC of Delhi NCR. And the winner is Abante Integrated Facility Management. If we could please have our winner on stage and accept this prestigious award from Dr. Jitendra Singh and Mr. Rohit Chadda themselves. Leading FMC of Delhi NCR. An incredibly crowded and cluttered category, but our winner has emerged. Thank you to our winners. And Rohit, if I could ask that you please felicitate our special guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh, with a token of our appreciation, our heartfelt gratitude. Sir, your decision to be here and honor us with your presence leaves us deeply humbled. I believe another round of applause for Dr. Jitendra Singh, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Thank you once again. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. A very power-packed agenda lies ahead. But before we proceed with the next session, I simply want to mention that, events like this, of this scale and of this magnitude, do not come together without the support of our partners. So I want to take a moment to re-acknowledge our partners in this effort. And if I could do so, I'll start. It's a long list, but bear with me here. We are, of course, the ETNow.in Business Conclave and Awards 2025 is, of course, powered by Spacewood Office Solutions. Our silver partner is Deliberate. Our home loan partner is LIC HFL. Our communication partners, the two. One is One Excel Communication and the other Primex Media Services. Likewise, we have two state partners. The first, Invest Madhya Pradesh, and the second, Uttarakhand Shasan. And then outdoor partners as well. Heights Group and Sapphire Media. Our education partner is Lingayas Vidyapeeth. Our luxury car partner, and you see it right back there at the back of the hall, is an Audi. Our retail pharmacy partner is Dava India, and our gold partner are Hello Entrepreneurs. But as I mentioned earlier, this conclave, this forum, this award ceremony is really intended for you to celebrate all of your success stories. And that's very much what we intend to do here. There's a celebration and a thought leadership, and it all comes together to create, that ideal platform to create change. So with that, I'll just brief you as to what we have planned next. Now, when we talk about transformative workspaces, transformative workspaces are redefining the future of work because they're fostering innovation, collaboration, and adaptability. And as businesses, of course, continue to evolve, these agile and tech-driven environments are consistently shaping a more productive and more conducive employee-centric workplace. So with that, I'd like to take the day ahead and the agenda ahead by presenting you an insightful, power-packed panel discussion next on the topic, Transformative Workspaces, Crafting the Future of Work. And to moderate this next session, if I could please call back on stage Prashant Singh, editor with ETNow.in and ETNowSwadesh.in, and joining him, a highly distinguished panel of domain experts, which include Utsav Khandelwal, Director of Human Resources at Zimmer Biomet, Raman Bampra, Group Account Director, Work Dynamics JLL, Parul Seth, National Director, Business Development and Growth with Office Business Solution. So ladies and gentlemen, that's our power-packed lineup. Our stage is ready. The audience is ready. And I think we should do a deep dive into what promises to be an incredibly riveting discussion. So with that, Prashant, once again, the floor is yours. All right. Okay. All right. So we're going to, dive right into our next session. But I believe we're going to treat our audiences to a quick audio visual at the moment first. So sit tight. And if I could please have the AV. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look.
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना?
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते, हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट ऑफ कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've treated you to some audio visuals, some thought leadership sessions, and of course our first set of awards, and we thought it was an appropriate time to take a break for lunch. I understand that many of you have worked up an appetite, so we encourage you to meet one another and mingle over this networking lunch, and lunch is to be served outside on the lawns, so we'll reconvene shortly, and I'll see you then, at which time the etnow.in Business Conclave and Awards will continue. Thank you.
अंकल को क्या हो गया?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आ गया। अल्सर ज्यादा है। हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
+50 courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज़्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फ़ोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है, आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land wherein finite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers,
where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है, आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं। मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है, आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं। मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट ऑफ कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
+50 courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Linga's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं। मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है, आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है, आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं। If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको अगर पॉलिसी से आउट ऑफ कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements.
India is poised at the brink of great economic growth, striving to become a $5 trillion economy by 2030. This upward journey can only be taken with inclusive policies that incorporate strategy with AI-led processes for economic growth, technological upgradation, infrastructure development, social empowerment, and sustainability. Driving towards a Viksit Bharat will need us to make strides on healthcare, manufacturing while educating the youth to grow the human capital. ET Now, the #1 business news channel on TV, unravels the growth story, simplifying business and finances for every Indian, empowering them to rise with this growing economy. This market knowledge and expertise transcends to the digital platforms as well, making ET Now the most watched channel on YouTube. Taking this ethos forward, etnow.in presents the ET Now in Business Conclave and Awards 2025, a premier platform uniting policymakers and industry leaders to shape India's economic roadmap. The event will also honor game changers whose vision, resilience, and innovation are driving a brighter tomorrow. Join us in setting the stage for a self-reliant, developed economy with etnow.in and Rise with India.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ET Now Business Conclave and Awards 2025. We hope that you've had a productive lunch with industry peers, networking, exchanging ideas, and your future outlooks for the industries that we're touching on today. But as you know, the Conclave and the Awards is a celebration of both thought leadership and your own accomplishments in the context of the verticals you operate in. So we want to kick off this second half of the day right after lunch with distributing a few more of these highly coveted awards. And to do just that, if I could please call on stage, back again, the President and the Chief Operating Officer of Times Network, Rohit Chadda, to please join us in doing the honors. Thank you so much, sir. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our next set of winners. And the very first category that we're going to be presenting is Change Maker School, ladies and gentlemen. And the award for Change Maker School goes to Manan Choksi. Do we have a Manan Choksi with us in the audience? Let's kindly please have Manan on stage to claim this highly prestigious honor. All right. Okay. Looking for Manan or a colleague perhaps, someone from Manan's team to join us in accepting the honor. All right, in that case, we'll move on. All right, and the next category is Emerging AI Startup of the Year. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Rahul Bajaj and Kshitij Ruhel, co-founders of Digital Darwin. Can I please have them both on stage? Congratulations. Now, Digital Darwin is at the forefront of AI-driven innovation. It's transforming sports and healthcare through proprietary computer vision, generative AI, and integrated analytics. It's designed to be affordable and made-for-India solution, and it empowers organizations with personalized insights and performance optimization. Already, over 3,000 athletes are preparing to represent India on the global stage with its support. So it's a huge accomplishment, a lot to be proud of. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And with that, we move on to another very exciting, very coveted category, and that is Emerging Startup of the Year. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Bynes Consulting. Could we have the team on stage? Bynes Consulting is redefining the offshoring strategy for financial service companies and strengthening India further as the key global capability center for foreign firms. Bynes, with its unique bot model and data-driven insights, transparency of cost and operations and risk sharing, is empowering businesses to drive sustainable growth. And with a commitment to excellence and precision, Bynes is helping global companies leverage the India model and its talent and extending the Make in India model to serve from India. Congratulations. Congratulations to our winners. And Rohit, thanks so much for helping us do the honors once again. Excellent. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Rohit. Now, before we essentially took a break for lunch, there was a session that we teased at, which we're going to revisit now, and that is transformative workspaces. Because as I alluded to a short while ago, transformative workspaces are redefining the future of work by fostering innovation, collaboration, and adaptability. So as businesses continue to evolve, as they continue to mature in agile and tech-driven environments, what we're seeing is a more productive, inclusive, and employee-centric workplace. So with that, let's take the second half of the day ahead and kick it off with an insightful, power-packed panel discussion lined up for you on this very topic, transformative workspaces, crafting the future of work. And to moderate the discussion, if I could please call back on stage Prashant Singh, editor of etnow.in on etnowswadesh.in. Please, Prashant, kindly do join us in spearheading what promises to be another spirited debate. And joining him are our panelists, of course, Utsav Khandelwal, Director of Human Resources with Zimmer Biomed. All right. And then Raman Bontra, Group Account Director with Work Dynamics, JLL. And Parul Seth, National Director of Business Development and Growth, Office Business Solution. So now we have a full panel, and they come from diverse backgrounds and surely will have unique perspectives to share. All right. And with that, Prashant, the floor is yours. Please take it over.
Thank you. So very warm welcome to everyone, all the guests and audience here. I know this session is post-lunch, so everybody is feeling a bit sleepy, but we need to wake up. We are going to discuss a very important aspect of our workplace, which is transformative workspaces, crafting the future of work. So whenever we talk about workspaces, we have seen that it has undergone transformation, especially in the past few years, especially with respect to COVID. So I want to understand. Just hold it for a moment, yeah. Sorry guys, there was some communication glitch. So we are discussing that pre-COVID and post-COVID. So I want to understand from you guys, what are your learnings and what are your experiences so far when we see pre-COVID era and post-COVID, especially first wave and the second wave, how workspaces have undergone a transformation with respect to well-being and employee management and workspace management.
So, first and foremost, thank you for having me here. I represent a real estate firm. We are amongst the largest real estate firms in the globe. Now, very pertinent question to where we are today, right? And it's easily definable by a pre-COVID and a post-COVID era. But I'll come back to certain recent developments, and when I say recent, I think it's just about a couple of years, over the last couple of years. To me, and I'll give you a couple of examples, I think there are trends that are now shaping workplaces, and there are trends that are basically saying workplaces need to evolve in a certain way. What are those trends? Employee health and well-being is at the topmost. You have employee experience, for example, which firms are very, very careful about. You have this whole concept of hybrid working, right? And if you look at data points, the data points pre-COVID and post-COVID are very, very different in terms of people trying to work hybrid. You had this whole concept of return to office and the fact that there were many firms who said that the office space is dead. And they've now kind of bounced back looking for better office spaces. The other trend that's really impacting workplace evolution is the focus around sustainability. And while I can say that sustainability is a very, very big word, it's an umbrella word for a lot of activities that happen. You know, in the earlier panel discussions, a lot of panelists alluded to the focus on the MSME sector, etc. And that's true for us as well, in terms of how do we evolve our workplaces to ensure that we are focusing on the MSMEs to make sure that everything remains within the ecosystem and within the, let's say, the India ecosystem from that perspective, right? But I'll kind of, before I pass it on, and I'm sure Utsav and Parul will have their views as well, to me, it's about collaboration, and that's the biggest evolution. And I can give you our own example. We opened our own brand new office about a couple of years ago. And experience is very different for all of us sitting in this room. It's very intangible, right? So how do we tangibilize it? And my answer is very simple. My answer is the office space should be so exciting that it pulls you to the office on a daily basis, right?
Very valid point.
Before I pass it on to...
So I would say, I think, since the question is pertaining to COVID specifically, in my view, we can attribute digital transformation for most companies to COVID, where CIOs and CTOs were struggling at a point of time and COVID made it happen. And thanks to technology now that most companies, hybrid workplace has become an essential norm of any modern workplace globally. And I think most progressive organizations are successfully adopting to this new work arrangement through effective usage of technology to offer support and to support well-being of the employees and also maintain operational efficiency. As an employee, and this is a win-win for both employee and employer. As an employee, I'm sure we all are aware about different benefits that a hybrid work arrangement has to offer. But if I talk as an employer, I think it has certainly expanded my talent pool because hybrid also means identifying certain roles which can be done remotely, which doesn't need to be coming and sitting in the office on a regular basis. And that means now the entire country becomes my canvas, to attract talent, to hire talent. It has also helped us bring back a lot of gender diverse talent to the workforce, which otherwise, due to lack of flexibility, had taken a break, taken a sabbatical, but are now re-entering the workforce. So more options for me to choose from. Geographical barrier is no more a limitation. Second, it is also helping us retain talent in a better way because now I can provide more expanded roles to the team members, to the employees, which earlier, before COVID, was somewhere a limitation because of either cost as a reason, cost of relocation, or geographical immobility, which now, I have examples in my company where employees are sitting in India and doing a regional assignment supporting Asia Pacific or part of global teams. And it is helping us expand their roles and better employee retention. Thirdly, I would say it has improved the productivity significantly. If I compare pre-COVID, before 2020 and now, productivity has gone up significantly. And employees also do not look at a job as a typical 9 to 6 assignment. Reason the organizations are also focusing more on the output rather than the hours someone is clocking in. So overall, I think the trend has completely shifted towards hybrid and flexi environment. And in fact, not a trend, I would say rather it's a strategic shift, by defining the right policies, effective utilization of technology. I think this is a trend which will continue.
Pardon?
Thank you.
First of all, to begin with, I must address that whenever we go through expressways or we see big buildings, the name of the spelling of your company is very interesting. AWFIS, office. I used to figure out what it is, then I later recognized that this is the space we are getting. So what kind of requirements, client requirements, you have experienced, a big change you have experienced post-COVID?
So certainly there has been a big shift because pre-2020, only 6% of the employee force were working remotely full-time. And moving today, hybrid culture is the norm. So I believe it gives a lot of comfort earlier when this trend has started, and I think both the employers as well as the employees, there was a bit of resentment that whether this kind of a culture would continue or not. But I think over a period of time, it enhances the productivity of employees. In terms of real estate, I've worked in two diverse industries, which is banking and real estate. But in real estate, even the employers and real estate heads, there is a whole shift in how they are looking at their offices as. More and more people need flexibility. More and more companies are moving to hub and spoke model, where they want to create offices which is closer to where the employees are centered. I think this is a great comfort, and it brings a great, culture in the organizations.
Okay. So there's a little surprise element here. Parul will be joining me in moderation also. So Parul, over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. But good start. I think you've started the whole session as a suspense, I would say. But yeah, great. I think today's topic is more interactive rather than just one-sided. If I talk about workspaces, as the workplace continues to evolve, organizations are reimagining how and where we work to foster productivity, collaboration, and well-being. Transformating workspaces, crafting the future of work, explores the key shifts shaping modern work environments from hybrid model and purpose-driven cultures to the integration of AI and sustainable workplace design. This discussion today will delve into building flexible ecosystems, prioritizing employee well-being, and redefining office spaces to meet the needs of a multi-generational and diverse workforce. Join us as we uncover how businesses are adapting to these dynamic changes and shaping the future of work. Now, to introduce our panelists more closely, I would like to introduce Mr. Utsav Khandelwal, Director and Head HR India at Zimmer Biomet. He is a true game changer in the HR world. Utsav Khandelwal, Director and Head HR India at Zimmer Biomet, with more than 2 decades of experience in business transformation, organizational redesign, and talent strategy, he has successfully led high-impact initiatives that have reshaped workspaces and driven remarkable business outcomes. Welcome to the panel, Utsav. Our second guest, Mr. Raman Banotra, Group Account Director of JLL India, is a Master of Business Transformation. Raman Banotra, Group Account Director, JLL India, with more than 2 decades of leadership experience across sales, strategy, and operations. He has proven knack for nailing businesses, driving turnarounds, and navigating diverse industries across India and Middle East. Welcome to the panel, Raman. Well, this is a power-packed room, I must say, and I'm quite excited and privileged to moderate such a power-packed panel. Did we know that before 2020, about only 6% of employees worked remotely? And fast forward today, and hybrid work is a norm. So my question is quite related what we've asked, how we began this session. My question is to you, Raman. What do you think? Is this a permanent shift, or do you think this is another phase of workplace transformation?
This is a very interesting question, because it really depends on which side of the table you're sitting on, right? And to be honest, what kind of industry are you in? But is it a permanent shift? In all possibilities, yes. And let me give you an example. If you look at data today, what's the average return to office? How many people are coming to office on a daily basis? On an average, the India trend is about 3.2 days a week. So very safely to say it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, a bit on Monday or a bit on Friday, really depends where you are. But if you kind of break it and kind of double click the Excel like you say, manufacturing has to be 100%, right? It has to be 5 or 6 days a week, depending on the kind of manufacturing work that you do. Big Indian conglomerates, in all possibilities, about 4.5 to 5 days a week again. And certain multinationals who are either on the brink or have chosen to either work from home or be completely remote or be a mix on hybrid, the trend is close to about 3 days a week. So that gives your answer, saying about 3.2 days a week you need to be in the office. Now having said that, if you look at a pre-COVID era, if you had 100 employees, for example, you essentially had 70% in the office. 10% were traveling, 10% were on leave, and 5 to 7%, like you said, was essentially working from home. Has that trend changed? I think the focus to the matrix have changed, right? We never looked at it pre-COVID, but we are looking at it post-COVID. But one thing that's definitely changed is that workplaces are now continuously evolve, and they keep on evolving. I think it's a race between how is my workplace better than somebody else's, for example. I use the example of experience, but in my opinion, the most important aspect that businesses now are looking at is the human touch and therefore a lot of collaboration. So for example, if I reach office at 8:30, I want somebody to have coffee with me, which may not have been the case pre-COVID potentially. But if I'm working from home, how much do I look at my laptop and how much times do I look at my laptop? So again, Parul, just going back, I think it's a mix of what you said. It is going to be permanent, but is it going to keep on changing? The answer is yes. The space that you work in, you know, the co-working or the managed office spaces, they've evolved from being co-working to managed offices in the space of what, 4 years, possibly. They were treated as a major disruptor, but I think between at least us and you know, between us as real estate partners, there's space for everyone, right? So the pie continues to grow. So yes, I think there's a major shift to it. It is permanent. How it evolves, I think, is a question of where you are based and the kind of industry that you are in. Sorry, long answer to a short question. Yeah.
Thank you. I think how it evolves is still a question, and we are ready there to look after it. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Utsav?
Well, I would say I think this is certainly a permanent shift, but difficult to say that one size fit all, because every organization is at a different growth stage, evolution journey. A requirement for a new age tech startup or a technology company would be completely different from an established traditional manufacturing setup organization. But overall, if I say, I think certainly the good part is that leaders do not carry the same orthodoxy now, which that was there in before COVID, that to ensure productivity, to ensure the work gets done, you have to be in the office of 5 to 6 days a week. That orthodoxy is no longer there in the minds of leaders. And I think companies are progressing, things are evolving, the demographics have changed completely. And I think flexibility and hybrid will continue for good. It may evolve further because of the technological advancement, but I think it's a permanent shift.
Okay, it's a wait and watch story, I would say. So study shows that companies with strong well-being programs see 23% increase in productivity. But here is a catch. What works for one employee may not work for another. So this question is to you, Mr. Utsav. With such a diverse workforce, how can organizations ensure well-being initiatives truly make an impact? And since you are from the HR fraternity, you have a best answer to it.
So not sure if it's a best answer, but I can certainly talk about well-being and how it is becoming a priority aspect in today's setup, especially of a flexi and hybrid nature of work. If you look at the generation, the demographics have changed. The workforce has a mix of Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Zs. With someone who is under 30 will have a completely different needs than someone who has kids in their teens or aging parents. And hence well-being becomes a very integral part of it. And a holistic well-being program, I think, has to capture 4 quadrants of well-being. Physical and emotional, of course, is very common and every company talks about it. But besides that, it has to talk about financial well-being and social well-being. And social is very important. When we work in a hybrid setup, work from home, who do we talk to on a daily basis besides the laptop screens? And hence, there are chances of lack of discipline, burnout, stress. Hence, social well-being is a very important aspect. I can talk about one example in Zimmer Biomet. We have a program called ZB Well, which focuses on holistic well-being approach, providing mental well-being support. And we do something called a 100-day wellness challenge. Now, 100-day wellness challenge is a different game altogether. It's not like a step count or a stepathon challenge. Each day has a unique challenge, attached to these 4 quadrants of well-being. And team members earn points by completing a challenge, and not just by completing a challenge, they tag another team member, another employee on our internal Viva community, and if that person also completes the challenge, they earn more points. Idea was to make it, increase the adoption of such initiatives. Why should organizations work on these initiatives? Not just to have fun, but ultimately to inculcate right healthy habits, right? We all know going to gym is important, walking every day is important, staying fit is important, but how many of us actually do it? Smoking is injurious to health, but actually it is difficult to quit smoking. And that's the reason as an organization, I think we focus towards inculcating these healthy habits over a period of time. And these gamified challenges like a 100-day contest help us making it more sustainable, making it gamified, making it fun and engaging. Besides that, I would say we as an organization needs to provide the required support to team members and create a culture of belongingness. Again, very important, especially in a hybrid setup. especially with the Gen Zs and new team members joining in, they feel less connected. And hence, there's an immense focus on creating the sense of belongingness towards it, and creating the right policies, practices, creating a culture where employees feel cared for and supported is important. And the tone gets set at the top by the leaders. If leaders talk about well-being but end up sending a late Saturday evening email with an urgent deliverable followed by a WhatsApp message to respond immediately, we can't talk about well-being. You know, there are signs of team members will ultimately get into stress, burnout. Those situations will happen. And hence, culture is very important, you know, in creating that well-being setup. Along with that, I would say lastly, managers needs to be equipped with the right tools and information to look at early sign of burnout so that they can also provide the required support at the right time. So yeah, overall I think that's from a well-being perspective.
It's good to know there are people like you in the fraternity who's thinking like that. So work together and grow together is the mantra. Great office designs isn't about looks. It can boost productivity and well-being. My question is to you, Raman. What are companies prioritizing these days to make workspaces better?
You see, you'll see a lot of commonalities between, let's say, what Utsav just mentioned and what all of us are talking about, but it goes back to, what our objectives are, right? And at this point in time, common objectives or common themes that are really emerging, apart from, I think we discussed employee health and well-being, we discussed employee experience, is also digitization and technology, is also a lot of focus around sustainability, is also a lot of focus around, are we really working out of a A-class building or A-plus grade infrastructure, right? See what's happening in a city like Hyderabad, for example, and we were discussing it, absolutely brilliant A-class infrastructure. You have new buildings opening up on Udyog Vihar side of Gurgaon, which essentially means that you are now moving from the earlier A-class structures which have now downgraded because of aging of the building, but getting in new structures to replace them. And that's what employees are also demanding. That's what pushes employees back to the office. That's what helps getting the whole, the productivity cycle up. It plays a very important part in what Utsav just mentioned about, employee well-being, etc. And the very fact that a lot of us or a lot of employers are now realizing the importance of collaboration. And again, I'm just going back to the point, pre-COVID everything existed, it's just that we didn't look at it. Priorities were different. Post-COVID, priorities are very, very different. We possibly may be doing the same thing in a very different way, in a very, in a better way, to kind of make sure that these things go on track. The most important thing I think we also need to look at is how is this space innovating? Is it only about office spaces, or is it what you give in those office spaces, or how do you position it with your employees? Because eventually for any organization at the end of the day, for any organization at the end of the day, it's all about talent, correct? How do you retain that talent that you've worked very hard to recruit, to train, and then to deliver? So it really goes back to how do you want to basically treat your talent, to what your objectives are, and how do you marry both of them. And the third, in my view, the most important thing is it has to be collaborative even within the leadership, right? So HR needs to talk to real estate needs to talk to business. The CXOs and CFOs need to sit down on the same table and decide what the next steps are, because outside of payroll, real estate is the second biggest expense that possibly any firm would have. So yeah, I think it needs that attention which it's getting now. So I can safely say from my perspective, again, I think it's a maturing trend. How long will it take? I don't know. But is it moving fast? The answer is yes.
No, thank you. So on that note, Raman, would you like to add few trends that are evolving with this current workplace spaces? If there are any couple of trends that you want to highlight on these lines?
See, purely from I'd like to look at it from a real estate perspective. I did speak about innovation, right? And I think it's our duty to get to everyone. What are those innovations happening in the market? Can I today optimize with impact? Pre-COVID, the discussion was cost. post-COVID, the discussion is now evolving to optimizing it. And it's not necessary cost, but what is the value that you get if you were to, let's say, spend an X amount of money. The second clear trend that's really emerging outside of this is what we term it as responsible procurement, right? Or let's say sustainable procurement, or let's say diverse procurement, because I think these are actions that really impact not only us, but the people who work for us, but also the surroundings. Because it's very easy, right? You open up a new space, it also gives you, extra employment to a lot of people in and around. You will have taxi walas, you will have, your small shops opening up, you will have those thelas opening up selling F&B. So how does that even impact them? How are you procuring your items, for example? Is it necessary to look at what MSMEs are doing, for example, and get that stuff? So that's one very big thing that's coming up. All of it under the umbrella of ESG or sustainability from that perspective. The fourth trend is around technology. And in my view, there's a bunch of technology available today, right, from a real estate perspective. It could be occupancy planning, it could be seat planning, it could be cafeteria seating, it could be your collaborative spaces in terms of what do you do with a WebEx or a Team or a Zoom, or how do you kind of get people connected, etc. But it's also very important for us to realize what is the technology that is going to help us and possibly not help somebody else, or what is somebody else doing that we may cut, paste and customize it to our workplace, right? So I think and the last piece which is really coming out is clients have also now started looking at what are the different options and different models available. I think people have now started realizing from an outsourcing perspective, because I look after the facility management business, which is essentially an outsourcing business, is the fact that can we now move away from our non-core activities and give it to somebody whose main job is to outsource. And similarly, organizations are saying, we will stick to what our core is, right? So whether it's Utsav's biotechnology, they're sticking to their core on developing solutions that impact lives, but we handle the stuff for them, right? Something like that. So that's a new trend that's emerging up, and new sectors are opening up. So you've got to look at it, from an infra point of view. What are those new sectors coming up, and therefore how do you evolve in those sectors, which then goes back to the point in how are we maturing as an industry.
I agree. Mr. Utsav, what are your thoughts on this, since you come from a HR background and you handle a very key industry, which is the medical industry, and your company is on the robotic manufacturing field?
Well, I would say, I think first is, of course, as I said, the flexi and hybrid, that's the biggest trend which is happening. And if we talk about, we are always on the move, always on the go. There is a blurring line between, a personal life and a work life, professional life. In fact, for most of us, it is intertwined, right? And hence, this flexi setup is the biggest trend. There are companies which still want people to come to office every day. They do not offer flexi, but with the new Gen Zs coming into workflows, I think this is going to be the reality for practically everyone. To stay competitive, to stay relevant, I think companies have to adapt to the change. Secondly, I would say again prioritizing the well-being aspect of it, because one is, of course, burnout, but more than that, I think collaboration somewhere takes a hit. Teams start working in their own silos, and hence because of that, we do not. And employees also realize that I am still productive while working from home. Why do I need to come to office? So organizations have to work differently to attract people coming back to office, bringing them back to office. And going by what Raman just mentioned, we are working on redesigning our office space. When COVID happened in 2020, we gave up our office space, in Cyber City, and it was a huge reduction in my real estate and office administration cost. But now, when we look at team collaboration, bonding, belongingness, somewhere I think we need a better infrastructure, maybe a higher upgraded, attractive workplace where employees feel like going to office, every day. Though we will continue with the flexible approach, but certain days are required for, that team connection, collaboration, ideation, and hence that requirement is completely changing for an office space perspective. And lastly, since we're talking about future, of course, how can we not talk about AI and automation? So I think that is evolving. It's not even future, it's a present reality now. And I think the trend is shifting towards offering hyper-personalized experience, employee experience to team members through AI-based, recommendation, tailoring, learning journeys, and curated career path for employees. And of course, AI will keep evolving and simplifying our decision making, ease of decision making, and automating some of the repeated work. But ultimately, it's a hyper employee-centric and personalized approach that we see emerging.
Thank you so much. And since you've just touched about artificial intelligence, I think this as a word often resonates amongst us. And I would like to know your thoughts on this, Raman. What do you think about artificial intelligence in workplace transformation?
I think you're right, Parul. A lot of people are speaking about AI. It is impacting us in more ways than one. And I think the key to AI essentially is what goes in comes out, right? So, I mean, if you look at it purely from a real estate perspective, the way we are looking at AI is, helping clients with lease administration, because that's a lot of paperwork, correct? And in our industry, there is a bunch of paperwork required given government norms and compliances, etc. How can AI play a role in that? Secondly, how are we evolving on certain options like help desks or the earlier mails or calling somebody saying, listen, can you help? Can AI take over that function? Third and most important, and I'll give you our own example, we tied up with ChatGPT and launched what is called as JLL-GPT, which gives a lot of answers to the questions we potentially don't know, right? It is, again, I think early stages from a AI adoption is fairly early in terms of stage from a real estate perspective. That trend will catch up, and how it evolves is going to be very interesting.
Thank you so much, and I think it's quite an interactive session, and we can go on and on about it. One question, which comes out of curiosity, Utsav, since you're in the HR, do you always face challenges when you come and people ask you when you're hiring people that whether your workplace is hybrid or not? I'm sure.
No, that certainly, yes, is a big question which comes through every candidate practically. And as I said, I think in my previous responses, that is certainly helping us as an organization to attract right talent. What we have done is, we have actually categorized all roles into three categories, A, B, and C, where A stands for, fully on-site role. They have to go to office. B is partially remote, occasionally required to go to office as and when required. And C is fully remote. That means that role can be done from anywhere in the world. And we don't in fact call it a work from home policy, we call it virtual workplace policy, which means as long as you have a strong internet connectivity, you have no disturbance, your PIN code is serviceable, you can work from anywhere. And that is actually helping me attract the right talent. A lot of team members who were earlier working out of Gurgaon, because we are based out of Gurgaon, have moved to their hometowns working from those locations. And that has significantly improved my employee retention, especially in enabling functions, support functions. Certain roles, yes, like manufacturing, logistics and distribution, quality assurance sometimes have to be in the office. But otherwise, I think in general, majority of the role lies towards hybrid site, category B and C. And yes, it's a prevalent question, but I think it is helping us becoming an employer of choice, because we are one of the only medtech companies which are aggressively still do not have any plans to resume back, office.
Thank you so much. So on that note, Utsav and Raman, thank you so much once again for taking time and sharing your experience and insights with us today. Today's discussion made one thing very, very clear, that workplace is more than just brick and mortar. It is an experience. As we navigate this exciting evolution, one thing is certain, adaptability, innovation, and people's first strategies will shape the future of work. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being such a great audience, and we look forward to sign it out.
Parul, you moderated very well, but I have a question for all of you.
Absolutely.
Since you guys are from the industry only, what's your personal favorite? Work from home, hybrid, work from anywhere, remote, or what? What's your personal favorite and why?
You want to go first? My personal favorite is work from office. Work from the office. And I think...
And the reasoning is?
Everybody has their own reasons, but I like to be in the thick of things. The industry I belong to, like I said, is outsourcing. And if 95% of my teams are at client offices, I don't think it's right for us to be working from home, right?
And find ground report work from home.
Exactly. So I think we need to be on the ground, and I think the best way into that is either be in your office or in the client office, right? So that's my personal favorite is that, yes.
What's yours?
Well, it's a tricky for HR to answer because whatever, becomes a narrative sometimes, but I
But
personally...
you are also an employee.
Correct, precisely. So personally, I would prefer to work from home. I'm working from home practically for the last 5 years. Though I personally prefer to go to office once a week. There's no mandate from an organization perspective. And the reason being I get to spend a lot of time with my kids. In fact, more than my wife. She has to travel. Her company has not mandated it, but I'm working from home. And my kids are at certain age where I'm probably learning more from them than they are learning from me. They are Gen Alpha. And they'll be entering the workforce in a couple of years. So I think I enjoy working from home.
Parul, your favorite is?
So my personal favorite is work from office, because what I personally feel is human touch is very important. And I think when we go collaborate, meet diverse group of people, there is, a lot to learn. Like when I come back from office every time, whether there's my team or my, people, my peers, I'm learning every day. So I think that really enhances the overall productivity of employees. And when we meet up, we grow together. It's personally, I feel.
So even in this panel, 66% vote goes to work from office, right?
I'm glad. That's why we are there as office-based solutions.
It helps us make our money, I guess, yeah.
Thank you to all the panelists.
Thank
Wonderful
you.
session. Thanks a lot. Thanks to the audience as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. And Prashant, I ask that you please present each of our panelists with the token of our appreciation, a small memento as our symbol of gratitude, a very relatable discussion there, which we all have diverse opinions on, but the tangible takeaways is essentially kind of the common denominator here. All right. Let's please have our mementos on stage. Prashant, if you could do us the honors in presenting Utsav, Raman and Parul, all with the token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the very decorated heroes that are defining the workplace of the future. They deserve a round of applause, please. All right, and there we have it. Prashant, Utsav, Raman and Parul, thank you once again. Now we're going to take you from the office to the classroom. That's right. So higher education is the absolute cornerstone of Viksit Bharat 2047, because it involves equipping the youth with knowledge, skills, and the innovation that is required to drive economic growth, to drive social progress, and global leadership ultimately. It's by education that you foster research, inclusivity, and industry collaboration. It paves the way for a self-reliant and a future-ready India. But to shed more light on this very subject, we're joined by a highly distinguished domain expert. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Dr. Shashank Shah, who's the Director, Senior Specialist at Viksit Bharat Planning Niti Aayog, who's going to enlighten us on some of the finer nuances of the role of higher education in creating that Viksit Bharat that we all dream of. So ladies and gentlemen, if I could please have Dr. Shashank Shah take the stage. Thank you so much, sir. We'll keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen, before I hand it over to Dr. Shah. Thank you, Doctor. The floor is yours.
A very warm good afternoon to all of you. I'm indeed thankful to ET Now and the Times Network for inviting me to address all of you here on this very important theme of the role of higher education in achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat has been often quantitatively defined as becoming a $30 trillion economy by 2047, the year in which we celebrate 100 years of our independence. And hence, it's important to underscore something which the Honorable Finance Minister mentioned in her budget. She quoted the Telugu poet Gurjada Appa Rao and said, Deshamante matti kaadu, Deshamante manushuloy, which means that a nation is not just its land, a nation is its people. I know I'm talking to a business audience, a management audience, a corporate audience, and hence here's the pitch for you. Of the 6 M's of management, money, machine, minutes, materials, and methods, it is M, the 6th M, men or human beings, which are most important, because it is they who give value to the other 5. And to nurture these human beings is the very core requirement to achieve the vision of Viksit Bharat. People in a Viksit Bharat, or to achieve Viksit Bharat, will be our core assets. And it is very important, hence, that the role of education, especially higher education, be understood in achieving this vision, in proceeding in this journey that we are also very excited about. But this is an enormous task. To create top quality, world-ready human capital is indeed an onerous task. And hence, let me present before you several nuances which academia and industry will need to work together in order to reach where we collectively wish to reach as a nation. First of all, let me highlight the enormity of our demography. 50% of India's population is below the age of 25 years. That means we have 70 crore people below the age of 25, which is the population of continental Europe. Of these, about 15 crore are between the age of 18 to 23, which is typically the age of higher education as is often defined. And the remaining 15 to 20 odd crores will be entering the portals of higher education's ecosystem in the next 20 years. As per UNESCO, this will be the largest number of students going through higher education in India ever since records began. That's the kind of scale we are looking at with respect to higher education. I would also like to highlight the fact that we are enjoying a demographic dividend. 68% of our population, 100 crore people, are going to be in the working age group for the next quarter century. This is larger than Africa, this is larger than China, this is larger than South America. That's the kind of human power India will enjoy consistently for the next quarter century. And hence, to equip this population, as I said, of the size of continental Europe, and to make them able and noble to achieve the vision of Viksit Bharat, higher education and higher education institutions will have to play a very important role. And in this context, let me mention that the National Education Policy 2020, which was released in 2020, about 5 years back, identified 3 core pillars on which this 25-year-long journey will be traversed: access, quality, and future readiness. Let me throw light on each of these so that you understand how each of these will feed into the larger picture, and also what role corporations, industry, the private sector can play in order to empower higher education, because higher education ecosystem is providing the resources which are going to eventually be absorbed by the corporate houses. And hence, it is very important that a role is played by the industry, by the private sector in creating such top-class talent. Let me begin with the first point on access. I think the very first aspect of access is expansion. Our gross enrollment ratio in higher education is about 28%. And this is expected to rise to 50% by 2035. That means we would be nearly doubling the number of students in higher education from about 4.3 crores to over 8 crores in just about a decade. That means 4 crore new students will be entering the higher education ecosystem, and hence expansion is a very vital priority of higher education in the next 2 to 3 decades. Let me share with you that we've done phenomenally well in the last 75 years. From just 20 universities in 1950, we've now expanded to 1,200 universities. And from 2 lakh students in 1950, we have now expanded to 4.3 crore students. That's almost a 225 times growth of students in 75 years. In the last 10 years alone, we had 1 university and 2 colleges establishing base in India every week. And it is heartening to note that our gender parity index is 1.01, which means that there are more women than men studying in India's higher education ecosystem. Interestingly, the number of women in STEM education has gone up 3 times, from 14% to 47% in just 10 years. So we've done exceedingly well on the expansion side, but a lot more needs to be done, as by 2035, we will have over 8 crore students in higher education, which is equal to the population of Germany. And that will also make India the largest higher education ecosystem in the world. So all hands on the deck strategy is required for this expansion. Second, inclusion. Very vital part of access is inclusion. Even today, education, including higher education, is a public and a social good in India. While an annual higher education fee in the US is about $30,000, in India, even among some of the best institutions, it costs 1/10, $3,000, which means that most of the students coming out of such institutions are able to repay their higher education fees within the first couple of years. We must contrast this with the kind of debt that is visible in the US. $1.77 trillion in student and higher education debt in the US in 2023. And hence, we repeatedly underscore that access through inclusion is a very, very vital part of this journey. I must bring to your notice the role that state public universities have played in this regard. State public universities account for about 80% of the total students in higher education in India. There are about 500 of them. Their primary focus has been ensuring access in the hinterland. And in a report that was released on 10th of February, we have provided a roadmap at NITI on how they should now traverse the journey from access to quality, to excellence, and what will be required in order to move forward in this journey. The third subpart of access is online or digital education. And I think I must highlight the fact here that the information and communication technology explosion that India has witnessed in the last 12 to 15 years has played a very important role in making online and digital education possible. We all witnessed this during COVID, when despite one of the strictest of lockdowns, education, both school and higher, continued to a large extent. Let me highlight before you that in the last 12 odd years, the number of internet users in India has increased 10 times to 93 crores. And the number of smartphone users has increased 25 times to almost the same number. And we have among the cheapest data rates in the world, about ₹7 per GB. All of this make online education a very wonderful opportunity for universities, for education, upskilling, and reskilling of the enormous working age population that we have, and that must be leveraged in immense measure. The second pillar of the national education policy, which is very vital, is quality. And in quality, we often say, what gets measured gets done. That's true for individuals, that's true for corporations, that's true even for institutions. And rankings play a very important role in providing this measurement. It's a matter of great pride that India is the second Asian nation among the largest universities in the World QS rankings last year. And you must not be aware that it was the Indian Institute of Science Bangalore, which had in 2023 in the QS University rankings the highest citations per faculty anywhere in the world, much ahead of Ivy League, much ahead of the Oxbridge ecosystem. That's the kind of achievements we are making, but we are unaware of. I wish to quote Professor Simon Marginson, who was my advisor at Oxford, who said that in the next decade, university rankings will increasingly move in a decentralized format, and countries should have their own university ranking systems. We all must be delighted with the fact that we've been ahead of the curve even on this. Since the last 8 to 9 years, we have our own National Institution Ranking Framework, the NIRF, which ranks universities on parameters relevant to India and the Indian context. And in the last 8 years, we've had a series of subspecializations that NIRF has focused on to ensure increasing competition among the universities, as diverse as medical, research, engineering, dental, pharmacy, agriculture, and now the latest being state public universities. That ensures that aspirational universities can transition to become leading universities, and leading universities can aspire to become world-class institutions. The second important part of quality is multidisciplinary education. For almost 150 years, and most of us are a part of that story, it's been now 23 years since I graduated from the University of Mumbai. We are all a product of the Macaulayan system, where arts, science, and commerce were the three siloed options available. The National Education Policy talks about multidisciplinary education. A recent Harvard Business Review article had stated in big bold letters, engineers must learn philosophy, because along with the how, they should also know the why of things. That's the way, that's the direction in which the world is moving in the 21st century. And the National Education Policy has encouraged MERUs, or multidisciplinary education and research universities, which play a very important role in imparting such multidisciplinary education. I often mention that in the 21st century, we need to move from STEM to STEAM 3. We all know what is STEM. What is STEAM 3? Science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics, management, and medicine. This forms the core of the requirements of the 21st century, and it is this STEAM 3 or STEAM cube which will power the vision of a Viksit Bharat. And it is important that universities transition in this direction. The last pillar of the National Education Policy, which is very vital and where industry and the corporate houses especially can play a very important role, is future readiness. Education, especially higher education, needs to be future ready. And research is the most important component of this future readiness. We are aware of the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, which was announced in the previous budget, about 50,000 crore outlay. And another 1 lakh crore fund was announced for research and development in private sector institutions. And this would cover the entire gamut of technology readiness levels. But it is important to note here that in India, more than 50% investment in research and development comes from central and state governments, of which about 44% is by central government, 6% is by state government. Private sector contributes only 35% of investment in R&D. You compare that with the developed economies in the US or even in China, private sector contributes 75 to 77% of R&D investments. And hence, in the next 20 to 25 years, it will be vital for the private sector to double their contribution to R&D in terms of GDP so that we can progress towards the vision of a Viksit Bharat. Let me highlight this fact that in universities of the developed world, for example, in MIT, its budget is about, annual research budget in 2022 was about $750 million, MIT. Of this, $250 million were contributed by the private sector. That's the kind of academia-industry interface and involvement that has been noticed, that has been popular, that has been successful in the developed countries. In the next 25 years, R&D is expected to rise from 0.7% of GDP to 3.5% of GDP. This means a 5x increase in R&D, but on a much larger base. 0.3% of GDP at about 0.7% of GDP of $3 trillion to 3.5% GDP of $30 trillion. This means a 50x increase in R&D is what the next 25 years will witness. And hence it's very important that universities develop the capacity to absorb this, and industry plays a very important role in engaging with the universities very closely in order to achieve this, utilize and create research output that is impactful and not just textual. The second point in future readiness is innovation and entrepreneurship. NITI is currently undertaking 3 policy research projects in this area: research, innovation, and entrepreneurship at the international, national, and sub-regional levels in order to understand the potential and the roadmap for the next 25 years. But I would like to draw your attention to the Cambridge ecosystem. A recent report by London Economics stated that the economic impact of the University of Cambridge is £30 billion. Of this, £23 billion come from its research and knowledge exchange activities. And for every £1 of research income for University of Cambridge, the impact to the economy of the UK is £12.65. That's the kind of power that a very well-established university ecosystem can have in contributing to the economy. India too has witnessed phenomenal research, innovation, and entrepreneurship in the last 7 to 8 years. From 450 startups, we've moved to 1.5 lakh startups in 2024 and 100 plus unicorns. But there is one fact which is often not discussed in the public. We discuss the valuations. We do not discuss the job creation potential of startups. In a recent article that the mission director of the Atal Innovation Mission, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, and I co-authored for the Indian Express, we presented there our observations. If 5% of graduates from universities opt for entrepreneurship, and if 90% of them fail, the remaining 10% of them have the potential to create 55 lakh direct and indirect jobs every year. Currently, less than 2% of students are opting for entrepreneurship and startups in the best of Indian institutions. UK has 4%, US has 16%. So if we are able to transform our higher education institutions from the campus placement mindset to the job creation mindset and nurture innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystems in universities, for which corporations can play a very important role in funding, hand-holding, mentorship and advisory, universities and the entrepreneurial ventures coming out of them can play a very important role in creating the jobs that we need to power the economy. Currently, our requirements are 1 crore jobs a year. If 55 lakh of them come from startups in the next decade or so, you can imagine the kind of solutions that we will have to the problems of unemployment or underemployment that we face. Third is internship. We often talk about the disconnect between academia and industry, that students are not deployable. They are not deployable, and hence you need these long induction and training programs. And internship has been identified as a very powerful means to ensure that students are deployable. The NEP talks about the 4-year undergraduate program, of which the last year would be a 1 year of internship. Now let me share the numbers with you. If we are going to have 4 crore students in undergraduate, and if the 4th year, 1 whole year, is going to be internship, we'll have 1 crore students requiring internship. And that means that internship will have to be in the industry. And industry will have to develop the capacity to absorb 1 crore students into the internship programs so that they can be made deployable. The National Internship Portal is one of the latest initiatives in this regard, but the private sector will have to join forces in a substantial measure to make internship a very powerful medium to ensure future readiness. The last part on future readiness is internationalization. We need world-ready talent. The Honorable Prime Minister has been often talking about how Indian talent needs to be world-ready, and there is so much demand for Indian talent the world over. 3% of our students go overseas for higher education. 97% study in India. And it is important that these 97% have exposure of internationalization so that they are world-ready. And I think for this reason, we need to have a dual perspective and priority. One, increasing inward mobility of students from 50,000 currently international students to about 5 lakhs in the next decade. But also to ensure increasing international exposure for our students and faculty. Again, the private sector can play a very important role in ensuring this. We already have our IITs establishing campuses overseas. IIT Madras has recently established a campus in Zanzibar and IIT Delhi in Abu Dhabi, and we'll see more of it in the years ahead. But internationalization is an area, given the massive networks that corporates have across the world, they can play a very important role in enabling our institutions to get internationalized, pedagogy, curriculum, and research. In conclusion, I would like to say that over the last millennium, it was the Oxbridge ecosystem that enabled UK to have its influence across the world. In the last century and more, it was the Ivy League institutions and the institutions of technology such as MIT and Caltech that enabled US to emerge as a superpower both in industry and in technology. And in the last decade or more, it is the universities like Peking and Tsinghua that have enabled China to make great strides in the field of research and development. If India has to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047, if India has to become the global hub of knowledge, if India has to foster innovation and become the startup capital of the world, if India has to have leaders who are noble and able, higher education will have to play a foundational and strategic role so that we can once again regain our glory in the Committee of Nations like we had or we did for almost 2 millennia, where we contributed the maximum to the global GDP, about 25 to 30%. We definitely can rise to become the top 2 economy in the world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Some heartening words from Dr. Shashank Shah. And sir, we ask that you kindly do join us back on stage. We'd like to felicitate you with a token of our appreciation. If I could please ask Mr. Rohit Chadda to honor us and join us in doing the same. Thank you so much, sir. Truly enjoyed your remarks, as did this audience. Yes. A very special moment. So thank you for gracing the occasion. And we move on. Rohit, I ask that you please remain on stage with us because there is one award that we were unable to bestow upon the winner earlier that we'd like to take advantage of in doing now. And that was for, if you recall, the Changemakers School category. And it's especially appropriate considering we just wrapped such an amazing TED Talk from Dr. Shashank Shah himself. So ladies and gentlemen, the winner in the Changemaker School category is Manan Choksi. Huge round of applause, please. Sir, if you could kindly join us on stage and accept the honor. Accept the felicitations, sir. We salute everything that you do and your contributions to the world of academia. Thank you so much. And our heartiest congratulations, Mr. Manan, once again, Changemakers School. Thank you so much, Rohit. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, from vision to reality, it's a long journey. especially in the context of navigating the challenges that come into play in the context of entrepreneurship. It's a journey of resilience, of innovation, of strategic decision-making, where bold ideas meet real-world challenges, and visionary leaders turn ambition into success. Well, it's all easier said than done, as you know. And so to do a bit more of a deep dive on the subject, we have with us the co-founder of Urban Harvest and Deliver It, Siddhant Suri. So Siddhant sir, I ask that you please kindly join us on stage in tackling this incredibly tough topic and give us your 2 cents on what has worked when it comes to success rates vis-a-vis entrepreneurship. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I've been asked to present on navigating the journey of an entrepreneur. And I think I'm the least expected person to be here. But since I have the privilege of doing so, I stand here not as an accomplished academic, not as someone born with extraordinary talents, and certainly not as someone who excelled in traditional measures of success during my early days. I stand before you simply as a regular person, someone who struggled, stammered, could not say S letter clearly, and was often overlooked. Yet here I am, navigating my own journey as an entrepreneur, sharing with you the lessons I've gathered along the way. You see, when society measures potential, it often focuses on the wrong metric, grades, awards, or conventional achievements. But what I've discovered on my journey is that these measures really determine one's capacity to succeed. Instead, entrepreneurship is fueled by something much deeper within yourself, something much intangible but powerful. That is your vision, resilience, and relentless belief in yourself. I remember vividly sitting in a classroom feeling invisible during my school days, questioning if I would ever amount to anything significant. My grades weren't impressive. I think I scored, 40% in my boards. And my talents weren't obvious, and no one saw in me a future innovator or a leader. Perhaps some of you resonate with this feeling, being seen as ordinary, being told very subtly or directly that you're just not quite enough. Let me remind you that those who mock you today may very well be the one applauding your success tomorrow. The beauty of entrepreneurship, the beauty of bringing a vision to life, is that it doesn't ask for permission from your past. It doesn't care where you come from or what labels society has placed upon you. Like a river carving its own course, you have the power to create your own path, irrespective of the obstacles ahead. The path from vision to reality is rarely a straight line. It is winding, filled with hurdles, setbacks, and moments of doubt. In my own journey, I faced countless moments of failure, times when my ideas were rejected, my proposals were dismissed, and doors repeatedly slammed in my face. And in each of these moments, I learned one profound lesson. Entrepreneurship is not about avoiding failure. It's about embracing it. Every failure became a chapter of growth, teaching me resilience and guiding me closer to reality. You might wonder, how does an ordinary person, one with average grades and no clear advantage, how can I even dare to dream? The answer lies in the single most powerful truth. Authenticity, and perseverance are your greatest assets. When you pursue a vision that is deeply connected to your authentic self, you unlock a power that grades or societal validations could never provide. You just have to be truthful to yourself. That's it. In practical terms, turning your vision into reality involves several key principles. You have to trust your journey and your timeline. You have to resist the urge to compare your path to others, no matter how tempting the other path is. Entrepreneurship should be deeply, deeply personal. Your progress might look different, very much slower, or even unclear at times, and that should be perfectly okay. You should embrace continuous learning,
You should embrace your flaws. Being an entrepreneur means being a lifelong learner, not necessarily in a classroom, but in a school of life. Every conversation, setback, and small success offers invaluable lessons. You should stay curious, definitely stay humble, and always remain open to learning. You should always cultivate resilience. Understand that setbacks are not permanent defeats. They're simply signals to adjust your sails, not reasons to abandon your own ship. Your resilience will be your compass. It should guide you back on the course whenever you drift away. Always remember, do not mistake your quiet determination for weakness. Within you lies a storm capable of overcoming every limit. Fourthly, you should always build genuine relationships. Your network isn't just about influential contacts. It's about nurturing authentic relationships based on trust, mutual respect, and real support. These bonds become your pillar during challenging times, and they amplify your success. You should always anchor your vision in purpose, because without purpose, any road you take is meaningless. Entrepreneurship fueled solely by financial gain rarely withstands adversity. But when your vision is tied to a greater purpose, whether it's making lives better, solving real problems, or create meaningful changes, or you just took entrepreneurship because you had no other way, you'll find the strength to persist even when the odds seem insurmountable. I speak from experience when I say this. The ordinary among us possess a hidden strength. Our perceived limitations force us to think creatively, act courageously, and innovate in ways others might overlook. Entrepreneurship thrives not on predictability, but on uncertainty. Not on flawless execution, but on courageous actions. Today, as you reflect on your own dreams, remember that the world desperately needs your unique perspective, your untold stories, and your unrealized visions. You, like me, do not need to fit into predefined molds to succeed. Instead, break those molds, create new pathways, write your own definition of success. Remember, you don't have to be extraordinary to do extraordinary things. You only have to believe deeply in your vision and commit relentlessly to bringing it to life. Let your journey, your struggles, and your success inspire others. Stand proud in your authenticity. Trust your resilience, and never underestimate your power to turn a vision into reality. Last but not the least, the line that I live by, छोटी छोटी बातों से सुकून मिलता है और सुकून कोई छोटी बात नहीं. And that's what entrepreneurship is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siddhant, a message that all of us can relate to, irrespective of where we are in our age and stage of life. Some very inspiring words. Now, building on the education theme, Educating India for 2030 is all about equipping that next generation with future-ready skills. We've heard that, with the digital empowerment and inclusive learning opportunities, ensuring that education is what becomes the cornerstone of India's economic transformation and social transformation. So to touch on this very topic, we have an incredibly interesting fireside chat lined up for you next. The theme is on point, Educating India for 2030. And to moderate what promises to be a special discussion, I'd like to please call upon stage Munish Devgan, the video content head with Times Network. We'll have him back on stage, please, to navigate us through another inspiring discussion. And joining him, Khan sir. Let's have both our gentlemen on stage so we can take it away and do that deep dive. All right. Are our guests with us? Without further ado, let's keep it coming, ladies and gentlemen. And kindly do join us on stage. I'm told they're arriving any moment now. All right. And we have many more awards, in the kitty tonight. I know there are many eager winners out there in this audience. So stay tuned. We're interspersing a bit of thought-provoking sessions with celebratory moments at this Business Conclave and Awards. Yes. So has Khan sir now joined us? Munish is here, but we still await Khan sir. All right, a slight delay there, but it'll be well worth the wait. And I also want to mention that, you know, today is really a confluence of visionary leaders like yourself, it's policymakers, it's industry experts, and you all bring a little something to the discussion about where India is headed with respect to its future socio-economic transformation. So we intend for the session to be interactive, and your insights are of incredible value to us. So we hope that you are continuing to follow us on social media and essentially documenting all of the special moments and takeaways that you may have gleaned from today's conclave. Also, in addition to some of the insightful discussions and success stories, I think today is really about celebrating the risk takers. You know, the risk takers who have embraced on a path of innovation in spite of the naysayers, in spite of potentially things going wrong. They've had it in them to face the circumstances, and then many a times they've reaped the rewards of those decisions. So today is about, in many ways, celebrating that progress as well. So there is huge lined up coming up of awards as the day continues to progress. But if Khan sir is now with us, I ask that he please do join us on stage so we can kick off the next discussion. All right, you got it. Sir, I didn't see you there. I was addressing the audience. Perfect. Thank you so much. Take it over from here. Munish, over to you.
बॉलीवुड में भले कई खान्स के दबदबे की बात होती रही है, लेकिन कोचिंग में एक खान ऐसे भी हैं जिनका कोचिंग में दबदबा है. सोशल मीडिया पर उनके करोड़ों फैंस हैं जो अपने चकल्लस कोचिंग के चलते हमेशा वायरल होते हैं. आज हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं खान सर. स्वागत है आपका.
धन्यवाद सर. वो एक चीज़ थोड़ा सा हम कह दें कि वो कोचिंग नहीं है, वो मेरा परिवार है. उसमें पढ़ने वाले मेरे छोटे भाई बहन हैं, तो इट्स माय फैमिली है.
तो शुरुआत करते हैं. खान सर को खान सर बनाने में सबसे बड़ा योगदान किनका है? उनके दोस्तों का, क्योंकि हमने कभी सुना है आपको कहते हुए कि बहुत साथ दिया जब गरीबी के दिन, स्ट्रगल के दिन रहे होंगे. आपके दोस्तों का, आपके स्टूडेंट्स का, या कुछ ऐसे लोगों का जिनको हम नहीं जानते, या खुद खान सर का?
अब पहले से किसी को पता नहीं रहता है कौन टीचिंग में जाएगा. वैसे हमको फौज में जाना था. टीचिंग तो हमको अभी भी मतलब पढ़ाते हैं, लेकिन फौजें पसंद है, टीचिंग नहीं. तो हमको ना जब स्टार्टिंग करना था तो 3 दोस्त थे मेरे, सोनू, पवन और हेमंत. इन लोगों ने बहुत हेल्प किया और कोचिंग के लाइफ में लेके आया हमको हेमंत. खींच के ले गया, चलना भाई पढ़ो तो तनी मनी. तो वो बेगूसराय वाला एरिया आ जाता है ना थोड़ा उस टाइप का. फिर वहाँ से आदमी पढ़ाना चालू किया. अब पढ़ाते पढ़ाते कब आदमी इधर ही रह गया समझ में नहीं आया. तो किसी को भी ये नहीं पता चलता है कि कौन क्या करेगा. हमको लगता है आज यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं जिस भी फील्ड में हैं, आपको कोई स्टार्टिंग में उसको नहीं पता था कि हमको ये करना होगा. जिंदगी का उसूल है, चाहेंगे कुछ होगा कुछ और मिलेगा कुछ. तो सब कुछ चाह लेने से जिंदगी हो जाती तो दुनिया जन्नत बन जाती.
अच्छा, आजकल जो सबसे ज़्यादा सवाल उठता है कि जो मौजूदा शिक्षा प्रणाली है, क्या आपको लगता है उसमें बदलाव होना चाहिए? क्योंकि दुनिया बहुत आगे बढ़ रही है, कोडिंग की तरफ बढ़ रही है. हमारे यहाँ भी होता है, लेकिन उस लेवल पर अभी आपको लगता है क्या क्या चेंज होना चाहिए? क्या सोचते हैं खान सर?
एजुकेशन सिस्टम में बस एक एजुकेशन और सिस्टम की कमी है. एजुकेशन, एक बात बताइए, हमको ये नहीं समझ में आता है. हम लोग बच्चों के सामने एक बड़ा अच्छा सा भाषण दे देते हैं कि शिक्षा का उद्देश्य होता है एक अच्छा इंसान बनना. वो माँ बाप बना देते हैं अच्छा इंसान. वो अच्छे माँ बाप रहेंगे, अच्छा परिवार रहेगा, सराउंडिंग ठीक रहेगी, हो जाएगा वहाँ पे. क्या उसको भाषण दे रहे हैं? उससे जिंदगी का एक बहुमूल्य समय खींच लिए. आप उसको इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं बना पाए. एक 4 साल अभी के टाइम पे ग्रेजुएशन, 2 साल पीजी. वो इस ग्रेजुएशन और पीजी के दम पर कुछ ही ऐसे ग्रेजुएट डिग्री हैं, जैसे बीटेक हो गया, एमबीबीएस हो गया, आप इक्विवेलेंट करते हैं कॉलेज ग्रेजुएशन वाले से. उस 6 साल का टाइम उससे लेते हैं. उस 6 साल के बीच में वो जब कंप्लीट करके आता है तो वो समाज में कुछ नहीं कर पाता है. वो फ्रस्ट्रेशन होने लगता है. उस 6 साल के बीच में उसे कितना हम स्किल्ड सिखा सकते थे. हर साल अगर 2 स्किल्ड भी सिखाते, 6 महीना बहुत होता है स्किल्ड के लिए, 6 अगर स्किल्ड सिखाते, आज हम लोग किसको, चाइना को ओवरटेक कर रहे होते. आज हमारे पास स्किल्ड की इतनी कमी है जिसका कोई हद नहीं. गांव में आप किसी से कह दीजिए एक टोस्ट बना दो, ब्रेड बना दो, नहीं बना पाते. उसमें क्या चीज रखा है? वो मशीन की खेल है, फर्मेंटेशन है, मशीन बना के दो. गाँव में आज कोई ब्रेड खाने जाएगा तो उसको कहेगा फोटानी भइले तो तरह. मतलब इस लेवल का चीज है. तो हम लोग को स्किल्ड जरूरी पड़ा। इंडिया एक ऐसा जगह है, एजुकेशन हम लोग का मेंटल लेवल को अपलिफ्ट करता है, लेकिन परिवार भी तो है, बूढ़े माँ बाप हैं, उनका इलाज भी कराना है, अपना पेट भी भरना है, सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी होती है। तो स्किल्ड हमें तुरंत पैसे दे सकता है, एजुकेशन उस चीज को अपलिफ्ट करने में हेल्प करता है। भाई पहले हम खड़े होंगे तब तो दौड़ेंगे, एजुकेशन है तो तुम दौड़ उसको यार, तू उतार देगा हाथ पैर उसका। तो ये चीज होना चाहिए। किस लेवल पे हमारे यहाँ गरीबी है, आज हम लोग ताज होटल में बैठ के ये डिसाइड कर रहे हैं कि सरकारी स्कूल में एजुकेशन कैसे अच्छा होगा। ये वैसा ही है जैसे फ्लाइट के बिजनेस क्लास में बैठ के आप डिसाइड कीजिए कि ट्रेन की जनरल डिब्बा कैसे ठीक होगा।
कि आप सरकारी स्कूल से पढ़ के आए हैं, आप कई बार कहते हैं वहां जाके ये देखना पड़ता है कि भैया ऊपर से कुछ ना गिर जाए।
सरकारी स्कूल में गेट बंद हो या ना हो, हम लोग की एंट्री हो जाती है, एग्जिट हो जाते हैं, 50 रास्ते खुले होते हैं, किधर से कूद के भागना है हम लोग को पता होता है। या मेरा छोटा सा फूट गया यहाँ पे ना, हम लोग स्कूल में पढ़ते थे तो ऊपर से एक टूट के गिर गया था। तो हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा कि हमारे कंट्री में किस लेवल तक गरीबी है। आप देखिए कि अगर गांव में कोई इंसान फल खरीद के ले जा रहा है ना, इट मीन्स या तो उसके घर कोई पूजा होगा या तो कोई बीमार पड़ा होगा, वो खाने के लिए नहीं ले जा रहा है, ये गरीबी है। और वहां हम लोग उसको कहेंगे एंटरप्रेन्योर बनो, अपनी कंपनी खड़ा करो। वो परिवार नहीं खड़ा कर पा रहा है, कंपनी खड़ा करेगा।
अच्छा, चूंकि बहुत ही बढ़िया बातें कर रहे हैं, आपको 24 घंटे के लिए देश का शिक्षा मंत्री बना दिया जाए, क्या आप सबसे पहले बदलाव करेंगे?
कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा इंसान, कुछ नहीं
कर पाएंगे। तो ये फिल्मों में ही है।
आप देखिए, आप किसी पायलट को टेम्पू दे दीजिए, टेम्पू, और कहिए उड़ा दे इसको, वो रनवे पे दौड़ते रह जाएगा, नहीं उड़ेगा वो।
बहुत बढ़िया।
मूस मोटैयन लोढ़ा होयन, हाथी घोड़ा थोड़े होयन। ये क्या मतलब बना के रखे हैं लोग। ऐसा लगता है कि जैसे मतलब एक टॉप लेवल चेंज कर देंगे तो सारा सिस्टम होगा, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है। आप ग्राउंड लेवल पे जाके देखिए कितनी परेशानियां हैं। एजुकेशन सिस्टम को ना, शिक्षकों की भाषा मतलब समझ में नहीं। हम लोग तो सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़े थे तो कार्य बोलने की जगह टीचर कार्य बोलता था, तो हमको समझ में नहीं आता करना क्या है यहाँ पे। तो हमें एक टीचर और स्टूडेंट के बीच में इतनी ज्यादा डिस्टेंस बना के रख दिए, इतना प्रोटोकॉल बना के रख दिए हैं। आज 90% स्टूडेंट, उनको अगर क्लास में कोई टॉपिक नहीं भी समझ में आ रहा है, टीचर बोलेंगे समझ में आ गया तो हाथ उठा देगा। टीचर को पता होना चाहिए कि स्टूडेंट किस टॉपिक पे फंसेगा और किस टॉपिक पे नहीं फंसेगा। टीचर इतना कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए, वो बता सकता है कि ये टॉपिक हर बच्चे को समझ में आया कि नहीं आया। वहां
आपने जीएस में ये चकल्लस तरीके से समझाने का फॉर्मूला निकाला, ये कब आया सबसे पहले प्लान में कि भैया ऐसे समझा सकते हैं, ऐसे समझ आएगा जीएस?
हम लोग जब स्टूडेंट थे ना तो टीचर लोग इतना लंबा लंबा बात बोलते थे, लोग समझ में नहीं आता था क्या बोले लोग। हम लोग को लगता था कि हम लोग पैदाइशी में कुछ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिफॉल्ट हो गया, हम लोग में कुछ लगता है पाठ पूर्जा कम है दिमाग में, समझ में उतना नहीं आता था। उसमें कुछ दोस्त सब जब हम लोग को समझाना चालू किए ना, तब समझ में आया कि भाई ये टीचर लोग जो है ना, ये गड़बड़ मतलब थोड़ा हाई लेवल पे लेके जा रहे हैं। तो हमको लगा कि नहीं, एक टीचर से ज़्यादा उसका एक दोस्त बन के पढ़ाइए, फिर देखिए वो अपनी हर एक कमजोरियों को बताएगा वहाँ, और वो रेस्पेक्ट करेगा। रेस्पेक्ट में कभी कोई कमी नहीं आएगी। रेस्पेक्ट किसका करता है? इंसान, जिससे हमें कुछ सीखने को मिलता है। जैसे उसको लग जाएगा यार ये इंसान ने बहुत बेहतरीन ढंग से पढ़ा दिया, तुरंत वो रेस्पेक्ट में कोई कमी नहीं करेगा।
अच्छा, एक चीज़ और भी है, कोविड के बाद जिस तरीके से आपकी पॉपुलैरिटी बढ़ी है, पहले तो आप काम शिक्षक रहे होंगे, लेकिन क्या आप अकेले बैठ के खान सर सोचते हैं कि भैया ठीक ठाक आ गए हैं, आगे क्या क्या करना है हमें अगले 10 सालों में? एज ए इंडिविजुअल क्या लगता है आपको?
हमारा उद्देश्य यही था। एजुकेशन जब पढ़ाना हम चालू किए थे तो मेरे जिस बैच का फीस आज से 10 साल पहले भी 200 रुपये था ना, आज भी 200 रुपया है। और अगर उसका 10,000 भी करें तो पढ़ेगा। लेकिन हम कहना क्या चाहते हैं कि देखिए, ईमानदारी का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि आपको मौका नहीं मिल रहा है तो आप नहीं लूट पा रहे हैं। ईमानदारी का मतलब होता है कि आपके पास मौका है फिर भी आप उसको साइड कर रहे हैं। तो हमारा उद्देश्य है कि एजुकेशन इतना आसान होना चाहिए ना कि एक मजदूर को भी समझ में आ जाए, कि मजदूरी करके भी आए ना तो समझ में आ जाए। यहाँ पे ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि हम तो देखते थे कि तुम कल का क्लास नहीं किए बाबू, आज समझ में नहीं आएगा। क्या चीज बता रहे? तो घर का ढलैया कर रहे हैं क्या कि दूसरा तल्ला नहीं ढाले तो तीसरा नहीं ढलाएगा? ये कोई बात है? क्यों नहीं समझ में आ सकता है? हाँ, थोड़ा लिंकेज होगा, कुछ टॉपिक ऐसे होते हैं जो नहीं समझ में आता, तो बच्चों के दिमाग में ये भर दिया गया। तो एजुकेशन इतनी आसान होनी चाहिए, किसी को समझ में आए, इतनी सस्ती होनी चाहिए, कोई भी अफोर्ड कर सके, और जो भाषा शैली ये और रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड होना चाहिए कि हम जो पढ़ा रहे हैं वो आना चाहिए। अभी हाल ही में रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड की बात बताते हैं। तो बिहार में एक एग्जाम हुआ बीपीएससी, वो बिहार का सबसे बड़ा एग्जाम होता है, स्टेट पीसीएस होता है।
इसलिए आपने काफी प्रोटेस्ट भी किया है सड़क
अभी
पे।
तो प्रोटेस्ट चल ही रहा है, जब तक जीतेंगे नहीं तब तक प्रोटेस्ट चालू रहेगा। तो उसमें क्या हुआ, इतने क्वेश्चन आए कि इंक्वायरी बैठा दी गई हमारे ऊपर कि कहां से क्वेश्चन आ गया, जबकि वो क्वेश्चन हमने फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दिया था, 6 महीना पहले दे दिए थे। तो हम तो कभी कभी डर लगता है कि इतना भी क्वेश्चन ना आ जाए कि लोग हमारे ऊपर उंगली उठाने लग जाए। तो बस यही मेरा 3 उद्देश्य है, और एजुकेशन को एकदम सस्ता करना है। अब मेरे यहाँ जैसे बिहार है, वहाँ से हजारों की संख्या में बच्चे कोटा जाते थे, और कोटा में ना ऐसा हो गया था कि ये बच्चा आया है, लड़का या लड़की, कोई स्टूडेंट, निकाल, इससे पैसा निकालो, हॉस्टल, मेस, ये वो। हम लोगों ने क्या किया कि ना कुआं प्यासा के पास जाए, ना प्यासा कुएं के पास आए, जगह जगह कुआं खुदवा दे, जो जहां है वहीं से पानी लो। तो कोटा से जितने टीचर्स थे उन लोगों को हम लोगों ने पटना लाए, एफोर्डेबल बनाए, और आज वही फीस जो कोटा में 2.5 लाख 2 लाख थी, एग्जैक्ट वही टीचर्स हम लोग ने पटना में पढ़ा दिया। 2-3 हज़ार रुपये वो ऑनलाइन दे के पढ़ सकता है, यूपीएससी में भी वही पढ़ सकता है। तो उद्देश्य यही है कि एजुकेशन आसान, सस्ती और समझ में आए सबको।
आपके इतने अच्छे विचार हैं। एक बहुत पॉपुलर कोचिंग वाले थे ओझा जी, जो राजनीति में जा चुके हैं। तो क्या लगता है कि खुद जब अकेले बैठते हैं कि क्या मुझे राजनीति में आना चाहिए, क्योंकि आपका अपना फैसला होगा ये भविष्य में?
हमको उस समय उतना इंटरेस्ट,
आज इन्होंने मना कर दिया राजनीति में नहीं आएंगे, देख
लोग से झगड़े रहता है अभी तो हमको, तो बिहार गवर्नमेंट में तो हमको पता नहीं, ऐसा लगता है
कई नेता इन पे आरोप लगाते हैं कि भैया ये इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि राजनीति में आते हैं, लेकिन ये कह रहे हैं कि भैया नहीं आना चाहेंगे। तो ये क्लियर कर दिया आज इन्होंने, क्लियर कर दिया आपने।
हमको ये नहीं समझ में आता, जो पूछ रहे होते हैं वो चाहते हैं कि हम लोग आ जाएं या डरते हैं कि ना आए। और इतना तो हम जरूर कहते हैं कि हम लोग को इधर कोई इंटरेस्ट वगैरह नहीं है, और ये कोई राजनीति में जाता है तो छुपके से नहीं जाता है। लेकिन जो अभी के टाइम पे हैं, एट प्रेजेंट जिस तरह से चल रहे हैं, उन लोगों से कहते हैं, रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि आप अच्छे से काम करो, वरना किसी दिन ये पढ़े लिखे लोग अगर उधर घूम गए ना, तो उन लोग का हाल, वर्तमान नेताओं का हाल वही हो जाएगा जो नोकिया मोबाइल का हुआ था, वो टकटकाते रहेंगे, वो सांप वाला गेम खेलते खेलते।
बहुत बढ़िया। तो एक फिल्म आई है छावा, पता नहीं आपने देखी है कि नहीं?
फिल्म में हमको इतना इंटरेस्ट नहीं है,
क्योंकि टीचर है, नहीं देखी है। एक सवाल उठता है, लगातार उठता रहता है कि भैया जितनी जगह मुगलों को, अकबर को या इन राजाओं को मिली, उतनी महाराणा प्रताप, शिवाजी को नहीं मिली। आपको क्या लगता है? आप एक शिक्षक हैं, क्या राय रखते हैं इस पे आप अपनी?
ना, हम लोग तो पढ़ाते हैं और हम लोग प्रॉपर रिस्पेक्ट दे के पढ़ाते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं पढ़ाते हैं। प्रॉब्लम थोड़ा सा क्या आता है कि एक रिस्पेक्ट का और जो सिलेबस का बड़ा हिस्सा होना चाहिए वो तो उनको मिलना चाहिए, इस बात पे हम कहते हैं। इंडिया में क्या हुआ था ना कि जो इंटरनल राजा थे उनका ना डिवाइडेशन इतना ज्यादा हो गया था कि महाराष्ट्र के क्षेत्र में ये, आप देखिए हर्षवर्धन के मरने के बाद पूरे भारत को कंट्रोल करने के लिए आपको राजा नहीं मिलेगा। तो जैसे महाराणा प्रताप और राजस्थान के जो शासक थे, उनका योगदान इतिहास में उन्हें जगह नहीं मिलता है, ये दुखद है। लेकिन हम आपको बताते हैं कि मोहम्मद बिन कासिम के आक्रमण के 500 साल बाद तक और राजस्थान के शासकों ने, छतरानियों ने 500 साल तक किसी विदेशी आक्रमणकारी को घुसने नहीं दिया। और जब उनका किला गिरा, राजस्थान के शासकों का किला गिरा, अगले 100 साल में पूरे भारत पे कब्जा हो गया। इतने बहादुर थे वो लोग, तो उनको रिस्पेक्ट तो मिलना चाहिए। तो हम लोग कई बार ना चीजों को कम
बहुत बड़ी बात बोली आपने।
उनकी आज जो वो लोग भले भगवान नहीं है, ये बात हम मानते हैं कि वो लोग भले भगवान नहीं है, लेकिन उनके कुर्बानी का नतीजा है जो भगवान बचे हुए हैं लोग।
आप जैसे कोटा की भी बात कर रहे थे, बच्चे तैयारी करते हैं पेपर की, खूब मन लगा के तैयारी करते हैं, पेपर देते हैं, पास भी कर लेते हैं, फिर खबर आती है जी पेपर लीक हो गया या भर्ती रद्द हो गई। चूँकि आप अभी प्रोटेस्ट भी कर रहे हैं, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ऐसे बच्चों के साथ कैसे इंसाफ हो सकता है? कई साल उनके खराब हो जाते हैं। क्या लगता है एज ए शिक्षक खान सर को?
ये ना सबसे खराब चीज़ है एजुकेशन में। एजुकेशन सिस्टम का इसको कह दीजिए तो कैंसर है। पेपर का ये जो लीक होना, भर्ती रद्द होना, मतलब आप एक स्टूडेंट की मनोभाव तो हम लोग का अंदाजा आप ऐसे लगाइए कि हम लोग फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाते हैं कि क्या मन से पढ़ाएं, हम लोग खुशी मनाएं कि पेपर लीक हो गया। जैसे अभी एग्जाम में बीपीएससी में हुआ था, और अभी तो हम लोग सोच रहे हैं कि आज बताएंगे कि देखो बच्चों ये पढ़ाए थे, पेज नंबर इतना पे ये आया, तब तक शाम में खबर आ रही है कि पेपर लीक हो गया। अब हम लोग को ये समझ में नहीं आए कि पेपर हम लोग पढ़ाएं, इसकी तारीफ करें कि जिन्होंने पेपर लीक कराया उसको बैठ के गरियाएं। तो हम लोग अब उसको प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं लोग। हमारे पटना में एक जगह है गर्दनी बाग, वहाँ टेंट डाल दिया गया है और वहीं पे नियम है कि यहीं बैठ के गरियाना है आप लोग को। तो वहीं बैठ के हम लोग 2 महीना से 3 महीना से उसको कोस रहे हैं लोग कि भाई तो पेपर लीक काहे करा दिया वहाँ पे। अभी तक कोई नहीं सुन रहा है, मामला सब जुडिस है। नीट में देखिए, एनटीए, नीट में इतनी गड़बड़ी चीज है कि बाहर में आप एमबीबीएस कीजिएगा तो 2 करोड़ 1.5 करोड़, कहीं कहीं 3-3 करोड़, और सरकारी में कीजिएगा तो फ्री। इतना ज्यादा डिफरेंस क्यों हो जाता है? तो अब 2 करोड़ लगा के कोई डॉक्टर बनेगा तो उसको दिख रहा है कि सामने वाला मरीज को डेंगू है, लेकिन कहेगा कि 2 करोड़ रुपया लगाएं, रुक तो बताते हैं 500 का जांच करके लाओ, तो उसको दिख रहा है कि डेंगू है लेकिन वो जांच कराएगा 500 का। तो ये चीजें क्या है ना कि एक जगह से जब गड़बड़ होती हैं तो हर जगह गड़बड़ हो जाती हैं। तो इसके लिए ना ये जांच और से कुछ नहीं होता है। हम तो सीधे कहते हैं कि बैठाए पूरी मीडिया के सामने पोलियोग्राफिक टेस्ट और नार्को टेस्ट कराए और जो गड़बड़ पाए बम से उड़ा दे।
बहुत बड़ी चीज़ बोली। अच्छा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी परीक्षा पे चर्चा करते हैं। आजकल देखने को मिला कि बच्चों में तनाव बहुत ज़्यादा हो जा रहा है। सोशल मीडिया का ज़माना, एक दूसरे से कंपैरिजन करते हैं पेरेंट्स। ऐसे पेरेंट्स को क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो बच्चों पे अत्यधिक दबाव बनाते हैं, जिनके चलते बच्चे प्रेशर में आ जाते हैं? आपके पास ऐसे कई हज़ारों बच्चे आते होंगे, बताइए ज़रा।
देखिए, प्रेशर बनाने से नहीं होता, ऐसे पेरेंट्स को भी कहते हैं। आप अपने घोड़ा को अगर मान के चलिए रेस लगाना है, घोड़ा पाला है कोई, तो उसको खिलाइए पिलाइए अच्छा से, कि बिना खिलाए पिलाए रेस में लाए मार डंटा मार रहे हो, क्या दौड़ेगा? उसको दौड़ने से पहले उसका ख्याल तो रखिए। उसी तरह आपके बच्चे हैं, आप एक बार कॉपी खोल के नहीं देखे कि वो क्या पढ़ा है। गार्जियन लोग एक को लगता है एक ट्यूशन का एक कोचिंग लगा देंगे, एक ट्यूशन लगा देंगे, मेरा काम खत्म। तो ये भी तो गलत है। पढ़ाई में अगर इंटरेस्ट है तो दुनिया का कोई इंसान पढ़ाई से नहीं भाग सकता है। तो इंटरेस्ट जगाना जरूरी है। वो कहते नहीं तुम पढ़, हम कहते छोड़ना इसको, उसको इंटरेस्ट जगाइए। अगर उसको इंटरेस्ट जग जाएगा ना तो आप उसको खाना भी दीजिएगा तो कहेगा कि नहीं एक क्वेश्चन और लगा देते हैं तब जाके खाना खाएंगे। तो उल्टा सिस्टम लेके चल रहे हैं लोग। तो गार्जियन को भी समझना पड़ेगा। आप एक बच्चे का तकलीफ समझिए, वो बड़ा संकोच करता है, उसके ऊपर बहुत टेंशन रहता है। वो जिस एज ग्रुप में है उस एज ग्रुप में उसको बहुत प्रॉब्लम होता है। वो ना कभी कभी टेक्निकल चीजें नहीं समझ पाता है, एज है उसमें घूमने फिरने में लग जाता है। तो थोड़ा उसको नर्चर करने की जरूरत है।
आपके पास हज़ारों स्टूडेंट्स अभी तक क्लासें आप ले चुके हैं, कुछ ऐसा किस्सा सुनाइए जिसमें आपके पास कोई बच्चा कुछ ऐसा सामान ले आया हो। जैसे मैंने सुना कई एक बार बंदूक ले आया था बच्चा, आपके लिए नहीं लाया था, किसी और वजह से लाया था, बताइए जरा क्या था वो?
आई कार्ड चेक होता है क्लास में, तो क्योंकि ना विदाउट आई कार्ड वाले को हम लोग अलाउ कर देंगे तो फिर तो बदमाशी करके भाग जाएगा तो पता ही नहीं चलेगा। तो ऐसे चेक हो रहा था आई कार्ड, तो उसके पास था नहीं। कहा कि भाई जो चेक कर रहा था उसका, भाई मेरे पास आई कार्ड है, लाए नहीं, आज हमको बहुत जरूरी काम है। तो कहा क्या काम है? तो उलझ गया उससे। तो उसका ना यहाँ पे शर्ट उठा तो तमंचा रखा हुआ था। तो कह रहा है कि तमंचा लेके रखा, तो डर गया बेचारा कि भाई हम इसका आई कार्ड क्या चेक करेंगे, तो तमंचा लेके घूम रहा है। तो आपस में बात किए सब, तो कह रहा है कि देखो अभी छोड़ा, एक तो 11-12 बजे झगड़ा होने वाला है, तो सोचे कि उससे पहले क्लास कर लेते हैं, सुबह वाला क्लास कर लेंगे बाद में। सोचिए झगड़ा करने से भी पहले उसको चिंता था कि क्लास कर लेना है। तो इस टाइप के भी कुछ आ जाते हैं।
तो ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स को भी आप कैसे मैनेज करते हैं? मतलब जो ऐसे दिमाग वाले लोग हैं कैसे पढ़ाते हैं जीएस उनको?
वो तो बैठ के पढ़ाई कर रहा है, उससे हमको मतलब नहीं रहता। वो तो पढ़ाई में एकदम उन लोग को ऐसा नहीं रहता है। लेकिन कुछ ये तो माँ बाप का परवरिश का चीज होता है कि आखिर अगर ऐसे बच्चे हैं तो अल्टीमेटली उन्हीं का लॉस होता है। हम लोग कितना भी पढ़ा दें, लेकिन ये जो गलत रास्ते पे एक बार चला जाता है वो लौट के नहीं आ पाता है फिर।
अच्छा, चूंकि हमारा थीम है एजुकेटिंग इंडिया 2030, तो आपको क्या लगता है किताबों में भी बदलाव होना चाहिए? वही पुरानी किताबें पढ़ रहे हैं बच्चे एनसीईआरटी की, बदलाव हो रहे हैं लेकिन उतने लेवल तक नहीं हो रहे। आपको लगता है कि अब वक्त आ गया कि भैया बदलाव होना चाहिए, तभी बच्चे कुछ प्रैक्टिकल, क्योंकि जो हम स्कूलों में पढ़ते हैं आपको भी पता, वो प्रैक्टिकल में काम नहीं आता बच्चों के, जो भी किसी भी जॉब में हो। क्या लगता है खान सर को?
देखिए, एनसीईआरटी बुक बहुत रेलेवेंट है, उसको अपडेट हमेशा आते रहता है, कुछ अपडेट। ये किताबें चेंज करना ना, ये कमाने का एक फैशन हो गया है। किताबें बनती हैं पेड़ पौधों से काट के बनेगी। एक और हम भाषण देंगे कि ग्रीनरी बढ़ाओ, ग्रीनरी बढ़ाओ, और जितने ये प्राइवेट स्कूल वाले हर साल किताब चेंज कर देंगे कि हमारी कमाई बढ़ जाएगी यहाँ पे। ये क्या मतलब बनता है? आप एक ऐसी किताब रखिए जो लॉन्ग टाइम पे चले। मेडिकल की कौन सी किताब इतनी चेंज हो रही है? हाँ, रिसर्च होता है, वो ऐड हो जाता है, जो भी रिसर्च। ये 7-8 के बच्चों में कौन सा रिसर्च हो रहा है? अरे उनको वही चीज है जो फॉर्मूला है, यहाँ पे कौन सा बड़ा चीज है? मिडिल क्लास इंसान मर जाता है उसका किताब खरीदते खरीदते। एक आदमी थे हमारे यहाँ पटना में, तो उनको मतलब हमारे पास आए कि सर कुछ पैसे चाहिए हेल्प। हमके क्या हुआ? तो कहे कि मेरी बेटी, उनको पढ़ा रहे थे बेटी को, तो कहे कि उसको ना री एडमिशन लेना है। हम कहे फेल हो गई क्या? तो कहे नहीं नहीं, पास हो गई ना तो प्रमोशन का भी पैसा लगता है। मतलब उसको पैसा इसलिए लग रहा है कि पास हो गई तो फेल हो जाना चाहिए उसको। ये क्या सिस्टम बना के रखे हैं? मतलब बच्चा पास हो गया तो फिर उसको, मतलब उसको ना, वो स्टूडेंट नहीं है, उसको हर कदम पे नोच लो इसको। यहाँ उसको बेहतर किताब रखिए, सिस्टमेटिक। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की बात करते हैं, वन नेशन वन एजुकेशन की बात क्यों नहीं करते हैं? तमिलनाडु में अलग सिस्टम है, गुजरात में अलग है, बिहार में अलग है। एक जैसा सिस्टम रहना चाहिए। लैंग्वेज आप पढ़ाइए, गुजरात में गुजराती लैंग्वेज को पढ़ाइए, गुजराती कल्चर को पढ़ाइए, बट ओवरऑल तो सेम रहना चाहिए। किताबें बार बार चेंज करने से बिना मतलब का फाइनेंशियल बर्डन बढ़ता है। और ये जो आप कहें कि जो किताब है और उसका जो यूज नहीं आता है, तो किताब में एजुकेशन से रिलेटेड चीज है, और जब हम वर्किंग में जाते हैं तो वो स्किल्ड ढूंढता है। तो स्किल्ड अलग हो गया, एजुकेशन अलग हो गया। आखिर हमें भीड़ में से सेलेक्ट करना है किसी को, तो हम कैसे सेलेक्ट करेंगे? ए सिंगल सीट ऑफ मार्कशीट कैन नॉट डिसाइड माई होल करियर। लेकिन हमारा मार्कशीट ये जरूर बता देता है कि 10th में हम सिंसियर थे कि नहीं थे। ग्रेजुएशन का मार्कशीट हमें ये जरूर बता देता है कि उस टाइम फ्रेम में हम सिंसियर थे कि नहीं। इस आधार पर हम ये आइडिया लगा लेते हैं कि ये इंसान थोड़ा सिंसियर होगा। बाद में उसको ट्रेनिंग स्किल तो सब देना ही पड़ेगा ना।
अच्छा, भारत की करोड़ों की आबादी जो है युवा है। दुनिया में होता है कि सबसे युवा आबादी भारत में है। खान सर, क्या लगता है आपको, जो हिंदी वाले स्टूडेंट्स स्पेशली इस आबादी का बड़ा हिस्सा हैं, वो खुद, उनको लो फील कराया जाता है और वो खुद लो फील होते भी हैं। क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स को कि भैया हिंदी मीडियम या इंग्लिश मीडियम कुछ नहीं होता? क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पे?
ये ना छुपा दिया जाता है हिंदी मीडियम या इंग्लिश मीडियम। ये जो सीबीएसई और आईसीएसई है, इसमें गरीब इंसान मर जाएगा वहां पे। वो बताइए आपको, आप कोई अभी ऐसे स्कूल दिख रहे जिसे 15,000 रुपये फीस है, वो गरीब का इंसान कहाँ जाएगा? वो तो मजबूरी में जाएगा ऐसे स्कूलों में जहाँ पे वो सर्वाइव ना कर पाए। तो वहाँ पे उसको कह दिया जाता है हिंदी मीडियम। छुपा रहा है। हिंदी मीडियम कह देने से ना वो लगता है कि उसकी इंडिविजुअल गलती है, और इंग्लिश मीडियम करने से लगता है उसकी इंडिविजुअल उसका कोई अचीवमेंट है। वो एक गरीब स्कूल हो गया जिसमें आम आदमी नहीं पढ़ सकता है। जितने अच्छे स्कूल्स हैं, ये जो आपको जो बहुत बड़े लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम ये स्कूल्स हैं, सरकारी स्कूल में एक बार भेजिए, उनको अपना कॉन्फिडेंस फील हो, अजीब सा होने लगेगा। जनरल डिब्बा में घुसते ट्रेन के एक अलग सी फील आती है, भैया हम कहाँ फंस गए, निकल पाएंगे कि नहीं निकल पाएंगे। तो जनरल डिब्बा का हाल क्या हो जाता है? 2 स्टेशन पहले आदमी निकलने की तैयारी कर देता है कि भाई निकलना है, चपा जाएंगे गेटवे पे। ये हाल हो जाता है। और वो एसी वाला, उसको भीड़ भाड़ नहीं है, ट्रेन रुकने के बाद वो निकलता है। तो हमारे यहाँ तो एजुकेशन भी 2 टाइप का है, अमीरों के लिए अलग है, गरीबों के लिए अलग है। अगर ये एक जैसा रहता है जैसे चाइना में, नहीं हो सकता यार। हम लोग को देखिए, हम लोग का अस्तित्व क्यों है? क्योंकि सरकारी स्कूलों में या जो स्कूलिंग एजुकेशन है, वहां उस बच्चे को प्रॉपर ढंग से कुछ ना कुछ कमी रही थी तो भी हमारे पास आया। जब तक हम लोग हैं, वो ये बात को बता रहा है कि स्कूलिंग में कमी है। जिस दिन वो प्रॉपर हो गया, हम लोग की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी।
तो हिंदी मीडियम वाले बच्चों को क्या मैसेज देंगे कि भैया लो फील ना करें आप? जैसे बाकी मुल्कों में, रूस में रशिया को रूसी भाषा को प्राथमिकता दी जाती है, यूरोप में भी यही है। भारत में क्यों शर्मिंदा एक फील कर रहा है आदमी भैया हिंदी बोलने पे? आप हिंदी के ब्रांड एम्बेसडर की तरह हैं, इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे।
जबरदस्ती उनको शर्मिंदा होने की जरूरत नहीं है। हम खुले मंच से कहते हैं कि मेरी जिंदगी का अगर कोई सबसे अच्छा डिसीजन था तो हम इंग्लिश मीडियम छोड़ दिए थे। और हमको कुछ बुझाइए नहीं रहा था वहाँ पे, बस मे आई गो टू ड्रिंक वाटर सर, और उसके बाद कुछ समझ में नहीं आता था। पूरा पढ़ के याद कर लेते थे और सब चीज याद कर लेते थे, और समझ में आता नहीं था तो हम छोड़ दिए वहाँ पे। इधर आए तो समझ में आने लगा। प्रॉब्लम क्या है ना कि हम लोग इंग्लिश को अलग से वरीयता दे देते हैं। हमारे यहाँ पटना एक तो फ्लाइट जा रही थी, दिल्ली से पटना फ्लाइट, तो फ्लाइट वाले को तो पता है कि भाई पटना जा रहा है, वहाँ का रीजनल लैंग्वेज भोजपुरी, मैथिली, भोजपुरी है। तो एक एयर होस्टेस थी, वो एक बूढ़े बाबा थे, उनके किसी बेटे ने टिकट बुक किया होगा, उसमें खाना बुक कर दिया था, तो उन्होंने खाना दे दिया। एयर होस्टेस पूछ रही है बेवरेज, वो आदमी को बेवरेज बुझा रहा है। वो आदमी बेवकूफ नहीं था, वो पूछने वाली, उनको नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, वो बूढ़ा आदमी है, बेवरेज ऊपर कंफ्यूजन में है, बेवरेज वहां पे। भाई आप तो एक तो सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक, कोल्ड ड्रिंक उठा के बेवरेज थमा के रख दिए हैं। तो उनको ये लगता है ना कि भाई हम इंग्लिश बोलते हैं, मेरी एयरलाइंस बहुत अच्छी है। आप रसिया जाइए, चाइना जाइए, वो चाइनीज भाषा बोलते हैं। माओ जेडांग ने सीधे यही बोला कि भाई आप चाइनीज लैंग्वेज को रखिए, आपको ज्यादा जरूरत रहेगा, एक ट्रांसलेटर रख लीजिएगा। और वो बेचारे बूढ़ा आदमी कंफ्यूज थे। हम बाद में उनको कहे कि चाचा जी आपको कुछ इसमें, तो अब समझ में आया। तो वो चाचा जी थोड़ी ना, मतलब उनका एजुकेशन सिस्टम थोड़ी डाउन था।
अभी महाकुंभ समापन होने वाला है, मैं लगभग 10-12 दिन महाकुंभ में था। बिहार के बहुत लोग हमें वहाँ पे मिले, सैकड़ों लोग मिले। उनका कहना था कि हमें भी योगी जैसा सीएम चाहिए। खान सर बिहार से आए हैं, क्या लगता है आपको?
अब ये तो लोकतंत्र है, सबका डिसीजन है। वो इस बार कुंभ का मैंने इतने ज्यादा क्राउड गए थे लोग वहां पर, तो क्राउड ओवर क्राउड हो जाने की वजह से 2-4 मिस यहाँ पे घटना जो हो गई यहाँ पे, उसके बाद वीवीआईपी कल्चर को जैसे खत्म किया गया, सारी चीजें ऑन द स्पॉट आ गई यहाँ पर। तो अपना वहाँ का मैनेजमेंट है और हर स्टेट का अपना अपना अलग मैनेजमेंट है। अब जैसे कोई ज़रूरी नहीं कि सब जगह का एक ही जैसा हो जाएगी, लेकिन ये एक चीज़ है कि योगी जी में जो स्टिक ऑफ लॉ है कि भाई अगर गड़बड़ी करेंगे तो भाई मीडिया रहे चाहे कुछ रहे, कुछ भी हो सकता है। तो ये वाला चीज़ ना लोगों को थोड़ा सा प्रभावित जरूर करता है।
लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पे जो आप कह रहे हैं वो काम
बिल्कुल, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर तो जरूरी है ना, किसी को अब डर ही लगने लगेगा तो काम कहाँ से कर पाएगा। सिक्योरिटी बहुत जरूरी है, रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत जरूरी। हम लोग क्या देखते हैं, अगर कोई इंसान बीमार पड़ा है तो क्या चेक करते हैं, उसका ब्लड टेस्ट कर लिए, यूरिन टेस्ट कर दिए, ईसीजी कर दिए, तभी ना आदमी पता करता है कि इसको क्या प्रॉब्लम है। किसी स्टेट को देखना है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर देख लीजिए, पुलिस कितनी हेल्पफुल है, सड़कें कितनी अच्छी हैं। अब जैसे कहते हैं लोग कौन सा राज्य विकास होगा, जिस राज्य में आप 1 घंटे में 100 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस नहीं तय कर सकते हैं, कभियो विकास नहीं होगा उस जगह का। अब चाहे जितनो चिल्लाते रहिए, आपको क्या लगता है साइकिल से विकास करने वाले एंटरप्रेन्योर घूमेंगे? बिल गेट्स आएगा टेम्पू पे बैठ के।
बहुत बढ़िया। चलिए, क्योंकि जनता की पुरजोर मांग थी कि रैपिड फायर भी किया जाए खान सर से, क्योंकि इनकी बातें जो हैं किसी को बोर नहीं कर सकते, भले 1 घंटा बोलते रहे। बिहार में कुछ महीनों में चुनाव है, अगला सीएम किसको देखते हैं, नीतीश, तेजस्वी या प्रशांत किशोर?
देखिए, ये पॉलिटिकल क्वेश्चन आप हम लोग से काहे पूछते हैं? ये अब मेरे देखने से, अपने से सोच के देखिए, मेरा देखने से कोई सीएम नहीं बन सकता। मेरा एक इंडिविजुअल सिंगल वोट है।
इसको बदल देते हैं, सबसे पॉपुलर कौन आपको लगता है इन सब में? सबसे पॉपुलर या आपका फेवरेट नेता कौन है? नीतीश कुमार, प्रशांत किशोर? काफी मेहनत कर रहे हैं आजकल।
सबकी अलग अलग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। देखिए, नीतीश कुमार को जिस हालत में बिहार मिला था ना, गढ़ा में मिला था, गढ़ा में, जिसपे कोई बिल्डिंग नहीं बना सकता है। पहले उसको आप जैसे एक जमीन खरीदिए, कोई समतल जमीन खरीदिए, कोई गड्ढा में का खरीदिए, समतल वाला तुरंत बिल्डिंग बना देगा। तो उत्तर प्रदेश एक समतल जमीन थी, फटाफट काम होने लगा। और बिहार गढ़ा में मिला था, तो उन्होंने इस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, बिजली, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, सोशल, इसको सुधारते सुधारते परेशान हो गए। लालू यादव को जब मिला था ना, तो ऐसा स्थिति में बिहार मिला था कि कुछ ऐसे जगह थे जहां पूरे गांव के बाहर 1-2 आदमी लाठी लेके खड़ा हो जाता था, कहता था कि तोरा वोट डालने नहीं जाना है, पूरा गांव अंदर रह जाता था। वो इंसान इंटरप्रेन्योर से देखेंगे तो हर इंसान का चैलेंज अलग अलग है। जिनको जहां मिला, वही उन लालू यादव को रेलवे मिला, रेलवे को फायदा में दिखा दिए। अब लोगों ने कहा कि कबाड़ बेच दिए। दुनिया के कौन आदमी कबाड़ घरे में रखता है?
ये बड़ा
तो अच्छे ना किए।
खान सर ने बड़ा स्मार्टली लालू जी की भी तारीफ कर दी और नीतीश जी को भी खुश कर दिया, क्योंकि बिहार में दुकान चलानी है भैया। चलिए, इसके बाद आगे बढ़ते हैं। खान सर की टीचिंग फिलॉसफी, एक शब्द में आप जो टीचिंग कराते हैं उसको अगर
क्लास में बैठ के उसको समझ में नहीं आया तो स्टूडेंट की गलती नहीं, टीचर की गलती है।
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया। अच्छा, चूंकि आपने कई दोस्तों का नाम लिया अपना शुरू में, लड़कपन के दिनों में कोई याद आपको, कोई याद हो कि भैया ये किया था, वो किया था? हर किसी ने कुछ ना कुछ किया रहता है।
बचपन में तो हम लोग के टाइम पे मोबाइल था नहीं, तो दिन भर तो आदमी बदमाशी करता था उसमें। अब याद के डेली एक तो नया नया कहानी रहता था बचपन में, कौन ध्यान रहता है इतना। मतलब बचपन में तो हमको लगता है कि जिस आंधी में मौसम विभाग चेतावनी जारी करता था कि घर से ना निकलिए, उस आंधी में हम लोग टिकोरा बीनने जाते थे। आम का जो छोटा वाला आम होता है ना, उसको टिकोरा बोला जाता है हमारे यहाँ, तो उसमें हम लोग तो बचपन में तो आदमी बदमाशी करते रहता था।
अच्छा, आप टीचर ना होते तो क्या होते?
हमको तो फौज में जाना था। टीचर ना होते तो हमको एक किसानों के लिए, और हम भी अभी बताते हैं बहुत दिन टीचिंग नहीं करेंगे, हमको किसानों के लिए वर्क करना है। किसानों की 3-4 महत्वपूर्ण समस्या है। उसकी एक, फसल का उत्पादन कम है। दूसरा क्या है, उसका फसल अगर उत्पादन हो गया तो कीड़ा खा जाते हैं सब। और उस तीसरा क्या है कि अगर नहीं खाया तो बेचने जाएगा तो उसके फसल की सेल्फ लाइफ कम होती है, तो कोल्ड चेन नेटवर्क नहीं है। उसको अगर शाम में अपनी सब्जी बेचने गया है तो शाम 4 बजे तक ही उसको अच्छा भाव मिलेगा। बाकी समाज गिद्ध की तरह लोग देखते होंगे कि शाम होगा तो ये बेच के जाएगा, क्योंकि उसके यहाँ कोल्ड स्टोरेज का चेन नहीं है। आप 3 सिस्टम देखिए, किसान को आप 5 किलो का जो अनाज का है, ये देखिए, ये एक अच्छी योजना है और समाज का एक बड़ा हिस्सा उससे प्रभावित हो रहा है, उसका वो एहसानमंद है। लेकिन हमें एक ये भी सोचना पड़ेगा कि हम अभी भी कहाँ पर हैं। तो उनका योजना में हम संदेह नहीं कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छी योजना है, लेकिन ये जो 3 चीज है किसानों के लिए, एक किसान को बताइए अगर मेहनत से उत्पादन किया, हमारे यहाँ समस्तीपुर एक जगह है, वहाँ गोभी उत्पादन हुआ, 1 रुपया किलो बिका गोभी, 1 रुपया, जबकि दुबई में बिक रहा था 250। बताइए एक किसान दुबई भेजेगा कि जो सिस्टम बैठा हुआ है वो भेजेगा? तो क्या मतलब बनता है? वो ट्रैक्टर चला दिया 1 रुपया किलो गोभी। अभी बहुत सारे लोग पूछेंगे, क्योंकि आप लोग दिल्ली में बैठे हैं, आप लोग को आइडिया नहीं लगेगा 1 रुपया किलो भी गोभी हो सकता है क्या? वहाँ ट्रैक्टर चला दिया समस्तीपुर में। तो बहुत समस्या है, आप कभी उसके ऊपर देख के देखिए, इस देश में सबसे ज्यादा अगर किसी के पास कलेजा और बहादुर हैं सब ना, तो इस देश के किसान हैं सब। यहाँ हम लोग का ना एक मोबाइल छूट जाएगा ना तो धक धक होने लगा, कहाँ मोबाइल छूट गया। वो 6 महीने तक अपनी फसल पूरे खेत में छोड़ के आता है, कभी आग लग जाता है, कभी कुछ हो जाता है, कभी कुछ हो जाता है, कोई उसको पूछने वाला नहीं होता। तो जब तक इस देश में किसान और महिलाओं का उत्थान नहीं करेंगे, कहाँ से आगे बढ़ेगा।
आपने मोबाइल की बात की, देश के करोड़ों युवा जो रील पर सारा दिन फील करते रहते हैं, उनको क्या मैसेज देंगे, कितना टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं अपना वो लोग?
रील देखने से अच्छा है अपनी काम की चीजें देखिए। अगर आपको 2 घंटा मोबाइल चलाना है तो 2 घंटा की जगह 3 घंटा चलाओ, लेकिन आप स्पेसिफिक देखो। अगर आपको कोई मूवी देखनी है तो मूवी देखो। ये रील का मतलब क्या हो गया, अजनबी से मिलते जा रहा है, उसको खुद नहीं पता है कि इसके नीचे क्या करके स्क्रॉल करके आएगा, तो वो उससे कोई उसका याद नहीं होगा। जितनी छोटी छोटी चीजों को हम देखेंगे हमारी मेमोरी कमजोर होते जाएगी। तो ये इसके मेमोरी पे चीजों पे बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है, क्योंकि रील देखने के बाद ना हम उसे रिकॉल नहीं कर पाते। मेमोरी तेज कैसे होता है, जब हम किसी चीजों को बार बार रिकॉल करते हैं। तो अगर उस रील की जगह मूवी भी देख लेगा ना तो उसको रिकॉल आएगा, कोई डायलॉग याद आएगा, कोई इमोशनल सीन, कोई गाना, कुछ ना कुछ याद आएगा। रील में उसको कुछ नहीं याद आता है। आप ऐसे समझिए कि हमारा दिमाग कितना शॉर्ट कर दिया है ये सोशल मीडिया ने, कि 20 सेकंड के रील पे भी ना ऊपर लिखा होता है वेट फॉर इंड। 20 सेकंड के रीलवा पे लिखा है इंड के लिए इंतजार करो। बाप रे बाप।
अच्छा, काफ़ी लोगों का सवाल था कि हज़ारों स्टूडेंट्स आपसे करंट अफेयर पढ़ते हैं, खान सर अपडेट होने के लिए क्या क्या पढ़ते हैं?
वो कोई एक सोर्स से हम लोग नहीं पढ़ सकते हैं, कहीं कहीं जहां जहां से मिल जाता है आदमी वहां से उठा के पढ़ लिया। जैसे अमेरिका के बारे में पढ़ना है तो हम इंडियन न्यूज को पढ़ेंगे तो वो इंडियन एस्पेक्ट्स में दिखाएगा, बट वही अगर हम गार्जियन न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स देख लेंगे तो वहां के हिसाब से दिखाएगा। और धीरे धीरे चीजें आदत हो जाती है। न्यूज में होता क्या चीज है, मतलब एक मेन चीज होती है, उसको घुमा फिरा के होते रहता है।
अच्छा, कोई एक चीज़ जो आपको लगता है आज के स्टूडेंट्स को पता होनी ही चाहिए, कोई एक चीज़?
बहुत चीज पता होना चाहिए, एक चीज से क्या चीज हो जाएगा उसका। लेकिन हाँ, एक चीज मतलब हम ये जरूर कहेंगे कि जो स्टूडेंट के अंदर ये चीज होती है ना कि हम इसको बाद में पढ़ लेंगे, बाद में रिवीजन कर लेंगे, हम अच्छे से इसे फेयर कर लेंगे, टाइम टेबल बना देंगे, इस सबको बहुत दिक्कत होने वाला है आगे जाके। अभी नहीं तो कभी नहीं। जो आज करेगा वही कर सकता है, और बहुत परफेक्ट के चक्कर में नहीं पड़िएगा। स्टूडेंट सबको देखते हैं, एक बार फेयर करेंगे, एक बार रफ कुछ नहीं मिला, पढ़ना चालू करो, चाहे जैसे भी। टेबल सजाएगा, पानी बोतल रखेगा, फिर उसको पानी पिएगा, नमकीन खाएगा, पढ़ने से पहले फिर वॉशरूम जाएगा, फिर पानी पिएगा, पगला गया। बैठ जहां पढ़ना है पढ़ वहीं पे।
अच्छा, कोई आप स्टूडेंट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, सबसे अतरंगी सवाल जो किसी स्टूडेंट ने आज तक आपसे पूछा हो, कुछ याद हो आपको कोई किस्सा, किसी स्टूडेंट का सवाल?
डेली 2-4 अतरंगी आते ही रहता है सब यहाँ पे।
फिलहाल का
एक बार हम ज्योग्राफी पढ़ा रहे थे, नर्मदा नदी, गंगा नदी, तो एक स्टूडेंट आया, कहा कि सर ये नर्मदा नदी 2 नदी है क्या? हम कहे नहीं तो। कहते सर नाम दीजिए ना, नर और मादा। हम कह रहे भाई साहब तू पागल कर देगा अभी 1-2 दिन पहले। तो हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ इस टाइप का आते रहेंगे।
अच्छा, खान सर, सबको डर लगता है, आपका सबसे बड़ा डर क्या है? किसी चीज से डर लगता है खान सर को?
अलग अलग फील्ड में डर होता है, जैसे एक कोई चीज का डर नहीं होता। जैसे मान के चलिए एजुकेशन में एक चीज का ये लगता है कि जिस हिसाब से धांधली हो रही है, सीटों का कहां से कहां सीट कौन किसको बेच दिया जाएगा, तो डर इस बात का लगता है कि उन बच्चों का क्या होगा। हम तो यहाँ लड़ते रह गए कि भाई वो होगा, अब यहाँ पे जिसको कंट्रोल करना है वो कंट्रोल ही नहीं कर रहा है। हम तो इसी भरोसे बैठे हैं कि बीपीएससी हो जाए, यूपीएससी हो जाए, एसएससी हो, रेलवे हो, एनटीए हो, ये सीटों को रिजर्व रखे, मजबूती से रखे, और हम बच्चों को पढ़ाएंगे और ये लोग करेंगे। अब पता चला हम यहाँ बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं, इधर धांधी हो जाते, मैं किसके लिए सजू, मेरा पिया आनहर है।
अच्छा, 10 साल बाद खान सर, तालियां बज रही हैं अभी। अच्छा, 10 साल बाद खान सर खुद को कहाँ देखते हैं? क्या क्या सपना है आपका जो आप सच करना चाहते हैं?
हम लोग प्रेजेंट में जीते हैं, 10 साल बाद जिंदगी कहाँ होगी। आज से 10 साल पहले किसी को नहीं पता था 2015 में कि 2025 में क्या हो जाएगा। तो बहुत ज़्यादा का प्रोजेक्शन नहीं होना चाहिए। हमको बस इतना लगता है कि हाँ, इतना जरूर कहना चाहते हैं कि एजुकेशन आज से 10 साल बाद भी कोई ये बात जरूर याद रखेगा कि कोई इंसान था जिसने एजुकेशन के लिए हमेशा के लिए लड़ते रह गए। चाहे जितना बड़ा ऑफर हो जाए, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, एजुकेशन के लिए हमेशा बच्चों के लिए लड़े थे। आज भी गवर्नमेंट से लड़ना कितना टफ होता है, तो आप लोग को तो यहाँ देखते होंगे, वहां पे बच्चों के लिए तो लड़ते लड़ते आदमी तो हमेशा उन्हीं के लिए रहेगा।
अच्छा, आपको लगता है कि भारत को जो रिस्पेक्ट अब दी जा रही है पहले नहीं मिलती थी? चूंकि आप टीचर हैं, क्या लगता है कि दुनिया में अब ज़्यादा भारतीय पासपोर्ट की धाक बढ़ी है अब पहले से?
पासपोर्ट का तो उतना नहीं कर सकते। एक चीज हम लोग को समझना पड़ेगा, ये जो अंग्रेज हैं सब ना, या दुनिया जो भी है, तो ये हम लोग का इतना बड़ा मार्केट है, 140 करोड़ लोग हैं, कि डरेंगे तो इनके बाप, नहीं तो जिस दिन हम लोग बहिष्कार कर देंगे ना, अभी हम लोग डरा नहीं पाए हैं, अभी वो खुदे डर रहा है, हम लोग डराना चालू नहीं किए हैं। आज अगर हम अपना एंड्रॉइड बनाएं, अपना गूगल बनाएं, अपना फेसबुक बनाएं, तब उनको असली डर समझ में आएगा। अभी वो अपने से डर रहे थे कि भाई ये किसी दिन कुछ कर देगा यहाँ। और दूसरी बात कि भारत का जो छवि बढ़ा है, वो ऑब्वियस भी बात बढ़ा है, लेकिन एक चीज और गौर करना पड़ेगा। आज से 10 साल पहले, 15 साल पहले किसी के पास इतना मोबाइल नहीं था जिसे पता चले कि रूस में प्रधानमंत्री का कैसे स्वागत हुआ, कैसे नहीं हुआ। तो अभी जागरूकता बढ़ गई है। आज मोदी जी लैंड करते हैं तो दिख जाता है मोदी जी लैंड किए, उनको बस सैल्यूट दिया जाता है, दिख जाता है। लेकिन जब वही गुजराल साहब थे, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी साहब थे, तो रिस्पेक्ट उनकी भी थी। वह व्यक्ति था जिसने अमेरिका के प्रधानमंत्री का फोन उठाने से पहले
G20 भारत में अभी हो रहा है, G20 तब नहीं हुआ था।
हाँ, G20 बहुत अच्छे से हम लोगों ने हैंडल किया। तो ऑब्वियस बात है कि हम लोग का ना फॉरेन पॉलिसी में बढ़ा है, बट थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ कहाँ हुआ है, आस पड़ोस में। आस पड़ोस में ये गड़बड़ हो गया ना कि हम लोग की छवि अलग टाइप की बनती गई है। थोड़ा जैसे बांग्लादेश, श्रीलंका, मालदीव, नेपाल, इलायची दाना बराबर देश हम लोग को, मतलब वो श्रीलंका, वो जिसके पास वो अपना जहाज नहीं था, वो मालदीव के पास अपना जहाज नहीं था, उसके प्रधानमंत्री को आने के बाद वो धमकी दे रहा है हम लोग को। तो ये चीजें नहीं होनी चाहिए। अभी जो
बाद में माफी भी मांग लिया उन्होंने,
तो ये तो पूरा बर्बाद करके मारेंगे।
ये तो हम देश की बात कर रहे हैं। छोटे छोटे शहरों से भारत की ऐसा टैलेंट निकलता रहा है, भले वो महेंद्र सिंह धोनी हो, इस तरह के तमाम लोग, खान सर भी। तो आपको क्या लगता है जो छोटे छोटे शहरों में ऐसा रॉ टैलेंट हमारा बैठा हुआ है, उसको क्या मोटिवेशन देंगे, क्या बताना चाहेंगे कि भैया लगे रहो, कामयाबी मिलेगी?
हर शहर में ऐसे लोग हैं। अब थोड़ा सा क्या होता है ना कि इंडिया में जो इंसान सक्सेस हो जाता है, लोगों को लगता है ये बहुत अलग किया होगा। एक आध नंबर से या थोड़े मोड़े चीज़ों से अगर चूक जाता है तो लोग इंडिया में ना उसको थोड़ा भी रिस्पेक्ट नहीं देते हैं। ये बहुत खराब लगता है। कोई कामयाब है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि जो आपसे पीछे है वो आपके लायक नहीं है या आपसे कम जानता है। कभी कभी होता है कि मतलब उसके पीछे वाला बेटर उनसे ज़्यादा बेटर जान रहा होता है। एक समय आएगा जब उसको भी लोग जानेंगे। तो थोड़ा बहुत वही कहते हैं कि लगे रहना चाहिए। कामयाबी एक दिन में नहीं मिलती है, लेकिन एक दिन तो जरूर मिलती है।
चलिए, बिहार में चुनाव है और लोगों को जैसे पता लगा कि आपसे हम मिलने वाले, तो उन्होंने पूछा जरूर था हमसे कि आपको क्या लगता है प्रशांत किशोर जिस तरीके से गांव-गांव जाकर मेहनत कर रहे हैं, मेहनत रंग लाएगी? भले सरकार ना बना पाए, आपको क्या लगता है कैसा काम कर रहे हैं प्रशांत किशोर?
लोगों को जागरूक करना ये बहुत अच्छी चीज है। और एक व्यक्ति ने इतना हिम्मत दिखाया जो गांव-गांव जाके पैदल चल रहा है। हम तो कहते हैं जागरूक ना करके कोई पैदलों चल के देखे कितना टफ होता है, गर्मी, बरसात, ठंडा। और क्या सिखा रहे हैं वो, लोगों को क्या कह रहे हैं, शिक्षा पे ध्यान दो, स्किल्ड पे ध्यान दो, यही सब चीज। ऐसा थोड़ी कर रहे हैं कि मतलब कोई गलत चीज सिखा रहे हैं। तो लोगों को जागरूक कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। उनको नतीजों में भी देखने को मिलेगा, उनको जरूर।
अच्छा, कल को कहेंगे भैया खान सर जुड़ जाओ हमारे साथ।
आप लोग हमको ना, पता नहीं, हमको कभी कभी लगता है कि हम पढ़ा रहे हैं तो आप लोग हमको ये नहीं कहते हैं कि पढ़ाइए, बार बार हमको उधरे क्यों खींच के लेके जाते हैं?
आप कह रहे हो बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। चलिए, इन्होंने
तो मतलब हम क्या कहते, खराब काम कर रहे हैं?
इन्होंने नीतीश जी की तारीफ कर दी, लालू की तारीफ कर दी, प्रशांत किशोर की तारीफ कर दी। बिहार में चुनाव है, आगे आपसे हम दोबारा जुड़ेंगे। आज हमसे खान सर जुड़े, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका, हमारे इस कॉन्क्लेव में आप आए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आगे भी आपसे हम जुड़ते रहेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
जोरदार तालियां तो बनती है एक और बार प्लीज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, खान सर के लिए और मुनीश के लिए। मुनीश शुक्रिया, और खान सर आप हमारे साथ जुड़े रहें। आपकी सोच ने हमें प्रेरित कर दिया है। और मैं रोहित चड्ढा को स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूंगी सो वी कैन प्रेजेंट अ टोकन ऑफ आवर अप्रिशिएशन सर। All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we'll do is we'll reverse the order here. We have a next set of long list of awards to go, so we'll start there. And Khan sir, we thank you for joining us and doing the honors. So our next award, ladies and gentlemen, given by the very special Khan sir and Rohit Chadha, is in the category Excellence in Legal Consultation Real Estate. And the award goes to S.T. Prashanta Kumar. An excellent real estate lawyer. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. His expertise, his dedication have shaped landmark deals and resolved incredibly complex legal matters. A huge round of applause once again for our winner in the category Excellence in Legal Consultation Real Estate. And next we move on to Excellence in Marketing Campaign 2024-2025. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, US Polo. The award goes to US Polo, please, for USPA by Pacho Jaipur campaign. And congratulations to Team USPA and Arvind Fashions for this incredible honor. Could please have our winner on stage to claim their prize for Excellence in Marketing Campaign 2024-2025. Enjoy the honor and the recognition, it's deeply deserved. Congrats again to the US Polo team. And now we move on to Excellent Architect of the Year. And ladies and gentlemen, in the category Excellent Architect of the Year, the winner is SWBI Architects. That's right, okay. Founder Director Mr. Sanjay Wadhwa in particular. And SWBI is a 30-year full-service design firm with pan-India presence, and the firm specializes in corporate interiors and workplace design. Huge round of applause for your fellow colleagues here, ladies and gentlemen, as they walk away with top honors. And from there, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Education Counseling. Congratulations once again, sir. And our winner in the category Excellence in Education Counseling is Shivaram, Managing Partner of CAP or CAP. That's right, Career Advice Point. And they received this honor for reshaping higher education consulting. Led by Mr. Shivaram Mantri and Pavan, CAP has helped students achieve their academic dreams through expert counseling, university selection, and scholarship support. And the very coveted award, ladies and gentlemen, Excellence in Education Counseling. Before we move on, our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Excellence in Financial Services and Investment. And the winner is Kamal Podar. Can we please have Kamal Podar on stage to accept this incredible honor and this symbol of our recognition for their contributions. All right, we will move on. And we will move on to Most Trusted Skin and Dental Clinic. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner in this category is DH Skin and Dental Clinic. Can I please have Dr. Anup Matthew and Dr. Greeley Kurian onto the stage? The dedicated doctor duo whose passion and expertise empower people with ageless confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge congratulations and applause once more for Most Trusted Skin and Dental Clinic. DH Skin and Dental Clinic, please enjoy this special moment as a symbol of our recognizing you and your life's work. And from there we move on to Young Changemaker, and a winner in the category Young Changemaker is Shivansh Gupta. And please have Shivansh Gupta on stage. He's one of the finest debaters in our country, ladies and gentlemen. He's won several international championships, including being the ESL champion at Cambridge University. Nothing more impressive than talent at such a young age, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it coming, Shivansh. It's only the beginning. Congratulations to what's got to be our youngest winner this evening. And with that, Rohit, now I ask that you please felicitate Kansa with a special token of our appreciation, a memento gracing the occasion here at the ET Now Dotted Business Conclave and Awards. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I ask that you please take your seats in the audience. Thank you so much for being here and for taking the time to be here. Thank you, Kansa. Thank you, Rohit. Please. Now, I want to simply re-acknowledge all of our sponsors in this effort, because it does take an ecosystem of partners to put together an event of this scale and recognize people from the length and the breadth of the industry. So as you're well aware, ET Now Business Conclave Awards 2025 is powered by Spacewood Office Solutions. Our silver partner is Deliberate. Our home loan partner is LIC HFL. We have a few communication partners as well, one being OneXtel and the other being Primix Media Services. A few state partners also in the mix, and they include Invest Madhya Pradesh and Uttarakhand Shasan. A few outdoor partners as well, who include Heights Group and Sapphire Media, and our education partner today, Lingayas Vidyapeeth. Our luxury car partner, and you see the beautiful model in the back, the Audi. Our retail pharmacy partner is Dava India, and our gold partner, Hello Entrepreneurs. So now we're going to switch gears for a moment. And, we're going to talk about essentially India's real estate boom. And I'm going to call this topic banking on bricks, because the real story behind India's real estate boom unpacks all of the forces that are driving this surge in demand, from policy shifts, changing financial dynamics, to all of the visionaries who are essentially reshaping our skylines. So to do a deep dive into the sector's growth, challenges, opportunities, and future outlook, I bring you a highly exciting panel discussion next. To essentially spearhead us through this discussion, if I could please invite on stage Aishwarya Patil, correspondent with the Times Network. And joining her, please, Aishwarya, kindly do take your position on stage. And she's in conversation with Abhishek Somani, Managing Director of Somani Ceramics. Thank you once again. And with that, Aishwarya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Mr. Somani, many thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Certainly, you have your finger on the pulse as far as the real estate sector is concerned. But I would like to say that from Somani Ceramics' perspective, you're kind of the ancillary and the components what that sector is to the automotive sector, and it's very essential. If you could talk a little bit about the boom, but first set the context of what this boom is really about. Who is really buying into this boom? We're talking about luxury, ultra luxury. That's the buzz post-pandemic especially. If you could talk the key factors that have been really driving this kind of growth in India's real estate sector.
Sure, thank you for having me. I think there are a couple of booms which are happening right now post the pandemic. One, I think it's coincided with the very poor show of the real estate pre the RERA time. So between 2014 and 2017, when RERA really kicked in, we saw a lot of fly-by-night operators. We saw a lot of poor quality builders which took the consumer for a ride. And that got weeded out with RERA coming in. Coupled with that was the pandemic, where a lot of people realized that homes are just not something which you would normally reside in, but it's a little more than that. So we saw that pandemic, people spent a lot more time at home. Then this whole work from home culture happened. A lot of companies have now insisted on people working from home. So coupled with both of these things, we saw a boom. What's happened is a lot of what was inventory which was there has got sold. So new inventory had to come in, and now it's in better hands. So better builders, better quality builders. With RERA, again, that's a check. So therefore, we've had a whole new growth wave post 2019-20, and that's what you see right now with a lot of builders launching their products. That's on one end. The very low income, which was earlier the 10 to 15 lakh rupees, there is no 10 to 15 lakh rupees. The new normal now is 50 to 60 lakh rupees, which is the low income. And then there's a very large part of it, which is the middle income bracket. And then you have the ultra luxury. You're very right. A lot of people are spending a disproportionate amount of money on homes, on extremely expensive homes. But that's a very small segment of the entire home industry. What we're also witnessing is the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns. So there's been a lot of boom in what we call the IHB, which is the individual home buildings. That's nothing to do with the builder. That's you and me buying a small property and then building on top of it. So all of that has also seen a massive growth. So yes, you're right. We've seen a massive upsurge in homes and renovations of existing homes.
Right. And if you talk about data, and that's what has been suggested, is by 2027, we'll be seeing the HNIs really doubling by 2027. And the rise of the HNIs will also mean rise of real estate luxury as well. Do you see this sustainable and this momentum to continue in the future as well?
I'm nobody to comment on how much would be the HNI boom and how much would be the middle income boom, but very clearly India is going to be adding another 150 million people in the next 10 years to 12 years for urbanization, and this urbanization is not going to happen in big towns, it's going to happen in the smaller towns. A lot of India is getting urbanized, unlike in China, which is basically the port towns of China. In India, there are so many new cities which are coming up with aircraft connectivity happening, with road connectivity happening. So you'll see a lot of new cities which will mushroom and become much larger. That's where I think the growth is. That's where I think the boom will be. And with 150 million people getting urbanized over this time frame, you will need more homes. So very clearly, there is no question that there will be more and more homes which would be required.
Right. I really think I associate myself with the middle class millennial home buyer, which is the next generation of buyers in India. Where do you see the room for us? And I think I see a lot of millennials as well in this room, for us to be the next generation of home buyers. And where do you see the space, considering real estate has a lot of challenges? So your thoughts on that?
So you are slightly safer than what you were earlier because of the builders, the fly-by-night builders which have got weeded out. So from that point of view, I think what you should be looking at is choosing builders who are very tradable. So good builders where you buy a flat is going to appreciate. But more than that, I think a good 15-20 years ago, leveraging a property used to be considered in India as आपने property को अपने घर को गिरवी रख दिया. That is gone now. I think everybody leverages, everybody mortgages. The whole word mortgage has come into India. So, which means that all of you buying properties, the millennials buying properties, they have a lot more of disposable income to spend on furnishing and finishing. Earlier, you would not leverage a property, so you would be cashed. All your cash would have gone just buying that particular space. Today, when you're leveraging it, your EMIs are spread over 10, 15 years. You have a lot more to spend on finishing, which is where all the building material industry is thriving. You name, there's so many new brands of lights, there's so many new, very recently you saw one of the large paint manufacturers buy another very large light manufacturer. Now that's consumption. Whereas if you see, look at tiles, I can talk of our industry, our tiles used to be considered as merely as hygiene item. It used to be put in a bathroom and a kitchen at best. Today, we're selling tiles to pretty much every single nook and corner of the house, from a drawing room to a dining room to a patio, verandas, roofs, driveways, etc. So, lot more is being spent on finishing.
So, from the building materials point of view, the way things are evolving, prop tech, technology also evolving, how do you see the supply chain and manufacturing also change for your sector as well, and from Somani Ceramics perspective as well?
So from our perspective and the industry specific, I think we're one of the 13th largest in the world and second largest in India. So from our perspective, what has happened is we've become more regional. Earlier our factories, when I joined business, there was one factory which was in Haryana and a very small operation in Gujarat. Now we have a fairly large operation in Gujarat. Haryana has become even larger. It's our largest factory even today. We've also gone into the south. So a lot of us have become regional, closer to the market. More than that, technology has changed. Technology has changed so much that the tiles which used to be considered like a normal tile, which was 8 inches by 12 inches, at best 12 inches by 12 inches. Today we are able to get sizes up to 6 feet by 10 feet. So they're emulating marble, they're replacing all natural stones. With technology, digital printers, our printers are almost, actually not almost, it's exactly the same as a normal HP standard printer where you'd put a paper and you can print your photograph or any image you would want to. Here instead of paper, we're putting in a tile. So, and on the other end, you get any single design you want to. More than that, we're also able to attain any surfaces which we were not able to attain earlier. So today you want a wood lookalike, you want a leather lookalike, you want a marble lookalike, you want it polished, you want it matte. Anything and everything is possible with technology. Therefore, we are able to now replace a lot of other material which is hard to find and hard to apply. So tiles are extremely easy to apply. So wood, a marble, you put in a wood, you have problems with termites, you put in a wood, you have problems with with humidity, etc. That's nothing with tile.
So consumer preferences keep on evolving, and one of the things that you mentioned prior to this in our conversation was there are a lot of challenges for home buyers, especially the middle class millennials, the next generation ones. And you mentioned about input tax credit. Talk a little bit about that and your thoughts as well.
So today, unlike when GST had been introduced, when GST was introduced, any builder would put any product from the building material supply chain, which means ply, paint, tile, pipe, wires, so on and so forth. You get what I'm saying? All of that he would then pay a GST on, and then the builder was able to get an input tax credit. That has changed a couple of years ago in the budget. So today there's a flat fee, the flat tax which the builder is paying. Now, if the government had to revert and go back and allow the builders, the real estate builders, to avail and claim the input tax credit, that would make the home slightly cheaper for the final consumer. So that is something which we've been debating with the government. They are listening, but I don't know when that will happen. But that definitely will make the product cheaper. On the GST, there's another element that is specific to ceramics, which is sanitary ware and tiles. Our largest cost, our single largest cost is gas, natural gas. All of us are running on natural gas. Natural gas is not in GST. So as a manufacturer, I do not get any input tax credit on my single largest input cost.
Another consumption point of view, I come from Mumbai, and we have a twin city, Navi Mumbai. So there is this need for our cities to really grow larger, or see an alternative as a twin city, or look at even tier 2, tier 3 cities with population really brimming to the top in most of our metros as well. How do you look at this and the need for this second twin city to evolve as the population grows in cities?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, after independence, there's only been a single city which has really been thought of and conceptualized and put into India, which is Chandigarh. There is no other city which came up after independence. So it's high time that new cities come up. There was one in Andhra which was to come up. There was one in Gujarat which was to come up. I think it's only a question of time that more and more smaller cities will become larger with road connectivity and airport connectivity. This whole Udan scheme with 140, 50 airports which are coming up, that is going to make a lot of difference for people to commute. Where you mentioned Navi Mumbai, which is like twin city, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's a lot of people who now stay in Pune, work out of home for 3 days and come into Mumbai only for 3 days. Yeah. So there you go. So Pune has exploded.
And that does reflect the lack of space also in the cities.
Absolutely.
So what are the key things that really government needs to do to expand these metro cities? And also the work is what brings them to these cities. So, from a policy perspective, what are the few steps that we really need to take for the next generation?
So I think what the government needs to talk of is urban planning, and the big cities are already completely capped out. There is no space there, so they'll have to think of. And I'm not an expert to speak about that, but I think it's urban planning. It's cityscaping. You have NEOM coming up in Saudi Arabia, so you really have to think 50 years ahead and then build a city.
Right. Global warming is one of the key concerns, and real estate on the whole is a key contributor to the rising pollution, especially in Mumbai. I haven't seen the last 7 to 8 years without cement sort of floating in the air. So as an industry representative, what are the key steps that you need to take to really ensure a sustainable, residential as well as commercial space that we're building in our cities as well, and sustainable modes of doing that as well.
So I think Mumbai is an exception because Mumbai was the first city in India which had high rises. Bangalore, Chennai, Delhi, none of them have high rises at that time, 40, 50, 60 years ago. So I think Mumbai, what you're saying is, what I understand from my real estate friends, is the issue in Mumbai is to do with redevelopment and all the new buildings being brought down and new ones being, all the old buildings being brought down and new ones being constructed. So a lot of the pollution and a lot of that issues are probably unique to Bombay and not so much so in the Chennais and the Bangalores and the Delhis of the world. Of course, Delhi has a separate pollution problem which has nothing to do with real estate, but that set aside, I don't think that problem is there in anywhere in the country. So again, it's a question of how the government can probably moderate or put checks and balances towards what is being made. I mean, buildings still have to get made. New York also got made.
But from a manufacturer's perspective, especially an allied industry that really is a key contributor to the real estate sector, what are the sustainable ways in which you can manufacture all of your products as well?
One big sustainable way is we've gotten closer to the source. We've gone closer to the source and closer to the buyer. So that means the carbon footprint of bringing in raw material and also transporting the tile is reduced. Secondly, we produce only on gas. So we're doing a lot of effort to consume lesser gas for much larger output. So increasing our output from the same amount of gas or lesser gas to be used. So from that point of view, I think ceramics is an exception. We are anyway fairly green. Then all our waste, we try to crush the waste and put it in the product. So a lot of our waste gets recycled in the product, and the rest of the waste which is left, we've just started a new division which is our easy fix tile adhesive division. So a lot of our waste gets recycled into making tile adhesives. So those are steps which we are taking, and we do have a vision of being completely zero pollution or net zero in the next 5 to 7 years.
To your mind, when you look at the real estate sector in India, which are the next key growth markets that you see up and coming?
Very clearly the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns. I think that's where the boom is. That's where our products will be used. That's where the homes are much larger. They're not small flats like in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore. So that's clearly the focus, and to my mind the urbanization in India is going to be back into the smaller towns rather than smaller towns moving into the bigger towns.
All right. On that note, thank you so much for speaking to us, sir, and we look forward to having more such conversations with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, and to Mr. Somani. Thank you for that insightful discussion, some key takeaways, and certainly gleaned a lot. And Aishwarya and Mr. Somani, if I could have you back on stage for a quick moment, we want to present sir with a token of our appreciation. So it's just a special memento, sir, to thank you for being a part of the ETnow.in Business Conclave and Awards. And if I could please have a special memento from backstage, and we could capture the moment by way of a photograph, please. Can we please present the memento? Thank you so much. Thank you. And lovely having you join us, Mr. Somani. Thank you so much. All right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, as per the agenda, we will very quickly now break for a networking, reception and tea and some refreshments. You can stretch your legs, meet one another, get re-energized before we dive into our next session. So we'll reconvene in just 30 minutes. And at that time, the ETnow.in Business Conclave and Awards will continue. So see you then.
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है, आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना?
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है, लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाती, हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
Plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है, आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 farmer companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
50 plus courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Lingya's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है। आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाते हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं। मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
You seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
+50 courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Linga's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
नमस्कार। हजरत निजामुद्दीन स्टेशन पर LIC आपका स्वागत करते हैं।
अंकल को क्या हो गया आंटी?
उन्हें अस्थमा का अटैक आता है, आज जरा ज्यादा है।
डॉक्टर के पास ले जाना चाहिए ना।
हाँ, बेटी को फोन किया है लेकिन उसे आने में 1 घंटा लग जाएगा।
1 घंटा? आंटी बेल बजाती, हमें 2 सेकंड नहीं लगते पहुंचने में। मैं गाड़ी की चाबी लाता हूँ।
अच्छे पड़ोसी मिलते नहीं, बनते हैं, मदद दे के भी और मांग के भी। LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, आइए हमारे संग, हम तो पड़ोस में ही हैं।
If you seek a land where infinite possibilities meet boundless opportunities, where Asia's longest high-speed automotive testing track runs alongside the world's leading vehicle manufacturers, where 27% of India's organic crops grow across 11 unique agro-climatic zones, where over 300 pharma companies export medicines to 160 countries, where abundant cotton, silk, and defense manufacturing hubs thrive alongside emerging industries, where a vast industrial land bank of 1 lakh acres awaits with abundant natural resources at your doorstep. When you find all these possibilities align in one place, you know you are in Madhya Pradesh, the heart of India. Join us at the 8th Global Investors Summit 2025, where Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav advances Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision of a developed nation.
आप आइए और आपको लगे पॉलिसी से आउट आप कोई भी जाना हो तो सरकार तैयार है आपकी सारी मदद करने के लिए।
Invest MP, a land of infinite possibilities. 24th and 25th February 2025, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh.
+50 courses, 50,000 plus students, 20,000 plus placements. Discover a world of innovation and excellence with our state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge labs. Learn from the best minds in the industry, dedicated to nurturing your potential. Beyond academics, we encourage holistic development through vibrant campus life. Stay fit and active with our comprehensive sports facilities. Empower your learning journey with access to extensive resources. Join the ranks of our successful alumni making a mark worldwide. Build lifelong friendships and create unforgettable memories. Get up to 100% scholarship with Linga's Scholarship Entrance Test. Your future begins here. Admission open now. Apply now.
Can we have the mic on, please? Ladies and gentlemen, the honorable guest of honor and the Lieutenant Governor has made it onto the premises, so I ask that you please settle down so we can quickly recommence with the conclave. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the etnow.in Business Conclave and Awards, and we're joined by the most awaited guest of the evening, our guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, please, huge round of applause for our guest of honor, Lieutenant General K.T. Parnaik, Governor, Arunachal Pradesh. It's an incredible honor, a very special moment, so thank you for being here and for gracing the occasion. We're incredibly blessed to have you amongst us. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask the entire audience, the entire gathering to please rise for the national anthem. Can we have the track, please? We're joined by such a distinguished guest of honor, and we couldn't possibly pass up the opportunity to engage with the fireside chat, to hear his thoughts, his vision, his mission, and his future outlook as far as the country is concerned. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, if I could please invite colleague Prashant Singh, editor with etnow.in and etnowswadesh.in, to engage in a fireside chat with our guest of honor, the Governor and Lieutenant General K.T. Parnaik, Governor of Arunachal Pradesh. If I could please have both of our gentlemen on stage. Sir, if we could kindly welcome you to join us on stage for a one-on-one fireside chat with our colleague Prashant. Please, sir, you could do us the honors by joining us on stage. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. The most awaited guest of the evening is finally with us. He's arrived. And with that, Prashant, I hand it over to you.
A warm welcome to everyone. Personally, I am very, very excited for this fireside chat because this is a fireside chat and I am sitting with a firebrand Indian Army officer. I have zillions of reasons today for being excited. He's an actual celebrity, a real-life hero, a third-generation Indian Army officer, alumnus of Sainik School Riva, then National Defense Academy, then Rajputana Rifles officer, Operation Parakram, first Maharashtrian to take over the super prestigious but extremely challenging Northern Command, then Yudh Seva Medal in 2003, Operation Parakram Yudh Seva Medal in 2010, Param Vishish Seva Medal in 2012, picture abhi baki hai. These are just to name a few. And now he's serving as Honorable Governor of Arunachal Pradesh, and he is given a big boost to investment and all the potential that Arunachal Pradesh has. That was untapped in the past. So ladies and gentlemen, when Parnaik Sahib is in the house, Josh is always house. Josh is always high. Big round of applause. Parnaik Sahib, you have so many achievements. The kind of bloodbath we are witnessing in the stock market, people nowadays don't have these many stocks in their portfolios. Itne achievement, kaise, what is the secret of your energy? First of all, the entire life dedicated to the nation, in service to the nation. How?
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here with the ET, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity to come here and speak. You've asked me about my personal achievements. Well, we'll be speaking a lot on Arunachal also. So let me start by saying that I came from a defense family. I am a third-generation officer. We were three brothers, all joined the armed forces. My younger brother retired as a lieutenant general also. He was Director General Border Roads. And the youngest one retired as an air commodore from the Air Force. I was ejected from my home at the age of 9 years, and I went to Sainik School Riva, which had just been established. So we were part of the pioneer batch of the school in class 5. The journey started from there. It was so much of confusion when we joined. Most of the children were crying because they were homesick. Their parents had left them in the school for the first time. They were moving out of the house. 50% of the children who joined with me did not even speak English. They were not so well endowed. It is to the credit of our principal and our teachers that they molded us. Our school motto was Vidya Vala, knowledge is power. And indeed, the initial phases in the school, the concentration was on education, but there was an equal amount of focus on extracurricular activities, sports, hobbies, debates, declamations, and we grew very fast, I think. The very fact that the school in its third year was competing with the colleges in that region and beating them in games, it showed the type of training that we were receiving there. The school molded us, and we started becoming self-sustaining. A lot of self-confidence came into us when we were at school. The school building was donated by the erstwhile Maharaja of Rewa, Mr. Shri Martand Singh Ji. Rewa was a God-forsaken, lonely place. It had no airport, no railway station, and the only bus I saw when I joined was, it said, Rewa se Seedhi. So I asked my mother, ये सीधी कैसे जाती है? So she told me, सीधी तो गांव का नाम है. Very quickly, I think we were subjected to a lot of things which a normal child in a normal school would not. We had horse riding, we had boxing, we had judo, karate. Now, this was all happening at the age of 10, 11, 12. So it groomed us, it made us tough, mentally, physically, both. And we passed out. I joined NDA in my first attempt. NDA was a tough one. We knew what all happened there because our previous cadets who joined there, a lot of ragging, but I think we had developed a knack for taking ragging. And it was amazing that we could enjoy that ragging unlike others who were miserable. So what was happening was a kind of willpower was developing, a kind of self-confidence was developing. And NDA was a wonderful place to be. Motto was service before self. And they were trying to instill into us an amount of intelligence quotient, an amount of emotional quotient, and also an amount of OLQ, that is officer-like qualities. So it all started in NDA. We graduated from there in 3 years. I did well in NDA. I was a squadron cadet captain and an appointment. When we went to IMA, the scene changed a bit. IMA was all military subjects, a lot of camps, a lot of military activities, because we had branched out. But in NDA, we were with our friends who went to Naval Academy and Air Force Academy. So the concept of inter-service integration, the seed was sown in NDA. Many years later, when we became senior officers in our own services, we could walk up to the other service and say what we had to. So it was a tough life. When I was in IMA, we had to choose our regiment where we wanted to join. I chose to go to the infantry, and from infantry, I chose to go to the Rajputana Rifles. And the reason was that my uncle was from that regiment, and I wanted to join his regiment. I not only got the Rajputana Rifles, I got the same battalion he served in, that is the 2nd Battalion. So army life began on a tough note. The war was coming to an end. We were sitting in Pakistan, 60 kilometers inside in the Barmer sector, and we saw how things had happened. As young officer, we gave ourselves in to our subordinates because they trained us. They ragged us. But the spirit was that you cannot be an officer and lead the men unless you can beat them at their own game. So they were physically tough. You had to run with them. You had to do obstacle courses. You had to play with them. We had to learn their language. We had to adopt their religion. I think this was a wonderful system where we took to the spirit of the men we commanded. And the reason was, in IMA, when we passed out, the last step when we crossed, you read a quote there in the Chetwood Hall, the safety, honor, and welfare of your country comes first, always and every time. The honor, welfare, and safety of your men you command comes next. Your own ease, comfort, and safety comes last, always and every time. So this got embedded in the officers who passed out from there. As an officer, I did well on my courses. I had good assignments. I was instructor in Indian Military Academy, then instructor in the military training team in Bhutan. I qualified for the Staff College, which was a very prestigious assignment. And then I had a spate of assignments in very important directorates and places. I was posted to military operations, military intelligence, military op logistics, military secretary, and perspective plans. I had 6 tenures in this place called Delhi. When I every time I told them, send me somewhere else, don't send me to Delhi. But I kept coming here. My last assignment was the Director General of Perspective Plans. And I was responsible for transformation and modernization of the Indian Army. So that was a great experience. And we were looking at the capability of our armed forces vis-a-vis the threat scenarios on both the western and the northern sectors. I commanded a brigade in Kupwara. That time of Parakram, we almost went to war that time, but we learned to understand the psyche of the Pakistani soldier. The ceasefire line was actually no war, no peace, but they would always keep it active by firing on us, by carrying out infiltration, by doing some bad actions. So we found ways and means to sort them out. And my own perception was that we should be careful not to target their civilians, but target the Pakistan military. And we found various ways and means to do that. I was able to block a road along the Kishan Ganga Valley, which was used for them for stocking their areas in the northern areas. We choked it for almost 2 months, and they were literally on their knees without firing any ammunition at all. So we learned the ways and means to deal with the adversary, where you don't have to pound him with, weapons like mortars and artillery. If you are sitting in the bunker, he used to fire thousands of rounds, not a person had a scratch. So it was wasted. Similarly, when I became a divisional commander, I commanded the Sikkim division. So we saw a lot of the Chinese in the Chumbi Valley, and we got to understand them. 2005, relations were better. So I was told that you should build confidence and have some CBMs with the Chinese. So we invited them to play volleyball, knowing well that they were too good at it, but surreptitiously and cleverly we beat them. They were very unhappy about it, but we found ways and means. So the difference between Pakistan and China was a Pakistani soldier understood just one language. He needed to be sorted out. जिसे हम हिंदी में कहते हैं कि हंटर के बगैर काबू में नहीं आते हैं. Whereas as far as China was concerned, they were very they were treacherous, they were deceptive, they always worked indirectly, they said something, they did something else. So I learned that they are actually programmed when they come to an area to do a task. So I didn't have to fight them, I had to just disturb that programming. We found ways and means to do that. And much later, when I was commanding the Northern Army, I had to deal with a lot of nonsense there. There were a lot of intrusions. You've heard of what happened in Galwan. So that was happening in my time also. I flew to those areas many times. I stayed there, spoke to the people, and we embarked on a strategy of quid pro quo. You see, the agreements with China forced us not to use our weapons. The line of actual control with China is not delineated on the maps. Indian Army was the only army in the world which was guarding a line which doesn't exist. You can imagine the problems. How do we tell our Jawans where is our line finishing and where is they starting? On our maps we had 3 lines. One was what the British had left, other was what Chinese were perceiving, and third was what we were perceiving. So to guard those areas, we really had to be very, very alert. And I knew that they will do all this, so I sat with the people there, we planned, and we planned that if they ever come into our area, the first thing we will do is we will quietly go into their area and sit there. it was a quid pro quo, because when negotiations start, if you don't have a leverage, you can't get him out. And he is good at talking. And that was a turning point in the northern borders. When they came to the area of Depsang, I had to decentralize command to my subordinate commander. We don't generally decentralize command, we decentralize control. The command remains with you. But I knew that if I am sitting far off, this happens at night, he has to take a decision. So I told him, if in 1 hour you can't get me, you will act and do it. I will take the responsibility. So they had done what they had done. It took about 2 months. When this happened, everybody was annoyed with me. They said, why are you doing this? They called me a warmonger. They said, you people do this, that's why China does this. I said, it is the other way around. So the EMEA takes over. And these talks go on endlessly. So I made a plea to my chief and then later on to the NSA that you give me 48 hours to settle this. Because on ground we were negotiating in a way that we had threatened their team leader that we will sort you out, because we tickled him and recorded a lot of things which he was saying. And we were also sitting in that area. The end result was I had to fly to Delhi, speak to the NSA. Shiv Shankar Menon ji was the NSA, and he was not happy initially. He said, what are you going to do? We are talking at the highest level. I said, we have understood the mechanics. Give me 48 hours. It's not worrying anybody. He gave me a lot of do's and don'ts. And in those 48 hours, we resolved the issue. At the end of 24 hours, the Chinese wrapped up, put their tents in their vehicles, and they went back to status quo ante. Now, this is something which we put it on record, that this is a strategy which needs to be tried out. Unless we do this and we have some leverages with them, they will continue to annoy and harass us. It is unfortunate what happened in Galwan. If only we had done some quid pro quos when large number of people came in. We did it. Though late, we went and occupied the Kailash range. Well, rest is history. So Northern Command was the most challenging command I had. We had Chinese on the north and east. We had the Pakistanis on the west. We had radicalization in the Kashmir. We had terrorism in that area. And of course, the media, otherwise the situation was very vitiated. I think that was the best command that I had, because there were so many challenges. And we faced that. We were able to ensure that peace and calm came there in 2011-12. And we reduced infiltration. I think when I retired from there, I was involved in India Foundation. I was advising them. And there was a lot of talk on how to deal with Pakistanis and what to do with Article 370. It was removed in 2019. So that was my innings. I served for 41 years and 3 months in the army. I had a lot of opportunities to serve out of the country. I was assigned to a UN mission in Angola, in Africa, which was also a very dangerous mission where the rebels shot our aircraft. We lost 30 people. And if that was not good enough, the government in anger shot another aircraft of ours. I was chief of staff of the mission. The force commander repatriated in disgust. The in charge of the mission is known as the special representative of Secretary General. He is generally a political chap from one of the countries. So he tried to resolve the issues there, but he took an errand against our wishes, and his aircraft was sabotaged and all people died. So I was left to steer this mission, and it was very difficult. I don't know, I can't narrate the whole thing, but all I want to say is that not only we did it, our officers and men were held hostage by the rebels. We rescued them on our own. And the end result was the mission had to close, but we didn't know how to extract our people who were all over the country. So we took some wonderful ways to do so, and everybody repatriated to his country without any more loss. I think those were very good experiences that I had. And I dare say that the entire aspect of grooming, the experiences we have had on these field areas, gave us that kind of confidence that we could lead. To tell you, Northern Command, in pure numbers, is the largest command in the world. I was commanding 4.5 lakh troops. I think there can't be a bigger command than this. And I'm very fortunate that I got that opportunity to do so.
So Parnaik sir, there is a saying, once a soldier, always a soldier. And soldier is a mentality. He is always on mission. So right from this illustrious career and remarkable journey in military, intelligence, army, everything, now you are the Honorable Governor of Arunachal Pradesh. So what's your mission when it comes to investment in Arunachal Pradesh?
Okay, thank you. Let me add 2 more facets before I come to answer this question. In my service, I was always looking for new ways of doing things. I was innovating, I was trying to use technology, I was trying to find indirect means and methods, and I succeeded mostly. In Northern Command, when I found that situation was getting in control, but it was not changing, I took it upon myself to experiment whether I can use a soft power as well as a hard power. And I devised a strategy of perception management. Perception management was, in a way, our center of gravity in J&K was terrorist. We thought if we eliminate the terrorists, the problem will go away, which it did not for so many years. So we started using the soft power. I went to all the social networking sites. I saw the rapid radicalization there. So we adopted a few measures. Let's say everybody told me that we used to do a lot of sadbhavana there in J&K. And we ran 2,000 medical camps, veterinary camps, we built bridges, we saved them from disasters, we took them on integration tours, we ran 55 schools there. So people told me, आप सब कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसका PR आपका बहुत कमजोर है. So I said, we don't do PR, we are not fighting elections, but this is just to protect our people. But I did realize that there was some truth in it. But I also knew that if I go on the media and talk what we have done and I thump my chest, is not going to have that impact. So we devised a strategy. Hamari kahani, aapki zabani. We will not tell our story. You will tell our story. How was it done? All sadbhavana things which were there, a chap just asked 10 questions to people who were attending. कि जनाब आप यहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं? He said, साहब हम तो मर गए थे, डॉक्टर नहीं था, ये बीमार था, फौज ने बचाया. क्या हुआ साहब, वो लेडी प्रेग्नेंट थी, बर्फ गिर रही थी, जाने का कोई साधन नहीं था, फौज ने बचाया. All this was captured, turned into 5 seconds, 10 seconds clips, and on the same social networking sites, we responded with pseudo names. The hostility came down by 50-60%. There was seditious literature being printed by the Hurriyat, the separatist. I came to know they had a booklet called Welcome Dear Tourist. And it was given to everybody who arrived by air, by train, by bus, by taxi. And the first page was, Welcome Dear Tourist, if there is heaven on earth, this is here. So people would put it in their pockets, and while they were traveling, when they read, 9 pages was all anti-India, anti-army, rape, loot, murder, violation, human rights, etc. So they came to me to show that, and they told me these are being hand-delivered at these places. I asked the IB director, why don't you raid the press where this is happening? He says, एक raid करेंगे तो वो और कहीं छप जाएगी. So we had to find an answer. So I told my people, I said, okay, let's also publish a booklet. So they made a booklet writing good things inside. They put my Northern Command emblem on top. I said, no, this is not going to work because you can't distribute with our emblem. So we found a very novel method. Our first page was the same. Welcome dear tourists, this is heaven on earth. The 9 pages were ours, how integration is taking place, how POK is part of India and all that. And I put the same picture of Gilani Saab on that booklet. Now this booklet and that booklet looked the same. There was no differentiation. So when this booklet got circulated, Gilani Saab got a heart attack because people came to catch him. He said, Saab, ye kya publish kar rahe hain aap? That booklet stopped. So we use many such ways to change the perception of the people. So that became a guru mantra for me wherever I went. After retirement, I was in a corporate world for 8-9 years. And I used that perception management there also. So today when I am in Arunachal as a governor, I am quite comfortable with them for 2 reasons. One reason is today the charter and the functioning of governors has changed. From being purely constitutional heads and being ceremonial, today the governors are an asset of the government who appoints them to monitor and enable the state governments to accomplish what has been asked of them. So we have become enablers, and my way of functioning there is that I can advise the government on almost everything, on financial issues, on political matters, on security, because that state is a sensitive state. And we are trying to improve the systems. As a chancellor of all the universities, I am able to directly interact with the students, with the professors, and we are trying to bring good things into the being. For example, I said, if you want to make a good citizen of your students, there are 3 things which are necessary. And this comes from my own experience. They should be educated, they should be disciplined, and they should be motivated. Shikshit, Anushashit, Prerit. Ye Guru Mantra hai. Don't go out of this premise. And I am saying this with a personal experience. When we were in NDA, we used to say a prayer in the morning before the day started. The first lines of that prayer was, oh God, help me to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight. I think these 3 things were enough to live a whole life on. And I'm very proud to say that I lived my life in the army on these 3 wonderful issues. So I am quite comfortable. I am able to participate. I meet people, I join them for the celebrations, I travel a lot, and I am able to connect with them. And we are trying to bring a lot of, you see, so many yojanas are being run by the government. So I asked them, I said, well, how are you helping it? So I went to a school where the small children sang a song. The 2 lines of the song was, Desh hame deta hai sab kuch. Desh hame deta hai sab kuch. हम भी उसको कुछ देना सीखें. So I quote the same thing to them, that how are you enabling these yojanas to succeed? How are you volunteering to do things? So things move, we have a good connect, and I suppose that's the best way to, be an enabler in the state.
So Pranayak Sahab, Arunachal Pradesh is very important state, hill state in fact, especially is the part of northeastern region when it comes to investment and especially tourism. So tourism economy is one of the big economy. Also, when new investment is coming in, people try to install the projects. So for that they need land. Land acquisition is a big bottleneck there. So what are your thoughts on the land reforms and what is your vision on this and what is Arunachal doing about this?
Yes, Arunachal is the largest state in northeast area. It has the smallest population. But it is a green state. 80% and more of the state is covered by forest. We are one of the 20 largest biodiversity parks in the world. We are breathing fresh air. The population there they are simple, they are all tribals. There are 26 tribes and 100 sub-tribes who have their different languages, different scripts, different way of dressing. But they have one common language, which is Hindi. It is amazing to know that in Arunachal, everybody speaks good Hindi. Everybody follows English. So the ease of doing business in Arunachal is immense. Having said that, Arunachal does not have proper land legislations. There is no survey. The land has traditionally belonged to the tribes, to the people and to the villages. Now, it has relevance because they take care of the land. These tribes actually live with the nature. But when we are in the development mode, all infrastructure projects need land. So there we do come across some problems where the clearances and the compensations which have to be given take some time. So we have already advised the government that you need to do a land survey and ensure that those which are being tilled by the people in and around their villages surely belong to them, but the rest of the land has to belong to the state. They have realized this issue. So they have brought in some reforms in an indirect way. They have an act by which the land parcels have been identified where investors can come and set up industries. So if a governmental industry is going to be put there, they can take it on lease for 50 years. If it's a private organization, he gets that land for 99 years on lease. So that problem has been overcome. Secondly, the act that they have enacted, the investment and they also have enacted a act of ease of doing business, and they run a dashboard on which they monitor all this. The open one window clearances are being done. It runs on the similar way that the national scheme of single window clearance is concerned. So the land thing is being resolved, and I'm sure they are seeing the advantage of industry, advantage of tourism coming to their country. And if I tell you that in the last 5 years, their GSDP has doubled, their per capita has doubled, their capital expenditure has more than doubled. So there is a good traction as far as the development is concerned. They have hydropower, which is their most powerful tool there. We have 8 river basins, and they are all having a tremendous potential. The total potential of hydropower in Arunachal is 58,000 megawatts. We are already surplus at just 1,200. There are 2 projects which are getting completed, and when the other 5 or 10 will get completed, the state will have a revenue of more than 10,000 crores a year. So the investments will happen, their own financial status will get improved, and in times to come, they should, I'm sure they will, do some land reforms by surveying and identifying the land.
So we all know that if an Indian Army officer is there, Dushman is finished. With respect to this, what do you think, who is the biggest Dushman of Indian economy, especially from the perspective of Arunachal Pradesh as an investment destination, especially in the northeastern region?
Structurally, northeast has changed a lot. I have served there in 70s during the Naga insurgency, the Mizo insurgency, the problems we have had. In fact, all the states in northeast except Arunachal went through insurgencies. Arunachal was the only state which had no rebellion. So I won't say koi dushman hai, in the sense that they are living with 3 international boundaries. And let me also say that 62 was not much of a thing that we did. It was a debacle for us. But even in that debacle, the local people of Arunachal stood with the army, fought with them, sacrificed with them, and till today they have got a huge regard for the armed forces. The development of border villages program, which is called Vibrant Villages program, is being done in collaborative manner with the armed forces. Whatever privileges the armed forces get, it is shared with the neighboring village and vice versa. So today all our border villages have electricity, they have tap water, they have 4G connectivity. An area where there was no connectivity at all, where there were no roads, we had to walk. Today there are blacktop roads running up to the last villages or first villages as they say. And there is lot of change in the manner in which the transformation is taking place. So there is no enemy. I would say the people of Arunachal are very nationalistic. Wherever you go, you will get a very resounding Jai Hind as a greeting. Doesn't happen in many states. So I suppose an army man being there, this whole Arunachal was my domain when I was commanding the corps. I have that advantage of understanding the dynamics of how the border is getting protected. So I have regular interactions with the formation commanders. I even hold meetings in Raj Bhavan and call the ministers, call the secretaries who are connected with all this, and call the army people, and we sit and discuss and we make them understand what mischief China can play as far as Arunachal is concerned and what is it that we can do. Today even the Myanmar border is getting problematic because the Myanmar army has been shunted out from the border by their own insurgents, and these insurgents are coming into our areas. They are extorting, they are kidnapping, they are killing. So we have taken a lot of measures, and I was able to help them doing that to avoid all these things.
So one last thing, you have such remarkable career, journey, historic achievements. One message that you want to give to today's youth from the Times Network platform, one line message for inspiration, motivation.
Okay. अगर इजाज़त दे तो मैं एक शेर के ज़रिए बोल दूं.
इरशाद.
I would like to say कि ज़मीं पे बैठ आसमान क्यों देखता है? ज़मीं पे बैठ आसमान क्यों देखता है? पंख फैला ज़माना उड़ान देखता है.
Big round of applause. Amazing.
और एक अगली कड़ी भी है कि यूं तो लहरों की फितरत है शोर मचाने की. यूं तो लहरों की फितरत है शोर मचाने की, लेकिन ज़माना शोर नहीं तूफान देखता है.
Amazing, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We feel so fortunate, blessed, and we got goosebumps listening to the entire journey and everything. Thank you so much for the valuable insights, and thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
That's right. What an up close and personal glimpse of the Honorable Governor and his journey. And so we ask that you please remain on stage with us for a few moments longer. Thank you, Prashant, for that interactive back and forth and for asking all the right questions. And now, if I could please have Rohit Chadda on stage to present the next set of awards. So, Honorable Governor, here at the ET Now Business Conclave and Awards, we bestow our honors on some of the most recognizable achievements across industries. And we ask that you please join us in presenting the next set of awards. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's incredibly special to receive an award at the hands of the Honorable Governor alongside Rohit Chadda, and I won't spend even a moment longer. I'll dive right into the awards presentation. So our first award to be presented by the Governor is Excellence in Real Estate Most Trusted Developer, and the winner is County Group. Get a County Group on stage, please, quickly. It's a brand that is redefining luxury living, and from delivering Noida's first luxury project, Clio County, to the ultra-luxurious County 107, we invite Mr. Karan and Mr. Aditya Agarwal from County Group to receive this incredibly prestigious award from the Governor himself. County Group, ladies and gentlemen, Excellence in Real Estate Most Trusted Developer. Yes, kindly please do join us on center stage to receive the award and for a quick photo op. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will move on to our next category, which is excellence in real estate development. Thank you. Thank you once again. All right, we'll move on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So, excellence in real estate development. And our winner in that category is Palm Olympia. So, congratulations to them. And Palm Olympia is, of course, setting new standards in excellence and innovation. And we celebrate the group's remarkable achievements. We invite Mr. Vipul Garg to receive the award in excellence in real estate development. And congratulations, Mr. Garg, and to the entire team at Palm Olympia. All right, and with that, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to super luxurious residential project of the year. And the winner in that category, ladies and gentlemen, super luxury residential project of the year is Bella Vista Residences. Can we have Bella Vista Residences please on stage? They are redefining opulence and elegance, and this masterpiece by Central Park is setting new benchmarks in elite living. So we invite Mr. Vikram Singh from Central Park to receive this incredibly prestigious award, Super Luxury Residential Project of the Year. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And with that, we move on to Leading Township of the Year. And the winner in this very competitive category, Leading Township of the Year, is Central Park Flower Valley. Let's please have the team on stage. They are a visionary blend of luxury, nature, and world-class amenities. And we invite Mr. Ankush Kaul, President of Sales, Marketing, and CRM from Central Park, to receive this incredibly prestigious award from the governor himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Leading Township of the Year, Central Park Flower Valley. All right. And with that, we move on to Leading Residential Hospitality Experience. And it's my pleasure to announce the winner in this category, Leading Residential Hospitality Experience, is St. Jerome. We have the St. Jerome team on stage. They're the Leading Residential Hospitality Experience winner, and it goes to a brand that is redefining comfort and redefining elegance. Mr. Rajat Sardana, President Hospitality from St. Jerome, joins us on stage. And congratulations once again on this incredible honor in this highly coveted category. And from there we move on to Brilliance in Expat-Friendly Service Departments. And the winner in this category, Brilliance in Expat-Friendly Service Departments, is the Room Central Park Resorts. Let's have that team back on stage. Congratulations once again. And they're a benchmark in luxury, comfort, global living standards. And Mr. Vikram Singh, the president from Central Park, is once again amongst us to receive this second award of the evening. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. All right. And now we move on to Excellence in Corporate Finance. And the winner in this category, Excellent in Corporate Finance, is Raza Ur Rahman, Managing Director of RNC Global Finance. Yes, let's have Mr. Raza on stage. He's the Managing Director, a seasoned financial expert, 20 years of experience in strategic financing, debt syndication, stressed funding, and NPA refinancing. He's successfully advised corporations, revitalized sick units, and driven business turnarounds across India with his deep financial expertise. Excellence in Corporate Finance, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations once again, Mr. Rahman. From there we move on. Pioneering Excellence in Education. And the winner is IMT Faridabad. Let's have the IMT Faridabad team on stage. They're a pioneer, innovating in learning. And we honor Ravi Kumar Handa, Principal Director, for his outstanding leadership and commitment to academic brilliance. Pioneering excellence in education, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, IMT Faridabad. Thank you. Congratulations once again, and we now move on to excellence in affordable premium furniture. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner in that category is Radhika Maan, Principal, Founder, Arts and Drafts. Let's have Radhika on stage. She's a visionary interior designer, 21 years of experience in terms of residential hospitality and commercial design. She's a mentor, she's an innovator, and an expert in budget-friendly yet high-quality designs. She continues to redefine modern interiors. Congratulations, Radhika, for the win in this category, Excellence in Affordable Premium Furniture. All right, from there we move on to Emerging Online Bond Platform of the Year. And the winner is TechWell Capital Services Private Limited. Please do join us on stage for this incredible honor. And ladies and gentlemen, the TechWell Capital Award is to be received by Vice President Dharmendra Singh, who's joined us now. An incredible honor. Mr. Singh, relish the moment. We salute you, we congratulate you and your contributions. All right, moving on to Excellence in Joint Replacement Surgery. And the winner is Dr. S.S. Soni. Let's kindly have you on stage, Dr. Soni. He's a leading orthopedic surgeon in Jaipur. He's renowned for his expertise in joint replacement surgery. Over 25 years of experience. He's pioneered Rajasthan's first 3D artificial intelligence assisted uni-compartment and PSI knee replacements, transforming countless lives, of course, with innovative techniques and with exceptional patient care. Congratulations once again, Dr. S.S. Soni. Excellence in Joint Replacement Surgery. And with that, we move on to Emerging Developer of the Year, Non-Metro Residential. And the winner is Piyush Lohia, Director of Lohia World Space. Can we please have Piyush on stage? He is transforming non-metro living with innovation and excellence and redefining modern lifestyles. An incredible honor to receive this recognition, that too at the hands of the governor. All right, and with that we move on to Excellence in Academic Achievement. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner in this category, Excellence in Academic Achievement, is Anurag Mishra, Founder and Chairman, Siddhant World School. Let's please have you on stage, sir. He's recognized for their outstanding contributions to education, and we congratulate Anurag Mishra, the Founder and Chairman, for his visionary leadership. Excellence in Academic Achievement. Anurag Mishra, Founder and Chairman, Siddhant World School. Thank you, and with that we move on to Excellence in Digital Marketing Agency. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, the winner in this category is Anuj Saluja, Founder and COO of Integrated Patrika Media Private Limited, or digicrocs.com. Congratulations! So Integrated Patrika Media Private Limited, or digicrocs.com, is honored for its excellence across the industry, and we congratulate Anuj Saluja, Founder and COO, for his visionary leadership in driving success. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to Rising Star in MEP Projects. And the winner in this category, Rising Star in MEP Projects, is Ravi Kumar Handa, Principal Director, Trio Zone. And Trio Zone has quickly made its mark in the industry, ladies and gentlemen, with its commitment to quality, precision, and cutting-edge solutions. To receive this honor, please join me in welcoming the dynamic duo of founders, Mr. Satish Shinde and Mr. Yogesh Angne, on stage. It's a huge honor. We ask that you relish the moment. It's very special. So many distinguished winners on the ETNow.in Business Conclave and Awards stage. All right, with that we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to Outstanding Contribution to Indian Real Estate. And the winner in that category, Outstanding Contribution to Indian Real Estate, is Outstanding Contribution to Indian Real Estate, Kohinoor Group, Pune. Let's please have them on stage. If we could have Ajinkya Siddhant, Sarvagod, Vice President Engineering at Kohinoor Group. He has over 20 years of expertise leading multi-billion rupee projects like Virat Kohli's luxury villa for one, in orbit Mall Pune, and several premium residential landmarks. Kohinoor Group Pune, ladies and gentlemen, outstanding contribution to Indian real estate. All right, with that we move on to excellence education. And the winner in this category, excellence education, is Gaurav Kumar Singh, founder and managing director, Shore 60 Gurukul. Let's please have them on stage. And Shore 60 Gurukul is honored for its exceptional contribution to learning. We recognize Gaurav Kumar Singh, the founder and the managing director, for his visionary leadership and excellence in education. Congrats on this well-deserved achievement, sir. All right, and with that we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Luxury Developer of the Year. And this goes to Arise Group. Can we please have them on stage? The group is founded by industry veterans, Mr. Vipin Sharma and Mr. Aman Sharma, who have more than 40 years of experience and a delivery record of more than 15 million square feet. So we have here Dr. Renu Singh, Director of Sales and Marketing, to receive the award on behalf of Arise Group. Congratulations once again to the entire team. All right. We are quickly making headway, ladies and gentlemen. And we now move on to Emerging Entrepreneur in Cybersecurity, another highly competitive category, and the winner is Deepak Kumar Nath. Let's have Deepak on stage, please, the dynamic managing director and CEO of ThreatSys. He's a pioneer in cybersecurity innovation, securing businesses, financial institutions, and government initiatives across India and beyond. A self-made millionaire by the age of 20, he's been instrumental towards protecting critical infrastructure, enabling digital trust, and empowering organizations with cutting-edge security solutions. Deepak Kumar Nath, huge round of applause for him and a congratulations once again. With that, we move on to our next category, Excellence in Intellectual Property and Technology Law. And our winner is Dinesh Jotwani. Can we please have Dinesh on stage to accept this very special honor, that too at the hands of the Governor. All right. Let's capture the moment. All right, the next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Excellence in Leading Network Marketing Company. And the winner is Dr. G. Shunmogaraja, the Managing Director of Rightway Health Private Limited. Let's please have Dr. Raja on stage, and we honor Dr. G. Shunmogaraja, the founder of Rightway Health International, for his revolutionary work in health and wellness. By blending ancient wisdom with modern solutions, he empowers individuals to achieve physical well-being and financial freedom. So join us in celebrating his remarkable impact on the global health industry. Thank you so much, Dr. Raja. And moving on to our next category, which is the Best Author for Sanatan Literacy. And the winner is Dr. Dinesh Shahara. If we could please have Dr. Dinesh Shahara, esteemed philanthropist, industrialist, and author of Sanatan Living Book series, known for his exceptional work across society. Let's please have Dr. Dinesh on stage to accept this incredible honor. A photo op to capture the moment. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Excellence in Quality and Purity within the spice industry. Congratulations, our heartiest congratulations once again, sir. And as we move on to Excellence in Quality and Purity in the spice industry, I'd like to invite on stage our winner, Nirmit Bhandari, founder and director of Basant Masala. Let's have Mr. Bhandari on stage to accept the honor at the hands of the Governor. Congratulations once again, sir. This is only the beginning, more to come. All right, and with that, we move on to most trusted packaged drinking water brand. And that goes to Nayan Shah, founder and director of Clear Water. Let's have Nayan Shah on stage. And there we go. So the Clear Water, face of Clear Water is right here amongst us. Congratulations. Please do receive this honor as a token and a symbol of our recognition for your accomplishments. All right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to excellence in defense entrepreneurship. That's an exciting one. And the winner in this very coveted category is Sahil Luthra, founder and managing director, Vijayan Trishul Defense Solutions Private Limited. That's right, sir. He's a visionary leader driving excellence in defense entrepreneurship. He has a legacy of integrity and ambition. He's strategically expanded his portfolio into India's critical defense sector, actively participating in defense procurements. He's committed to strengthening India's security landscape. His upcoming investment in a leading defense company reaffirms his dedication to national stability, growth, and innovation. And with that, we move on to emerging entrepreneur. And the winner in this category is Sushil Lalwani, founder and chairman, Revanza and Lalwani Group of Companies. An exceptional emerging entrepreneur who's made remarkable strides in industrial leasing, jewelry manufacturing, and several other sectors, demonstrating outstanding performance and innovation. Congratulations once again to our emerging entrepreneur. And with that, our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is transformative brand leadership. And the award goes to Shubham Sharma, founder and CEO of Halen Spark. Let's have the Halen Spark team on stage. Halen Spark is a global brand strategy and communication firm specializing in creating impactful and innovative solutions for businesses worldwide. Led by founder and CEO Shubham Sharma, the firm is dedicating to helping brands achieve their full potential through strategic insights and creative excellence. And our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Visionary Entrepreneur. And the winner in this category, Visionary Entrepreneur, is Khalid Ansari, Managing Director of Coral Group. Let's have Mr. Ansari on stage, please. He's transforming his vision into reality by driving excellence in textiles, redefining real estate, and advancing global trade through exports. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Emerging Impact Startup. And the winner in this category, Emerging Impact Startup, is Sathi World App Private Limited. Let's have the Sathi team on stage. Sathi is revolutionizing the way India's blue-collar workforce earns, learns, and grows. Its AI-powered platform bridges the existing gap between skills, employment, and inclusion at scale, building a secure, future-ready workforce for a future-ready nation. Excellent. Congratulations. Congratulations to the entire Sathi World App Private Limited team. And with that, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next category, which is Emerging Entrepreneur of the Year. And the winner in this category, Emerging Entrepreneur of the Year, is Akib Chaya, Managing Partner, Hilltop Hotel. All right. The dynamic entrepreneur from Kashmir, excels in hospitality, recreation, and real estate, leading key organizations. He's made history in 2023 as the youngest top-voted leader in the Kashmir Chamber of Commerce. Passionate about youth empowerment, tourism, and economic growth, he actively contributes to Viksit Bharat. From there, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Bakery and Cafe Business. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Junaid Farooq Rafiki, proprietor of Black Bear Brew. So it's Kashmir's fastest growing and most celebrated bakery chain. Under the dynamic leadership of the young visionary Junaid Rafiki, Black Bear Brew has redefined luxury, taste, and innovation, setting new benchmarks in the culinary world. A true symbol of excellence, and congratulations. And with that, we move on to Excellence in Mahindra Tractor Sales and Services, Jammu and Kashmir. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Arshad Vani, Managing Director, Kohimaran Motors. Kohimaran Motors is setting industry benchmarks in Mahindra tractor sales and services across Jammu and Kashmir. We honor Arshad Vani, Managing Partner, for his excellence and for his leadership. And with that, we move on to excellence in prestige artisanal luxury brand. And the winner is Tariq Ahmed Dar, Managing Director, Pashmakar. So this is an artisanal brand that is dedicated to preserving centuries-old heritage and hand-woven, hand-embroidered pashmina shawls while bringing dignity and respect to the artisans. With over 400 artisans, it strives to make pashmina India's national pride and inspire the younger generation to embrace this craft, ensuring its legacy continues over future generations. With that, our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Excellence in Business Leadership. And the award goes to Subhash Dawar. Can I please have Subhash on stage to receive the very coveted Excellence in Business Leadership Award at the hands of the Governor. Thank you and congratulations once again, sir, on this very special honor. Excellent. Such talent here at the ETnow.in Business Conclave and Awards. And there's nothing like being recognized in front of your industry peers. All right, and with that, we move on to our next category, Commercial Decarbonization Leader in HVAC Excellence. And the winner is Vikram Bansal, Nirvay Solutions Private Limited. He's a trailblazer in advancing India's sustainable infrastructure through cutting-edge HVAC and automation technologies. With over 21 years of expertise, Vikram has transformed the decarbonization landscape by bridging engineering excellence with actionable climate solutions, earning him recognition as a trusted partner for business and institutions striving towards net zero goals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next category is Iconic Brand in Pump Manufacturing. And the winner is Luby Pumps. Ladies and gentlemen, Luby Industries LLP is a trusted leader in water pump manufacturing since 1965. It offers 5,000 plus customizable models for agriculture, industry, firefighting, drainage, sewage, HVAC, and domestic use. A proud Make in India brand, Luby exports to over 120 countries and is known for its quality, reliability, and engineering excellence. Huge congratulations to Ronak Purecha, Director of Luby Industries LLP. And with that, we move on to Startup Ecosystem Enabler of the Year. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Madhur Mohan, founder, and Kapil Suri, co-founder of StartupNews.fyi. Let's have the team on stage, because our next category, this category, it in fact is a true catalyst for recognizing, spearheading in startup space. And StartupNews.fyi has redefined the startup ecosystem entirely with its dynamic insights, its unwavering support, and innovative spirit. It's connecting founders and investors and enthusiasts in a very meaningful way. And founders are incredibly blessed to have received this award at the hands of the Governor himself. Startup Ecosystem Enabler of the Year Award. Congratulations once again. Next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Game Changer in Insurance Services. And the winner is Kapil Mehra, Founder Director, Lion Insurance Brokers Private Limited. Congratulations, Kapil. He's a trailblazer in corporate insurance broking, revolutionizing the industry through game-changing concept of client relationship managers in corporate insurance, securing impressive clientele within just a year. Congratulations, Kapil, once again. And with that, we move on to Excellence in FinTech High Perform Incentive and Commission Management Software. And the award goes to Act 21 Software Private Limited. Pankaj Gupta, the founder and CEO of Act 21 Software Private Limited, could please join us on stage. He's revolutionizing incentive and commission management with High Perform. Congratulations. Congratulations, Pankaj. It's a very special honor. And with that, we move on to most innovative fusion dish. Most innovative fusion dish. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Plated Restaurant. So if we could please have the Plated Restaurant team on stage. They're a benchmark in innovation. They're seamlessly fusing flavors and cultures into extraordinary dishes that captivate both the heart and the palate. So to receive this award, if I could please invite Mr. Faisal B. Salim on stage. Congratulations once again. It's a very special honor, the second of the night, that goes to Plated Restaurant, this time for most innovative fusion dish. With that, we move on to excellence in university education. And the award goes to Falguni Acharya of Parul University. Let's please have Falguni on stage to accept this very special honor. Excellence in university education. Congratulations. All right, and with that, we move on to excellence in business journalism. And for this award, the winner is Shrikant Pandey, publisher of the CEO magazine. Let's please have him on stage as the Managing Director of India Manthan Publications and Media Private Limited. Mr. Pandey has consistently set the benchmark for excellence and innovation in the industry. He's also the visionary publisher behind the CEO magazine, one of India's foremost business publications, which has been a beacon of insight and inspiration emanating right here in New Delhi. And our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Innovative Digital Brand. And the winner in this category, Innovative Digital Brand, is Magic Slate Private Limited. If we could please have the Magic Slate Private Limited team on stage to accept this incredible honor in the category Innovative Digital Brand from the Governor himself. Our next category is Emerging Entrepreneur. And for the Emerging Entrepreneur category, if I could please have Vipul Sipani on stage. Vipul, let's have you on stage. Congratulations once again, our heartiest congratulations. Emerging Entrepreneur of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause, keep it coming. Takes a lot of hard work to be here and stand out in the way that our winners have tonight. And our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Emerging Youth Media Startup. And the winner is ED Times. Can we please have ED Times on stage, ladies and gentlemen? And I'd like to especially acknowledge our founder, Juhi, with ED Times. So Juhi, congratulations on this very special honor, Emerging Youth Media Startup. And it's a pleasure to have you with us and to celebrate your accomplishments this evening. Okay. And we now move on to our category, Fastest Growing Mobile Retail Chain. And the winner in this category is Chandresh Bhai, who's the director of Phone Wale. Chandresh Bhai, let's please have you on stage to receive the honor for Fastest Growing Mobile Retail Chain at the hands of the Honorable Governor. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. And Rohit, the governor has spent such an incredible amount of time with us this evening, and he's really raised the profile of the event and add a very special touch to it. So I ask that you please felicitate him with a token of our appreciation before we let you go. So thank you for being here. Your decision to be here leaves us very humbled. A memento, a small token of our appreciation from the Times Network, etnow.in. Thank you. both of our gentlemen. Our guest of honor, the Honorable Governor, and Rohit Chadha, thank you once again. Now, switching gears, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get to the awards a bit later. For now, I want to switch gears and take you to a completely different world. So, as microbes evolve, so must our strategies. I think that's stating the obvious. But from battling antimicrobial resistance to preparing for disease X and emerging health threats, the future of medicine lies in innovation, it lies in vigilance, and it lies in perhaps global collaboration. So coming up next, we have an exclusive fireside chat session lined up for you on microbes, medicine, and the future, battling AMR, disease X, and emerging threats. It's a very specialized discussion and it promises to be incredibly interesting, so listen up. And to moderate the discussion and navigate us and spearhead the conversation, if I could please call upon stage Kalpana Sharma. She's the editor of Health and Lifestyle with the Times Network. And joining her, Dr. Kamini Walia, senior scientist with ICMR. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we promise you a power-packed fireside chat. A lot of your most burning queries will perhaps get addressed and answered. And with that, ladies, I'll leave it over to you. Kalpana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So good evening, all of you, and I hope you all are having a good time. So after all these engaging conversations, we are moving on to a slightly serious but very, very important topic, something that we all should be talking about. And for the past 1 hour, I'm talking to Dr. Kamini Walia, who's a senior scientist with ICMR, has a very, very important role to play. And today we are going to discuss about our COVID post-pandemic preparedness, disease X that we keep hearing about, and much more. So welcome to our ET Awards, ma'am. And I would like to start with, since AMR is a subject that you talk about a lot, you're spreading awareness, you were in Seoul recently working on that. So let's begin right away with that itself. It is being called a silent pandemic, yet we don't hear such open discussions on it. So what's your take? What do you want to say?
Thank you, Kalpana. And at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving space to antimicrobial resistance and also the related health topics which you plan to cover in this side chat, because it is a very important area for us. It was always very important. I have been working in this space since 1999, and but unfortunately, at that time, a lot of countries' resources and attention was towards containment of HIV/AIDS, as you would recall. We were going through a very bad time as far as HIV infections were concerned. And then there was this report which was published in 2010 and 11, which kind of claimed that India is the hotspot of drug-resistant infections. And I think that was too harsh for the country to take, because antimicrobial resistance is an important area, but it exists in every country, it exists in every healthcare system. So in that way, India is not very different, but the fallout of that particular report was that India put together a national program on AMR. So now I think we have made a lot of progress. For the audience who are not aware about antimicrobial resistance, I would just like to give a brief introduction to it, that we used to use a different set of antibiotics 10 years back, 20 years back. You would recall taking Septran for a sore throat. But now that medicine has disappeared, and even your sore throat doesn't get cured with that medicine, because the bugs that cause your sore throat or the other infections, they become resistant to the antimicrobials which we use routinely. For example, everyone is popping norfloxacin these days for any loose motions or any loose stools. And now the situation is that the norfloxacin also has become ineffective in treating diarrheal infections. So that's why we should be using antimicrobials with caution. whether they are antifungals or antibacterial medicines, because emergence of antimicrobial resistance is a direct consequence of overuse of antimicrobials. So whenever we pop a drug, especially antibacterial drugs, which are antibiotics, we should be very cautious about it. And one thing we should remember, that antimicrobials are not active against viruses. And that is exactly what happened during COVID time. Because we did not have any specific treatment for COVID, everyone was popping azithromycin, Monosef, so many brands were, drugs were misused. So that's why post-COVID, actually, there has been a lot of focus, and very rightly so. The reason we call it silent pandemic is because if you have a case of polio or tuberculosis or your COVID for that matter, system is notified. Right. But how many drug-resistant infections are notified? Not even one. So there are people who are dying from sepsis because of drug-resistant infections that are acquired in the hospital, but they are not notified. We still do not, in spite of working in AMR space for last 10 years, we still do not have a disease burden estimate for the entire country for AMR, and that is precisely the reason why it is silent. Apologies for a long answer.
No, something that we all should know about. And every time we walk up to a chemist with a flu infection, with a flu, and ask for an antibiotic, I think that needs to stop. Thankfully, a lot of they have been asking doctor prescription, but we still know it's easy to get antibiotics in India. So that takes me to my next question, and please correct me if I'm wrong. The last antibiotic was discovered in the 1980s, and we have not had any antibiotic post that. And with the AMR on rise, how are we, how do you see the situation? What are we doing about it?
So regarding discovering new product, there's a lot of investment in terms of time, and millions of dollars actually go, or billions of dollars actually go into discovering a new drug. Yet, I think we have introduced few drugs in last few years. There are few companies in India who have come up with new products. They are not just selling it in India, they are selling it globally. They are doing global trials. And also recently, Department of Biotechnology, in collaboration with one of the pharma companies in India, they launched a new drug by name of nephithromycin, which will be useful for lung infections. So it is not that we are not discovering new antibiotics, but yes, the golden age of antibiotics, which we saw in 60s or 70s, when a lot more products were being discovered, it is slightly different now. Mm-hmm. Not many drugs are hitting the market. And even if they are discovered in West and they are available in the West, it takes a while for those products to become available in India for our Indian patients. Yeah. And that is the lag that we are suffering. And the other issue is that many of the drugs which are discovered in Western countries or which are manufactured there are sometimes not useful for the kind of resistance we have in India. So we cannot use them for Indian patients. And that's the reason we see that there is a long gap in getting new antimicrobials to the country. Yeah.
Okay. Now that we are talking about a silent pandemic, AMR, how can we not talk about COVID? And that takes me to my next question. These days, the situation is such that there's a little outbreak and all of us panic. It's like, this is going to be the next COVID pandemic, a pandemic of sorts. So what do you have to say about it, in terms of COVID, what are the key lessons that we have learned, the government has learned, and how are we preparing for the next possible pandemic?
Right. So COVID was a global emergency, and I think India handled it pretty well in whatever way it was. We had glitches, we had many setbacks, yet I think the diagnostic capacity improved in the country a lot. From 50 or 100 labs, VRDL labs overnight, to almost 3,000 labs doing the COVID tests in the entire country. I wouldn't say it was a small feat. It was a big leap for the country.
Yes.
And the other thing was that the communication initially was a problem because nobody knew about the virus, how the virus is progressing, how what the treatment is going to be, how are we going to prevent the transmission. So to start with, I would say the communication was a little challenge, but over a period of time, I think all of us understood, you know, how to prevent, how to protect ourselves. I know many people who did not get COVID at all.
Yeah.
Through so many waves. It could be inherent immunity as well, but yet I think there was a lot of communication. And even you would recall when we were young, there was a lot of communication on radio and TV around how to prevent diarrhea, how to do oral rehydration.
Yes.
So I think that will be the key going forward. Government is investing and strengthening the district hospitals. I have myself led the coalition of national essential diagnostic lists, that what are the minimum set of diagnostics which should be available at all centers of healthcare in the government system. And government is actually putting all resources to make those diagnostics available, whether it's a PHC, CHC or a district hospital. So the government is trying to improve the systems, but at the same time, I think there should be more alertness in terms of communities. I mean, one thing is that there is a lot of hype which is created by social media. That is something that we should try to avoid and go by the facts. And that is where I think the role of communication becomes very important. Right. Diagnostics I already talked about. And the other thing which we learnt around COVID was that we had easy, very quick real-time availability of data because of the digitization. Right. And with so much focus on digitization, I think it will go a long way in terms of you know, how quickly we are able to share data between the states to the center, and based on that we can actually launch a more informed kind of a response. So these are few things. Besides that, I think the governance was the biggest issue with COVID, which I think all public health programs can benefit from. Because this program was monitored by the PMO and the Home Minister himself, that made a lot of difference. The funds were made available, the systems were created to implement it better. So all public health programs, I think, can benefit from this kind of focus going forward.
Yes, so talking about COVID, how can we not talk about vaccines? Not focusing on COVID vaccines per se, but I just wanted to understand from you that since you've worked so much in that space, there are a set of anti-vaxxers and then there are a set of people who still trust vaccines. What do you have to say? Should that fear and, you know, what all content that we get exposed to on social media that do not get this vaccine, that vaccine, how do you think, what is your message to the people?
I think vaccines is the biggest public health intervention which prevents diseases. So, I mean, every medicine or every vaccine has a side effects which are monitored, which are documented very well through clinical trials before a product is put into use by the communities. Yeah. If you would recall, the smallpox vaccine, how did that happen? So I think Edward Jenner was the person who found out that the women who work with cows, they get infected with cowpox and they don't get smallpox. Okay. So he started injecting children in his village with the pustules from the cowpox. And that's how they were, because the virus was similar, so that is how, you know, the smallpox vaccine came around.
That's interesting.
But in today's world, you will not be able to do this. Your ethics committees and all those issues will not let you do this. Yes. So the point I'm trying to make is that the way we run our trials these days, we are actually following the highest level of the safety and the minimum side effects or minimum damage to the trial participants or the persons who are taking that vaccine. There's so much more to it these days. So I think vaccines are the instruments for prevention of disease, and let us continue to use them and protect ourselves. And they are going to be more and more important going forward. I mean, I'm having this flu kind of this thing because I missed my flu vaccine this year. But going forward, as we are going to experience more and more climate change, there will be more adversities that we will be facing. So vaccines will be very important. Vaccines are also important from the AMR perspective. I mean, if we start giving typhoid vaccine now in our country, you will see so less typhoid infections. But otherwise, recurrent typhoid is so common because the typhoid that we see is so drug resistant. Right. So vaccines, I think we should not have a little bit of doubt that they are something else than what they are supposed to do. Vaccines protect.
So with a healthy reminder to get your flu shots, we move on to the next question. So disease X is something that we've started hearing quite often. It's basically an unknown future threat. What is it that you would like to tell our audience about disease X and how worried should we be?
Well, I think with climate change, urbanization, and our cities are ever expanding, and then we are also more adventurous now. People are traveling to hills, to forests, to mountains. We want to see the entire world. And with that, there will be more and more opportunities of getting infected from the wild, maybe. And you cannot scan the environment, you cannot scan the forests. It is humanly impossible. No government will be able to do it. Yeah. What we can be more aware is, the first is your own sanitation, hygiene, the basic principles. You are not eating raw meat, you are not indulging in, for example, if you get bitten by a monkey or something take your rabies vaccination at the closest point. So these are just basics of your health. Take the vaccines wherever, take prophylaxis. And also we should have the healthcare system which is more responsive. It recognizes an outbreak quickly and responds to it. That's all about pandemic preparedness. No country, I would say, can be 100% prepared. Yeah. This whole process has to be more educational, more about communication, and more about preparedness of the healthcare system to respond to outbreaks better. Right. It is not possible to identify every virus and every bacteria that is going to hit us.
Right. So before we end this conversation, how can we not talk about AI? And I would like you to comment on AI, how it is transforming healthcare and helping in the areas that you are working on.
Right. Well, AI is artificial intelligence. And how does artificial intelligence develop? Artificial intelligence trains itself on the data that we provide it. Yes. I mean, you have seen it. Today you will see 10 videos on YouTube. Tomorrow it will give you what you like. This is what exactly is the essence of AI. But then India is, I would say, in healthcare, we are at a little bit of a disadvantage. Reason being, our data systems are not clean, they are not uniform. We don't have that much data that we train our tools on. Right. So there are many ambitious startups, there are many innovative, many groups who are working on these innovations. But the challenge is that our data is only a small minuscule of all the data sets that are available from different parts of the world. And with that, there is a bias in the AI and the ML. So I think there is a huge potential for AI, for example, to prescribe a treatment where doctor cannot be made available. Looking at the TB X-rays, they can identify, is it a TB case or is it a non-TB case, non-TB kind of a nodule in your lungs. So similarly for cancers, similarly for predicting outbreaks. There is a huge potential, but I think as a country, we have to start working more on the data that is available, which we will use to train more diversity in the data sets. Our data should also be well represented when we, for example, next generation sequencers. Everyone is talking about next generation sequencing these days of pathogens. But the machines which are available are trained on American isolates, with very little representation of the Indian isolates. As a result, the output that you get is not useful to you. So that will be the major glitch in using AI in health. But other than that, I think there are data fields which are available in other areas which can be utilized, and that can be a good starting point for the country.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I hope you all enjoyed the conversation.
Yes, we certainly did, Kalpana. And we ask that you please present Kamini ma'am with a token of our appreciation. All right. And before we get to that, however, I think we're going to present our next set of awards. So, if I could please ask that Kamini and Kalpana please remain on stage with us for our next category of awards in terms of doing the honors. And all of these awards are from your area of specialty, ma'am. So they're of a particular relevance. And we'll start with Service Excellence Award in Vaccines and Prevention. And the winner in this category is Vaxi Flu 4 Zydus. So if we could please invite Mr. Snehit Joshi and Mr. Anand Verma from Zydus Vaccines to receive this honor from Mrs. Walia herself. Congratulations once again, sir. This is Service Excellence Award in Vaccines and Preventions, and it has gone to Vaxi Flu for Zydus. A very deserving honor. Excellent. And from there, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen. And the next category is Excellence in Entrance Coaching. All right. And the winner for Excellence in Entrance Coaching, I'll announce in just a moment as our prior winners enjoy their moment on stage. Our winners in Excellence in Entrance Coaching, ladies and gentlemen, is Vision 30. So Vision 30, let's please have you on stage. And under the leadership of Prashant Nath, walks with the principle of enhancing the student success ratio. And with the right mindset and dedication, Prashant Nath believes in the mantra of lifelong learning for students and building that holistic society. Vision 30, ladies and gentlemen, Excellence in Entrance Coaching. And with that, we will move on to our next category, which is Service Excellence in Diagnostics. Again, a very coveted category, a very competitive one. And the winner is Ravi Tomar, Managing Director and Founder of CRL Diagnostics. Ravi, let's have you on stage. Thank you, sir. Yes, because CRL Diagnostics is, of course, the fastest growing pathology lab in the country, and their commitment to quality is reflected with 4 NABL accredited labs and more than 1 million happy customers. Can we have the team on stage from CRL Diagnostics? All right, we'll move on to iconic brand in digestive wellness. And the winner is Mohit Seth, Founder Director, Seth Brothers, Kayam Chuna. Let's have them on stage, please, ladies and gentlemen, to receive the award from Kamini Walia. All right. Okay, well, with that, Kalpana, if I could please ask that you give our guest, Kamini Walia, a token of our appreciation, a special memento for being here at the ETNow.in Business Conclave and Awards and sharing your insights with us and our broader audience. A memento, please. Thank you once again to both of our lovely ladies. Thank you, and we ask that you please do join us in the audience once again. Thank you so much. And with that, we'd like to take the evening ahead, because in 2025, artificial intelligence is not just revolutionizing industries, but it's also empowering workforces entirely. It's driving innovation, efficiency, and inclusivity to shape a Viksit Bharat, a future-ready India that's poised for global leadership, ladies and gentlemen. And in that spirit, we bring you a very exciting panel discussion next on artificial intelligence in the year 2025, transforming industries, empowering workforces for that Viksit Bharat and making it materialize. So to moderate this session, if I could please invite on stage Sumit Chaturvedi, who's the Chief of Bureau Delhi with ET Now, and Naveen Kukreja, the co-founder and CEO of PaisaBazaar.com, joins us as one of the panelists. Alongside Naveen, we've got Deepak Sahni, the founder of Healthians, and Ashish Kashyap, the founder of I&D Money. So we could have all four of our panelists on stage to kickstart the discussion, please. All right, there they are. And Sumita Karim will now moderate the session. So if we could have Sumita Karim on stage to do the honors. Thank you so much. All right, our entire power-packed lineup is here. All right, let's kindly have everyone on stage. So we've got Sumita, Naveen, Deepak, and Ashish. And with that, Sumita, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that introduction, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, over the course of the next 20 to 30 minutes, we'll be focusing on AI-related developments and how these developments are really changing several segments. So, of course, I'll take the names once again. Naveen Kukreja, the co-founder and CEO of Paisa Bazaar, is joining us. Deepak Sahni, the founder of Healthians, is joining us, and Ashish Kashyap, the founder of I&D Money. But let me come to you first, Deepak, in terms of the kind of changes that we're seeing in the health industry, and that's what everybody's been seeing. That it is the health segment that is going to see a massive change. Besides health, there's going to be changes in education, there's going to be changes in the delivery of services that India has been rather focusing on with respect to DPI, digital public infrastructure. So with DPI, we saw payments ecosystem being catalyzed, but a similar change could come in the health ecosystem as well. Tell us from your understanding the kind of disruption that you're seeing and the opportunity that it really brings to the table. Give us in specific terms.
Yeah, thank you. I think from health perspective, I think a lot of things have been changing specifically from an AI point of view. If you really look at, this is one of the segment that probably have started using AI worldwide very, very early. Starting from a very small use case of our radiology as a service, wherein you look at thousands and thousands of scans together, and then you look at the minutest of the details in that particular scan that can be done by using an AI, and taking that from obviously reading large set of data to now looking at probably predicting diseases, right? So a lot of stuff in terms of including genetics and everything else is actually happening in healthcare, and which has become a reality. At our systems, like in 2014-15, what we used to do through algorithms, today we do much powerful data analytics through definitely AI, which is if we get a report of somebody, we just don't analyze the current report. We look at all the past 8, 9, 10 years together. And then from 10 years, we see what are the trends. We also see the trends of people in that similar age groups, in that similar geography. And there's a lot of analysis that happens over it for which we can predict a lot of things. So I think from that angle, the patient is getting empowered, the doctor is getting empowered, and a lot of hidden things are coming in highlight, which probably was not possible earlier. So all that is a smaller use case, but there are a lot of use cases worldwide in reading those particular data and the implementation of AI in healthcare. What is going to be actually happening in for? One, it is actually empowering a patient with a lot of data on insights of health, because you have wearable devices like these, then you have your own lab data, then you have your mobile data, then you have your steps data. Everything combining it together is seeing if there is a trend coming in, and it is automatically getting analyzed. So that's the most common use case that we see today that the healthcare is using in AI.
You know, so Ashish, you've spoken about a lot of use cases and how they're going to benefit customers, and not just customers, but businesses like yourselves as well. So before I come to the two of you, let me ask you one more question on the kind of investments that you're making into AI as of now, and is it giving you the ROI, or is there more time when that ROI really happens for businesses like yourselves?
Yeah, so I think, so there is a lot of companies who have started using AI, and then specifically there are a lot of startups also coming in there, because the moment the company starts to use AI, there's a lot of product that needs to be developed also. And now I'm seeing also there are AI marketplaces coming in, because people don't know what AI to use. There are about thousands of them in the market, right? And then this is what is very, very important. So I think from that perspective, there are certain companies who are actually innovating a lot of products. And largely from an investment point of view also, what we basically look at is what is the real use case and implementation of that particular product in the market. And that's the most important thing. If that product is really, really, is just a fad, or is it an actual use, right? Because there is a lot of things that people say it's being done by AI, but actually at the back of it, it is just an algorithm. There's nothing which is an AI. People use words like machine algorithms or machine learnings and stuff like that, but it's actually not learning. It's just happening the return on the same data. So first we have to actually look at what is the use case it's solving, and it is really the learning curve or not. Because to use an AI, it has to have at least last 7, 8, 10 years of things. You can't just create a company today and when 6 months of data you start saying that it's basically an AI product. It doesn't happen like that. It has to learn a lot. And is it really learning a lot time? So that's something that we look in companies at the time of investing.
Right, so essentially what you're stating is that there is some time before businesses like yourselves continue to see ROI so far as the deployment of AI is concerned. What is your perspective on that? If you could share your perspective on deployments, the kind of deployments that you're making into AI.
You know what, if you go back 5 years ago, you would think that it's a fallacy, it'll take time. But what has happened in the last 1 year is it's really happened. And it's happened very aggressively, and I can give you use cases. So today's date, just like your publication will have a lot of, with due respect, will have a lot of content writers on IND Money. When you go to a stock page or when you go to a mutual fund page, that entire content is real time and automated by using generative AI. So that's a straight use case, which means that in a situation where you would have multiple number of content writers, you don't need that, all thanks to it. And of course, you can do automatic moderation also. The second very big use case is, I'm sure a lot of you all have portfolio of investments, stocks, mutual funds. And you would typically ask your relationship manager or wealth manager, मेरे को ज़रा बताना कि क्या हुआ इसका? And that wealth manager, if he's or she's sophisticated, would go and dump it on an Excel sheet and do stuff. Whereas now, all this information we are able to deliver to users that, listen, what should you be doing? Not typically direct advice, but what activities should you be doing to improve your portfolio? Are you well allocated or not? Information which is available real time, which would be very hard for human beings to process. So that's the second big use case for us. The third big use case for us is customer service. And that's actually the hardest. If you go back 10 years, everybody tried to crack chatbots. But now it's really happened, because we see that a lot of intelligence has come into the bots being able to answer, and resulting in speed turnaround time and resulting in number of people needed to do the same. And last but not the least is, at least in my company at IND Money, every engineering team needs to be now using AI. So whether you're writing automation QA, whether you are generating code, whether you are even generating high-level algorithms, test it with the AI tools. So I think now it's just here, it's just happened, right? We cannot run away from it. Everybody needs to embrace.
Absolutely, we can't really run away from it. So how are you not running away from it, and of course incorporating AI into your business? And I want to understand from the point of view of going beyond bots, because that's what we saw in late 2023, 2022, 2023, when chatbots or OpenAI's ChatGPT first came into the picture. But how are you innovating beyond just chatbots, and how is AI really aiding your business?
Sure. So I run a fintech, Paisa Bazaar, and so does Ashish. So our view will be more from a fintech perspective. If you see the financial services industry, in terms of the contribution to the GDP, it's about a third of GDP, roughly, give or take. So it's one of the largest categories. And so would be the case, I think, if we see in terms of employment or the number of people associated with the industry. What I see is that across, Ashish talked about advisory, which I think is actually the most complicated piece and will evolve over a period of time. But what will happen first, and what we are working on as a company, are, I think, areas like service, for us, sales. So we employ, for example, 3,000 people who are assisting consumers in selecting, then applying, then kind of going through the benefits of the products, whether it's credit cards, personal loans, home loans. And thirdly, in terms of operations. So you see the banking industry in terms of the number of people who are deployed in operations doing what is a fairly mechanized or mechanical kind of a repeatable job. And some of that will be the easy use cases which will get replaced with or used, where the AI will come in. Initially, it will augment the productivity of the people. But of course, the big risk for the country and from an employment perspective would be that if it replaces the job. We will see that, the chatbot is something that, like Ashish said, will go more towards advisory, etc. But what we are working on as a company is we are trying to see the repeatable part of both service, operations and sales, and how AI can help take part of that role and thereby augment the productivity of the remaining employees. But of course, that will mean that not as many employees would be required to do the same level of activity. We're also working on technology use case that Ashish talked about, but I think he covered it really well, so I won't add to that. But across sales, ops, service, technology, I think the first use case will start to become visible in the next 1 year only. I think advisory, which is fairly complicated, will start now. Great to hear that it started, but I think over a period of time it will evolve, and I think replacing the humans or the advisors will be probably the second phase of that.
So what percentage of those jobs will get replaced? Because I'm asking you this question, I'm glad that you brought this up and accepted that there will be some roles that will be replaced due to AI, and that's something that the DBS Bank CEO has also just stated, that 4,000 jobs over the next couple of years at the bank will get replaced due to AI. He said that in the past 15 years, he's not seen anything like that. So that's consequential, right? If a CEO of such a big bank, such a big conglomerate is making those kind of claims, so what percentage of jobs will be lost, at least in your sector? And then I'll come to the two of you.
I think if we look at the work that's repeatable and replaceable with AI in the first phase itself, and then and hence making the people who remain far more productive, making them productive by 2x looks like a fairly achievable target from a next 1 to 3 year perspective. And if you're making somebody more productive by 2x, and if the business was not growing, of course the jobs will reduce by half. But of course, hopefully, because India is a growing country, your business also should expand at the rate of 15-20%. So overall, I would say like to like, probably half of the jobs. But because the business should expand, the good businesses should. So the job impact would be there, but hopefully lesser than that.
But Ashish, the big question then is that companies, if these kind of roles are getting outdated and these jobs will be lost to AI, then it is incumbent upon companies to partake in skilling and reskilling initiatives so that the workforce of tomorrow is AI ready and it's ready for any kind of technological changes that are happening.
I think there is a lot of democratization of AI which has happened. So if you go back 10 years, if I couldn't write a code because I needed to know the syntaxes, but today's date, I'm able to extract code. It's democratized, right? Same way, if let's say there is a customer service leader in a company, that person should start learning how to do prompting and what should be the logic so that his team becomes more productive, right? And as Naveen said, that as his team gets productive, the business grows, and if the business grows, then the probability of job losses would be lesser. But having said that, the people who don't evolve, which, in any scenario, survival of the fittest, right? If people who do not evolve will have disruption. And that'll be large percentage in some of the subsectors in our industry.
So essentially, people also need to skill themselves. But again, I'll bring up this point once again, and that's essentially on the skilling and reskilling part that companies need to undertake. I mean, the government of India in budget announced very many initiatives so far as skilling is concerned. The Prime Minister has, of course, stated that India's biggest strength lies in the talent pool that we have. However, skilling initiatives is something that we need to undertake. I want to get your point of view on how you're really seeing this skilling piece evolve, because eventually some businesses will say that we're not finding the right kind of workforce, as has DBS CEO said, that we're not able to find the right kind of people for our job.
Sure. No, I think like they both added, I also think it's very clear that anything that probably had a lot of value because of the education and the stuff that from number of years, right? That has gone away, right? Because that information is now readily available. Is it even if it is coding that you have learned, or you have learned skill of writing, or you have learned any sort of skill which was only available to you, today it is available to everyone. The only smartness that plays here is who's more creative. The one that is more creative will actually win the game. Right? And that's where he talked about the new roles like a prompt engineering, right? So all in all, I see there is going to be a lot of new roles coming in. There are a lot of new jobs coming in, but at the same time, some jobs are definitely going to be effective. Now skilling comes to the picture. Now, the skilling people think right now is if you know how to run ChatGPT, it's a skill. It is not, right? Because there is a lot more behind it, right? So, and also it is a lot of responsibility on companies and the people using this particular thing, because what you input is going to come as an output later, right? So you should first know what to input. And that is one where the skilling is required, because you're making a program learn, and the input has to be very, very precise and clear before you need the output from there. And that's where the whole learning process and everything comes in. I think organizations will definitely put this thing, but organizations are further on risk, because if I tell my content writers to use ChatGPT and do the content thing and give me 4x productivity, I know finally this content is not accepted, right? So I need to also train them and tell them that for some stuff, you should not use it. And for some stuff, you can use it. So all of that will also come in picture.
Right, Deepak. Naveen, you want to make a point?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a point on the skilling part. While I think what we need to do as companies from the next 1-2 years, everybody is getting visibility and we'll do the job. So, technology team skilling, etc. is something that's already happening. At least we are doing it. I'm sure Ashish is doing it. I'm sure Deepak is doing it. I think an interesting long-term problem that I'm not only a CEO of a company, I'm a father. My son is 13. So when I think about people of that age who will come into workforce, let's say about 8 to 9 years from now, how do you think about skilling them as a parent, as an educator, etc. And at least my personal belief is that basic skills like ability to problem solve, ability to be very dynamic, ability to be creative, ability to handle pressure, and ability to be patient and execute things. Some of those skills will become very important, because a lot of needs to know the coding, for example, Ashish said. All of that would have evolved so much that you don't know which particular coding skill or language skill to impart to these kids.
Absolutely. And Ashish, let me get in your perspective here. Now, when we talk about skilling and reskilling and jobs, there is a very, very crucial aspect to all of these themes, which is wages. Viyanantha Nageshwaran, India's CEA, said a couple of months back that while companies' profits have soared to record highs in the March of 2024, wages of professionals, especially at entry-level jobs, haven't really moved up that much. And that seems to be a big concern. So how are you really seeing the issue of jobs further exacerbating due to the advent of AI-related disruption and developments?
I think the key metric for us to, by the way, the last quarter was pretty bad in terms of earnings. I'm sure you guys are aware. But I think the key metric for all of us to chase, you guys as content creators and we guys as, businesses, is per capita GDP. That is the, not GDP, actually per capita GDP. That is like the North Star metric, which we all need to chasing. My sense is at $3,400, that changes the game.
If I can just add a small point, and you mentioned about wages, I think one of the big challenges for countries would be that with AI coming in, there is a risk of, there's already a risk of rich becoming richer, poorer becoming poorer, and with AI that difference can become wider, and the wages at the top end will not be an issue, but you're absolutely right that how do we create a balance as a country, and it may not be possible for individual companies, but as a country collectively, if we can try and think of creating some sort of, whether it's a digital public infrastructure in AI, like India has done, or creating some sort of balances will be a very important challenge for the country.
Absolutely, and which is really the larger worry when we speak with economists and of course policymakers as well. One final comment from you, Deepak, on this issue, and how do you really see this wage gap widening even further, due to AI-related developments in the space, and what are you doing as a company to sort of mitigate that?
Sure. I think specifically in our space, even if the AI comes, still it is a clinical space, so you need to have an expertise. So that is not getting affected by AI anymore. But definitely for the other spaces, it is definitely getting affected. And I think the gap is also not just because of the reason of AI, but the gap is also about the people who have been in a particular, I would say in a particular job or a particular department from so many years, have been actually getting up and up and up, but their skills have not actually been matching in. So today, a company starts looking at from a place that the same skills can be probably achieved in about 30% less or 40% less. And that makes that person redundant or probably not growing at 30%, which he used to grow in the company. So it is also actually a upskilling game that a person needs to continue to do to deliver to a company. Right?
Which is really incumbent upon companies and businesses like yourselves to undertake some of those skilling and reskilling initiatives, even as we keep developing into this age of AI. With that, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here on stage and for some of those insights.
Thank you. Again. All right. A rich range of insights there. Thank you to our panel for digging deep into their personal as well as their professional journeys alike. Thank you, Sumita, once again, and thank you to our panel. And now, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like for all of our panelists to actually step back on stage for a moment, because we'd like to felicitate you with the token of our appreciation. So if we could do that now, please. Let's kindly have all of our panelists back on stage. If we can have our panelists join us once again, we'd like a photo op and a felicitation. And to do the honors, if I could now please invite on stage President and Chief Operating Officer with the Times Network, Rohit Chadda, to please join us in doing so in acknowledging our guests. Thank you so much. This is a small token of our appreciation from etnow.in here at the Business Conclave and Awards 2025. Naveen, Deepak, Ashish, such a pleasure, such an honor. Thank you so much once again. All right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, to take this evening forward, we have with us a guest that you've all been waiting for. He needs no introduction, but nonetheless, he's the former union minister and a tech investor. Ladies and gentlemen, Got some exciting remarks ahead, some insights. It's not every day that we have the opportunity, but he's been here, and time again, he continues to support us and the larger Times Network team. Please put your hands together for Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Union Minister and tech investor. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I know you've all been waiting with bated breath. And she guided us through the last discussion, and I ask that she do so once again. If I could now please call upon Sumita Courier once more. You just heard from her, and she'll be spearheading and navigating us through this conversation as well. Sumita Courier, Deputy Editor and News Anchor with ET Now. We ask that you please join us and kindly kick it off. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you very much, sir, for joining us here on this summit and on this platform. It's indeed a great pleasure and, of course, an incredible privilege to be hosting you here, given the kind of changes that you've made to India's digital ecosystem. You've been a core part of Prime Minister's tech team. You're a tech investor. You're a tech geek, as you've mentioned, on your Instagram platform as well. So do hope to learn lots from you and gain a lot of insights from you on India's AI ecosystem and where are we moving. Now, so we are talking, let me take you back a little bit in 2023, which is when ChatGPT just came into the picture. There was a disruption that happened, and after that, we've seen a lot of disruptions happen around. These have not been incremental, but rather explosive. You just came back from the France AI Summit as well. You've been visiting a lot of countries, meeting policymakers. What are some of the key trends, 5 key trends that you really see playing out in the AI ecosystem, and how are they going to impact humanity?
So first of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for that warm welcome. Look, I think it's clear that the world changed, the tech world changed in December 2022. And since 2023, we are living in a completely brand new era or a brand new age, and we can refer to that as AI age. And that started in early 23, and it moved along till we have what is the next big milestone, which is the DeepSeek moment. And if you look at these 2 basic markers in the ground and look at where the conversations are today, I will broadly point you in 3 strands of 3 threads. The first is, of course, the power of AI. And I think your panelists were alluding to it, and I think everybody is aware. There is this huge race on to what we now know as AI, to AGI, to ASI, and Singularity. And different people have different views on how fast that will be and how sharp that trajectory will be, but we can safely assume today that AI is accelerating at an unprecedented pace. So that is one trend, and that's one thread that's happening. The second one is about governance of AI, and that is a slightly slower developing thread on what constitutes good AI, what constitutes safe AI, and therefore reciprocally what constitutes bad AI. And the third thread is, again, a conversation that has started slightly belatedly, but is beginning to pick up, which is very relevant for ecosystems like our ecosystem in India, which is, should AI be open source? Should it be closed source? Should it be proprietary? Should it be with few countries, few companies, or should it be something that is much more available, and that therefore you don't have the haves and have-nots in the AI era, in the AI age? So these are broadly 3 conversations that are today strongly growing conversation, but they're all happening at very different velocities. The first one, of course, this mad conversation, almost breathless, excited conversation about what tomorrow will be the breaking news for AI, which is different from today. And that is certainly one that is keeping all of us, everybody, very excited and very engrossed.
So we've seen developments happen in the United States. We've seen very many companies, ChatGPT, Google, it's also having its own model. Then you have Meta's own model. And then you have DeepSeek in China along with Alibaba. India has also announced that it will be coming up with its own AI model. What I want to understand from you is, how is India's approach to developing AI different from what's happening in the rest of the world?
So if you really want to get a good sense of what India's approach is, and we are sitting and doing this in Delhi, and Delhi is full of pundits, as you know, and everybody in Delhi has a view on what AI should be. But to get a good sense of India's AI strategy, you need to go back to December 2023, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, when he was inaugurating the Global Partnership for AI, the New Delhi Summit, said very beautifully and almost very lucidly that our approach to AI, India's approach to AI, is to make sure AI solves real problems that confront government, real problems that confront people. So our approach is not about large language models or general purpose models, that the sharp focus of our ecosystem is to build use cases that are built around AI. So what does that mean? It means in AI language, small language models, expert models that will deal with healthcare, that will deal with education, that will deal with agriculture, and are effectively AI layers on the huge amounts of data that we already have in our country for healthcare, education, agriculture, based on our DPIs. So to answer the question, what is India's AI strategy? Look no further than December 23, when the Prime Minister very clearly laid out what our vision for AI is, that we are not in a mad race with the rest of the world for the bragging rights, कि मेरा model में 3 trillion parameter है. That's not our game. Our game is really to build models, build foundational and expert models, but models that are directed to solve problems for the people of India, solve problems that will make governance better and more impactful.
So, sir, what would you say to some of your political opponents who say that India is late to the AI party?
Look, there's an interesting quote by Steve Jobs when a critic criticized him about his Apple strategy many years ago. He said, look, what have you built? Who are you? And what is your background to comment on something that I am doing? So that is usually what I say to the opposition of India. Look, but on a serious note, here's the bottom line. The AI race, if you want to call it that, is about 2 years old. In one aspect of AI, we are certainly not lagging anybody, which is on AI adoption. AI applications, we are certainly out there in the front with the US, China, and every other country. Yes, I agree that the US and now China are slightly ahead of us in what I call foundational AI, deep AI, AI research. But this is early days. This is like the first heat of an 8-heat race, and the finals are going to be run a couple of years later. So anybody who assumes that India is not a competitive participant in the AI, emerging AI battlefield or emerging AI competitive landscape is missing the point. We are going to be in it. We are already in it, and we will be very competitive, innovative participants in how the future of AI is shaped.
So, sir, let me ask you on that point, because you've been, like I said earlier, you've been a key part of India's, digital economy and how it looks today. You've been the, brains behind some of our key legislations, including the DPDP Act, and of course, mitigating the risk of deep fakes during the Lok Sabha elections in 2024. When you say that these are just early days, in your opinion, what is going to, how will AI really translate into healthcare services, for example, medical services or educational services, and in agriculture? We've seen the kind of revolution that's been brought about by DPI, India's digital public infrastructure, but what will a social infrastructure led by AI look like?
No, this is a brilliant question, because I think the real question is, fine, there is all of this buzz about AI and everybody is an expert in AI and everybody knows AI. But what really does it mean to a country? What does it mean to a people? And Satya Nadella 4 or 5 days ago said in a podcast, and I think he summarized it best. And it is very similar to how our Prime Minister has been approaching this. He said, unless AI delivers to you 10 to 20%, 20 basis points of economic growth as a nation, as an economy, or unless it, as an enterprise, gives you a certain percentage of growth in your top line or improvement in your cost efficiency, unless there is a fiscal impact, a direct financial impact that can be measured, everything else about AI is just buzz. So therefore, I think from our point of view, the social impact will be that we will be able to do, through our expert models and small language models, be able to diagnose, predict healthcare emergencies and healthcare problems faster. We will be able to do this without the one-shoe-fits-all model where the Northeast, the people are different from the North, are different from the South, are different from the West. Nutrition, agriculture, farmers' incomes, farmers' economic models can be predicted by looking at creating a model that can predict rainfall, can predict weather patterns, cropping patterns. And so many such applications that lend themselves much more powerfully to AI and AI models, we can develop use cases for. And the combined impact of all this will be that it impacts our GDP, it impacts individual disposable income and prosperity, and as a collective, impact the economy of India. So unless we look at AI like that, the conversation around AI tends to get into what's the latest bells and whistles around AI, and which is an interesting conversation to have, and every geek and every AI practitioner will certainly do it. But from a public policy point of view, that it will create deep, irreversible changes in the way people's problems are solved, and how that contributes in turn to economic growth, more income, and more efficiency in individual lives, and collectively in the economy of the country, is really what the heart and soul of AI is.
So you'd know, when you say that, you'd know better than many of us who are sitting here. Will there be a day when we'll be able to export India's AI to the rest of the world, as we are doing in the space of electronics, for instance, which has now become one of the foremost areas of export?
Again, excellent question. And I think, I hate to say that I'm predicting, or I don't want to pretend to be an astrologer or a crystal ball gazer. But if you look at what President Trump is doing and Elon Musk is doing in the US, if you look at what DeepSeek and the Chinese are doing, we are essentially preparing for a world where the battleground is going to be about data, it is going to be about models, who has superior AI capability, what kind of applications do I have on what type of models. So therefore, AI is certainly going to become a determiner of the competitiveness of countries' economies. And we must consider it that way. And if we consider it that way, we must assume that that is true. We must also be very focused on building our own capabilities. Yesterday, there was an article by the CEO of Grok on I think in the Economic Times, that said that, India should restrict itself to fine-tuning models. Now, I don't know in what context the gentleman said that, but that is like telling India to take a decision that, look, in this rich landscape of AI, we must say 80% of things we will take off the table, and we will only focus on fiddling with somebody else's open source model. So, look, early days, it is clear that there are many debates about whether there should be open source models in AI. I was in the France AI Summit, and there was a very large number of academic professors who said open source AI models should not be permitted because bad people will get access to AI. And then the corollary of that is, of course, then that means only a few countries and few companies will have AI. Is that what we want? So certainly, our Prime Minister has been repeatedly saying that technology cannot create haves and have-nots. And India has been long since advocating that even the global south, the smaller countries, must have access to the best technology. So to answer your question in a long-winded manner, yes, I think India must build our own capability, whether that is models, whether that is data sets, or whether that is all of the above. and make that technology and those models available to those countries that lack it.
And which is what we are batting for, which is open-sourced models.
Absolutely.
And the Prime Minister at the AI Action Summit in France also stated that AI should be for good and should be for all, and that's the key.
Absolutely.
That's the key to developing all our digital public infrastructure. But sir, when we talk about bad actors, of course, there is the talk about regulation. And that's what the Bletchley Convention also spoke about and was discussed also at the France AI Action Summit, the need for a global regulation for AI. However, all of these countries that met there, including the ones who were not there, have their own AI regulations in place. How will this global AI regulation really work? Because you have competing interests at play here. You have one camp, which is the United States. You have another camp in China. And you rightly stated that there's going to be geopolitics around AI as well. So how can a global regulation function, and who will create that regulation?
No, I don't know the answer to that. I think if anybody knew the answer to that, they would be implementing it. Like I said in the beginning, one of the threads of conversations around AI that is very slow to take off is this conversation about governance of AI. The first thread, which is about AI will become this and we need to develop bigger and better AI, that is taken off and many people are talking about it. But the fundamental thread about how do you govern AI against misuse? How do you govern, what are the guardrails to prevent AI from being misused by bad actors or good actors who want to misuse it anyway? That is an issue on which I think we are going to have more trouble or a lot more choppy waters and challenges in the coming days and years, because the American establishment now, after President Trump comes in, I understand, believes that they will not be subject to any global regulation. And if that is the case, and they say we will only subscribe to US law, and if the US First Amendment allows me to do whatever I want, and right to free speech is a sacrosanct right, so what happens to India's Article 19 restrictions? What happens to other countries which have different laws in terms of harm and user harm and criminality? So these are, I think, very, very interesting times where this issue about global governance, global guardrails around AI to make it safe, to make it trusted, to prevent harm, to prevent criminality, will have to evolve. And I'm hoping by the time India hosts the AI summit that the Prime Minister has announced, that some of these issues would have been debated and discussed more deeper, and that we would be in a position to talk about it in a global forum.
Absolutely, sir. And, when we talk about regulation, I have to ask you this because, your team was sending back then in 2023 December and, 2024, several advisories to social media companies because of the deep fake issue around general elections. Do you think that we need a separate law for dealing with the misuse of AI? Because you have stated earlier that we have the IT Act. There are some sections within that. Will that be enough? Now you have DPDP Act as well, or do we need a separate regulation around AI?
Oh, so again, look, I'm sorry to keep saying good question, but this is
not complaining.
Another excellent question. Look, I think it's, even if you're not a legal expert or an expert on policy, the fact that the IT Act, which is the act that regulates tech in India, is 25 years old, that in itself should give us some reason to say, look, that needs to be replaced by something that is more modern and contemporary. So I'm of the view that the IT Act needs to be replaced. This is a debate and discussion that has happened within the government when I was in government. And I hope the current government takes that issue forward and looks at an alternate, either an omnibus law or a series of laws that deal with separate issues that today we are facing with safety and harm, about online misinformation. Are these going to be separate laws? Are they going to be one omnibus law? These are issues that we can discuss in terms of the architecture of the law. But if you ask me today, candidly, I would say candidly, I think we need a new law. We need to replace the IT Act with a new law, because the IT Act doesn't even mention internet, and it certainly doesn't mention the AI. So if you have an act that does not understand what these two big phenomena that are driving our lives and driving our digital economy is, then we certainly need a law that is much more contemporary.
And including a regulator, a separate regulator for
Look,
this technology?
I have a view on regulators generally because I was an entrepreneur first and I have a general allergy towards regulators. I don't think it's about regulators creating one more layer of babugiri on top of an entrepreneur. I think young entrepreneurs in India, once the law is clear, is very precise and lays out certain principles and guardrails, we should not require another regulator or another layer of oversight. The law should be enough, and there is a court system and there is a appeal system. That should be enough is my personal view. Of course, different people have different views about creating institutions like regulator, but I personally as an individual would not like to create one more institution that a 25-year-old smart young lady or a young boy who's creating an incredible innovation has to go do Shashtang Namaskaram in front of. I don't think that's a great thing to do.
So we're not really following the Europe's model so far as over-regulation is concerned. We want to give space for innovation as well. So just a final few set of questions, because I can see time's up, but I'm going to take the liberty of asking you the final set of questions as well. And this is essentially on, open AI and of course the TIFF with news publishers as well. This has happened earlier as well with, social media companies when they came into the picture. These AI models are training their data on data that's publicly available, and news publishers are stating that that's a copyright infringement.
Correct.
Where do you stand on that?
No, it's not a question of where I stand on it. I think this is again an area in the law that needs to be, it's a gap that needs to be addressed by this new law, whatever the new law looks like. Because today, while we have DPDP, an act that deals with personal data, we don't have anything in the law books that deals with your data that may be personal or non-personal that is put on the public internet for consumption. How does it give anybody the right to scrape that data and train their model with that data and not compensate you for it or not attribute? So I think there is a broader issue, which is, does the internet represent a free-for-all in terms of those who want to scrape it and train their models without attribution, without financial compensation? My view is that no. Just because it is my data and it's available publicly does not give you the right to use that data for purposes, commercial purposes of yours. And I think it's a simple principle. If I worked very hard to create some content and I put it on the open internet for people to consume, it doesn't mean that person who consumes it for his individual entertainment or individual consumption can then in turn take that without attributing it to me, without giving me compensation, and use it to train some model of his or platform of his. So that I think is wrong. And this case that has been filed in India as well as in New York by the New York Times is going to be certainly clearly defining the boundaries around it and the do's and don'ts around these models vis-a-vis the public internet.
Absolutely, and sir, there's been selectivism on part of these AI companies because they've struck partnerships with other media companies. However, they continue to scrape data. One final question, and this I have to ask you on the semiconductor ecosystem. We had the phase 1 of the scheme. We saw brilliant results. 5 semiconductor companies are now in the process of setting up plants. What should phase 2 of the scheme really look like? Because, you have stated several times that Intel at one point in the late 90s wanted to come to India. However, due to political unwillingness and a whole host of reasons, they could not. Now, if India is capitalizing on this opportunity, what does it really need to, in policy terms, do to fast track this?
No, look, you asked me a question about what the opposition says about the AI.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I want to bring that back up here. When the Prime Minister of India in December 2022 launched the semiconductor policy, I was minister, and I remember a whole bunch of people, so-called intellectuals, including in media, who said, no, India can never do it. Nobody will ever come to India. We don't have the talent. We don't have the capability. Do you know what you're attempting? All of that. And today, 2.5, 3 years later, we've gone from having a zero presence in the semiconductor global value chains to having a flag planted that is slowly and steadily increasing. The same will happen in AI. In terms of how the semiconductor ecosystem will grow, I can assure you that while manufacturing and packaging capacity will go, what you are not seeing today is the slow but very, very solid rise of design, fabulous companies, new chips being designed in India by young groups of people that are absolutely confident, and the research around the next type of transistor and the research that is going around the next generation of processes or semiconductor manufacturing. So stay tuned. This is probably, I've had the privilege of being associated with two of the most exciting areas in the digital ecosystem, semiconductors and AI, and I think they are going to define in large part what India's ecosystem is going to look like in the next 4 to 5 years.
Right, so let's do a quick rapid fire before we wrap this session. AI in politics, good or bad?
Look, when AI is...
So it's a rapid fire.
Okay. Natural stupidity or artificial intelligence, I prefer artificial intelligence.
All right. How much do you use AI apps on a scale of 10 in your
I
day?
use 9 out of 10, all the time.
And your favorite
I
ones?
actually do it for even writing letters.
Okay. Will AI be able to predict election outcomes?
Yes.
And if you could have a conversation with AI, with any AI tool, what would you ask it right now?
I would ask it to predict what the outcome of Donald Trump's presidency would be.
Well, that's something that we are all watching with bated breath, given the tariff threat that really looms around on a whole host of countries. So Elon Musk is so closely aligned with the US government. Is that going to be the new normal?
I think every government should allow those who are interested in public service, whether they're entrepreneurs or not, to be associated with it. I see nothing wrong with it.
But there is a clash of interest.
No, there's no clash. I mean, you can argue that I came from an entrepreneurial background just because I'm in public life is a clash of interest. It's not. It's a clash of interest if you allow it to be so. But if governments allow conflict of interest to be highlighted and ring-fenced, these are smart, talented people who should be used by governments all around the world. I would love to have Elon Musk, if I was president or prime minister, in my team.
Right, so and your AI-related prediction for 2030?
2030? Oh, I can't think that far ahead.
2027?
2027, I think, will be a year when the current general AI model landscape would have transformed into many, many expert models. Healthcare models, agriculture models, weather prediction models. So I think there will be a lot many more expert models very closely mimicking human reasoning by 27.
All right, and we can't really wait for that future to unfold. And on that note, thank you very much, sir, for your insights and perspectives.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
It's always fabulous learning from you and having you, and chatting with you always. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And Mr. Chandrasekhar, we ask that you please remain on stage, sir. We'd love to take the opportunity to have you present our next set of awards. And thank you so much, Sumita, for asking all the right questions as we now move on to our next set of awards. And if I could please have Rohit Chadda back on stage to kindly join us in doing the honors. All right, let's move on. You've all been waiting for this final set of awards, and ladies and gentlemen, here they come. All right, the first one is ET Now Industry Icon, and it goes to, you just heard from him, Naveen Kukreja. If we could please have Naveen Kukreja on stage to accept the award at the hands of Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Congratulations once again. It's an incredible platform to be recognized. And moving on to our next ET Now Industry Icon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, our next industry icon, ladies and gentlemen, is Ashish Kashyap. Congratulations, sir. Let's keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen, as you get closer and closer to wrapping the evening. We salute your achievements, your accomplishments, your contributions, Ashish. Congratulations once again. And with that, we move on to Most Innovative Startup of the Year. And the winner in this category, Most Innovative Startup of the Year, is Deliberate. Let's have the Deliberate entrepreneur on stage, soaking in this moment of glory and recognition. All right, and to join Mr. Shadda and Mr. Chandrasekhar on stage, if I could now please have Mr. N. Mahesh, Joint General Manager of LIC Housing Finance Limited. Sir, if we could kindly please have you on stage and presenting the next set of awards. Thank you so much. And at the hands of these three gentlemen, our next category is Excellence in HR Tech. And the winner in this category is Saurabh Diora, co-founder and CEO at AdvantageClub.ai. Let's have you on stage, please. A global AI-powered employee engagement that rewards and a wellness program with offerings like rewards and recognition, wellness solutions, including OPD loans, annual health checkups and wellness challenges, sales incentive automation, flexible benefits, surveys, moments that matter, and communities all on a single platform. Congratulations once again to AdvantageClub.ai. And our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Emerging CPAs Company. And the award goes to Telspiel Communications Private Limited. We kindly have the team on stage. With its cutting-edge innovation and seamless connectivity, they are setting new industry standards. And join me as we celebrate their incredible journey and success. Congratulations once again, Telspiel Communications. Excellent. And with that, we move on to Emerging EV Charger Brand of the Year. And the winner in this category is Luby EV. Can we have the Luby EV team on stage to claim this honor? Congratulations once again. I believe this is their second award of the night. Congratulations, Team Luby. All right. And with that, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to Excellence in Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Consulting. And the winner in this category is Sonika Aaron, CEO of Marching Sheep. If we could please have the Marching Sheep team on stage to accept this honor. All right, with that we move on to Excellence in Staffing and Recruitment. And the winner in this category is Puneet Arora. If we could please have you on stage, sir. Globally recognized for their exceptional leadership and innovation in staffing and recruitment, their strategic vision and their dedication to talent excellence and the ability to build world-class teams is setting all new industry standards. They're driving growth and success for organizations worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, Puneet Arora, Excellence in Staffing and Recruitment. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Luxury Designer of the Year. And the award goes to Aarti Vijay Gupta. Let's please have Aarti on stage. As the Luxury Designer of the Year, she has redefined elegance with a signature style. So join me in honoring her remarkable journey and her creative brilliance. Aarti Vijay Gupta, everyone, Luxury Designer of the Year. All right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to Excellence in Branding and Marketing. And the winner in this category is Anuja Bashir, the co-founder of Orion Soul Private Limited. Let's please have her on stage. She's a visionary in branding and marketing, Anuja Bashir, and founder and CEO of Ocean Soul Private Limited. She has redefined brand strategy and business growth, a LinkedIn top voice, and a Times Square featured entrepreneur. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next category, which is Service Excellence and Diagnostics. And the winner in this category is Ravi Tomar, Managing Director and Founder, CRL Diagnostics. Let's please have Ravi on stage to accept the honor on behalf of his company, CRL Diagnostics. This is again for Service Excellence in Diagnostics. And with that, we move on to what I believe is our last and final category of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. And this is for Rising Star in MEP projects. And the winner is Triozone. Let's please have the Triozone team on stage to accept the honor, this incredibly special moment. Congratulations once again. All right. And Rohit, if I could please have you felicitate Mr. Chandrasekhar as a token of our appreciation for him being here, for him honoring the occasion with his presence. It's very special to us, and we don't take it lightly. Huge round of applause once more for Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Union Minister and tech investor. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. All right, so as we move forward, and as the etnow.in Business Conclave and Awards is quickly coming to a close, I ask that we carry the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and perseverance with us in the future. So here's to a future where India doesn't just reach its economic milestones, but it surpasses them. So thank you. Stay inspired, stay committed, and see you at the next edition of etnow.in Business Conclave and Awards. We ask that you please do join us for dinner. You've been an incredibly warm, welcoming, and well-informed audience. Dinner is going to be served outdoor on the lawns. Thank you so much for being here, and have a lovely evening ahead. Thank you. And I do want to acknowledge the entire staff that helped put this event together, including the hardworking people at the console in the back. A huge round of applause for them once more and for yourselves. Thank you so much, and have a lovely evening ahead.